and it's annoying because I stopped doing it, but it could just be anecdotal, not even really real, and like just fake as fuck. But ever since I started taking my vitamin D again, and my multivitamins, and my fish oil, like as of a couple of days ago, I don't know. I was able to focus for a pretty extended period of time on my homework, like without getting distracted on it. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like it could have just been particularly interesting or something, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah. So was able to get that done. And now what we're gonna do.
Today my dad's gonna show us how a master chef turns.
Okay, broccoli or eggs? Or fried rice? Broccoli, eggs, fried rice. Pick one. No, magnesium. No, where's it at? I think I have my magnesium somewhere around here. Manganese, I think, is the other one too. Fried rice, eggs. Okay. Then we'll do fried rice first. Okay. So here's what we'll do. Also, I added a thing that gives you a notification 5 minutes before ads show up. Ads show up. Okay. So we'll have 6 ads per hour. 6 to 6 ads. 6 minutes of ads per hour. So that is, I guess, 50 minutes of watching stuff, and then no, am I dumb? Am I dumb? What? It's 54 minutes of content per hour, and then 6 minutes of ads. Which, honestly speaking, is kind of a lot when you think about it. Or at least it feels like a lot. But they're split up between 30-minute chunks, right? So think of it like watching 30 minutes of your favorite Saturday morning cartoon, and then ads, and then the next section. So that's generally what it goes to. What I can do is I can snooze ads during important parts of story or whatever, and that's the reason why I added it, because sometimes ads appear at really inconvenient times. So if an ad is coming and there's something that's really important that's happening, do let me know, and I'll be able to snooze it at least for 5 minutes. Because sometimes I kind of get lost and I forget about that kind of thing. And mods can do it too, in case we're in like a big story section of Genshin, like full Salor, and an ad pops up. Oops. So yeah. What are your ad rates like? Hold on, let me check. Let's see. Ads. Let's see. If I play 5 minutes of ads per hour, I get between $66 and $179 extra dollars. If I do 6 minutes of ads, it is $77 to $210. And if I do 8 minutes of ads, I can get $101 to $275. I never do the most. I never do the 8-minute ads because that just seems like way too fucking much. Yeah. 5 to 6 doesn't seem like a big incremental jump, and it seems like a fairly sizable increase in percentage. I'd say about 10 to 11, 12% increase in revenue versus the 8-minute one, which is a bigger jump, but it seems like the watch experience would be fucking awful. So I'm not going to do that one. But yeah, let me go ahead and... Does that depend on viewership? It does. It does. Which is why I need to get back on my fucking streaming during normal times hours, because not to say that streaming late is bad or anything, but as you can see, alright, so here we go. We'll go ahead and open 13.2, and then I'll go ahead and open this video up instead, and we can get to watching. How's everybody doing, by the way? Let me go ahead and move this, put that up there, and move this on this side, and then move this, put that there. I've been playing the new League Swarm mode today. There's a new League Swarm mode. What? Oh, oops. Chat mode. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I turned it off last night and I forgot to put it back on. Sorry, because I was showing substats in Star Rail. Alright. There we go.
Culmination of
Night CP! I love you. I'll talk to you in the morning.
50 years of my dad cooking. This video is the culmination of over 50 years of my dad cooking
蛋炒飯
egg fried rice well over 100,000 times. You're
Oh
about
my
to learn
gosh.
the battle-tested techniques that only chefs know to make the best damn fried rice possible, right at home. We'll address why using leftover rice is a myth, and how to prevent mushy, clumpy rice with proper spatula techniques. Get ready, because this video is packed with simple tips and techniques you can use to level up your cooking right away.
我同而家咧先將咧米洗下先啊。
We'll use fresh water to wash the rice.
米咧其實就唔係會好邋遢嘅，不過你係心理上有一個洗一洗佢，比較放心啲，係嘛？畢竟啲米係經過一直嘅包裝啊、運輸啊咁送嚟嘅，咁你洗一洗啲米，你就會係安心啲。我習慣咧，通常就係咁洗3次咧。米洗咗之後咧，就擺落去鑊度啊。 我用電飯煲煮飯，啲米倒落去。個14安士嘅米咧，我而家就用14安士水。
For fried rice, we'll use a 1-to-1 ratio of rice to water.
我嚟炒飯嘅話咧，你就少少唔炒咁多水噶啦。平時煮飯你都係多少少啦，14安士咁你咪俾多15安士嘅水上去，多少少就足夠噶啦。而家開始擺落個電飯煲煮飯。
Now we'll put the inner pot into the rice cooker and start the cooking.
咁你就呢個時間咧，就睇你有幾多買幾多水煮飯啦。咁通常你係15分鐘到就應該就煮熟飯噶啦。呢個電飯煲嚟講就，我哋而家咧就切下啲葱啦，葱咧就啲葱尾得噶啦。過量一個安士多啲咧，啲葱咧就切葱粒得啦。
We'll dice only
Okay,
the
there we
green
go.
parts of the green onions.
葱白唔使俾葱白嘅，呢個我留翻第二。
The thing that pisses me off about fried rice is that it tastes so good. It's one of the best things ever, right? What I fucking hate about it is that they tell you the day-old rice thing. But if that's not true, that changes everything. Like, high-key, if the day-old rice thing isn't actually, like, a real thing, then...
咗之後咧，嗰啲青豆粒同埋粟米，我而家咧就加啲紅蘿蔔粒上去，係2個安士咁上下啦，切粒。
Now we'll dice the carrot. If you want to learn how to cut twice as fast and prevent injuries, we have a free 6-minute video lesson for you. Click the link in our description or scan the QR code to access it for free. We'll first cut into strips.
咁樣就話切粒得啦。當然，如果你係唔想俾呢啲，你咪唔俾咗點唔緊要啊。我想俾落去就單純佢可以出飯啦，有啲第樣嘅味道喺度，你可以唔俾。
See, this is the part. This is the part where it's diff, right? It's cooked diff. Because you know what I would do? Get a bag of frozen vegetables with peas and carrots, and just toss it in there, right? Like, yeah.
通常就用葱多喎，呢個咧就比較少啲，但係我哋自己食嘅加多啲落去。雞蛋用4隻啊！
We'll crack 4 eggs into a bowl, then
Okay.
season it with salt.
我哋用半個茶匙嘅鹽上去，等嗰啲雞蛋炒熟之後有啲味，半個茶匙好啦，唔使太多，咁樣就 OK 噶啦，擺喺呢度啦。
We have all of these ingredients listed on our blog at madewithlao.com, along
Okay.
with step-by-step instructions and video clips to guide you as you make the recipe at home.
Oh, that's cool.
電飯煲由呢個掣已經跳咗上嚟啦，即係話煲飯已經
Yeah, okay.
煮熟咗，煮熟咗咧，我哋等佢。
Like, if you don't have an instant pot, or you don't have a rice cooker, like, I'm not like, listen, I ain't got it like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna, you know, starting over. Wait, hold on. Let's test it. Hold on. Let's test it out. Hold on. I added a mod that made it to where you can transition into aggressive music. What?
scared much?
Wait.
Good boy.
Okay. What the fuck? Nice. So what happened? So do you just transition back into... Oh, that's cool. Wait, I love that mod. What? 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 That's so much better. What? Okay, that's really cool. Wait, I love that. Okay, because to be honest, it's not... Oh, okay. It's not that, like... It's not that being able to, like... You know, stop the pacing, have the battle music, and then the victory theme, and going back to this was, like, a big deal or whatever. But some of these songs are, like, bangers, you know what I mean? Like, some of these songs are really good. So, like... How many experience points do I have?
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, I have a ton. Oh my god. I think it's one Phil, but I appreciate it. Yeah, that's the music mod right there. I have a lot of other ones too. Let me go ahead and check. So let me go to my Nexus mods and I'll check and I'll list them out for you. While that happens, I will continue the video.
再焗2分鐘，焗2分鐘嘅時候咧，我就可以掀開佢，打鬆佢，等佢透一透嗰啲熱氣就可以炒得到㗎啦。在呢度之前咧，呢啲配料咧，嗰啲紅蘿蔔啊，都係仲生㗎。我呢度俾啲水落去。
We'll add just a bit of water, about a third cup.
輕微咁浸過面啦，你放喺 microwave 2分鐘，佢就會完全熟晒㗎啦。
Or what do you avoid adding to fried rice?
水分太多嘅菜包落去就冇咁好咯。
Where are the rest?
紹菜啦。
Well, that's annoying. Wait. Wait, what? I didn't save... Oh. Hold on. Hang on. My mods, and then go to download history. Here we go. Okay, so everything I have, I added, let's see, 13.2 HD. I added better quality audio for pre-render cutscenes and then continuous aggressive tracks. So let me go ahead and send these to you. Okay, so there's 1, and then there's 2, and then here's 3. All right. Okay.
嗰啲係多水分嘅，冬瓜嗰啲都係多水分嘅，知嘛？
Full family affair.
We got babies on
We
babies.
got babies. Oh.
There are so many babies. Wait a
After
minute.
microwaving for 2 minutes, we can take out the veggies.
咁樣咧，嗰啲紅蘿蔔啊、粟米啊、豆仔就已經熟晒啦。因為隻碗係熱嘅嗬，你俾花塊布冚住揸住佢，咁樣倒出嚟。
We'll drain the water from the veggies.
Okay.
好啦，咁咧唞啲飯咧唔會濕咯。
The rice won't be
唞啲
soggy.
飯就唔
Okay.
會濕，熟晒咧，係嘛？咁樣係咪啊？咁樣咪方便好多咧？如果你買個威，就俾個威整熟佢得噶啦，就唔需要再
Okay.
煲啲水。
Wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
而家都得啦，見到佢煲過去嗱。
So put the
Now we'll
okay
take out
veggies
the
in the
inner pot
microwave.
and fluff
Okay.
the rice with chopsticks.
我有醬飯，會出嚟呢度，將啲飯打鬆佢先啊！啲飯係一
The
粒粒
grains
嚟嘅
separate.
唔係
Okay.
太軟，睇到啊啲飯
My dad uses Thai jasmine rice for almost
Exactly,
everything, including
me
fried
too,
rice,
yes!
or tao fan in Cantonese, because he prefers the softer textures and aromas. If you prefer harder textures, then you can consider using American long grain white rice, which has less flavor and slightly fewer nutrients. Or you can follow what some Chinese restaurants do and blend American long grain white rice with jasmine rice.
That's another thing that I kind of wanted to try too, just to see what that's like. I believe that I think that another fried recipe or fried rice recipe I watched did that same exact thing. Mix American long grain with jasmine rice. I have to try it out because I've been I've been on a jasmine rice train since California because my stepmom, she would always cook it like every day. Like our rice cooker had so much usage in the house. We had rice like almost like 3 or 4 times a week. We had rice all the time, and the big thing that I was curious about was like, how come it had this like fragrance to it, right? Like I'm not sure if you ever inhaled food, but you know how like you need to smell to taste food? So there wasn't like a taste to the rice, but it had this like fragrance to it, and it was really nice. Like it's so subtle, but like some jasmine rice, it'll have this like kind of aroma to it, and it's really nice. And I was like, when I moved back here and I noticed that my rice didn't do that, I was like, oh, I need to get back on jasmine rice ASAP. Like that fragrance to it makes so much of a difference. It's so nice. But blending the two, honestly, it doesn't sound too bad. I wouldn't hate that.
This is also why my dad prefers to make fresh
I'm curious, how often do you guys have rice? I'm actually kind of curious.
rice over using leftover rice, like many other people suggest, because fresh rice is
Pretty
more
often,
tender
yeah.
and already hot.
Every day.
呢個又每個人嘅口感唔同，有啲人咧就中意隔夜飯
Some
炒
people
出嚟，佢
like how
係
leftover rice
分得
can be
好
very
散
separate
嘅，同埋佢
and how it's
係
harder.
硬身啲嘅。但係有我
I
本人
personally
中
prefer
意
using
我就
fresh
中意
rice,
新鮮飯，好似我啲特別係
especially
我
my
嗰啲
Thai
就買
jasmine
炒
rice.
出嚟個飯，佢軟
It's
香得嚟
fragrant
佢
and
軟
tender,
佢唔會係硬。
and it's not too hard.
隔夜飯
Do restaurants use leftover rice? Sometimes they'll fry yesterday's leftover rice.
佢平時用
Do they usually use leftover rice?
西鮮飯大部分都係橙鮮飯
Restaurants
炒
most commonly use
佢
fresh
賣
rice.
剩嘅
Okay.
飯都唔係幾多嘅啫嘛，一般咪賣剩嗰啲飯炒晒咪算啫嘛，仲新鮮飯咯。
In
Yeah,
general,
once they use
try
it
to
up,
stick
yeah,
to
that makes
long
sense.
grain rice, as it's not as soft or sticky as short or medium grain rice varieties.
Yeah, that
but
makes
the beauty
sense.
of fried rice is that you can make it however you prefer, so we encourage you to try multiple kinds of rice to find your favorite. Of course, if you have limited options, go with what's available to you and focus instead on the techniques or other ingredients to make your fried rice as delicious as it can be.
I wonder if it's like, though. I wonder, since rice is kind of like a neutral. Well, would you say that rice is a neutral flavor, and it matters more what seasonings you put in the rice? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Every day, pretty often, a couple times a week, all the time. Fried eggs, spam, kimchi, and rice. So here's the thing. That sounds fucking delicious. I used to not like kimchi. Because I used to think it was too spicy when I was a kid. Obviously, because I didn't have my taste, my taste buds developed, and it was too intense for me. And then when I hit adulthood, like it was like a year and a half ago, where I was like, oh, I don't know about kimchi. It's too spicy. And then I fucking ate it, and we'll get like a thing of kimchi, and it'll be gone in like a couple of days. Wait, wait. And have you seen how they make kimchi? That shit takes so long to make. Listen, I love me some kimchi. That sounds good though. Fried spam, I would probably take out because I'm trying to stay away from processed meat as much. But okay, so fried eggs, like eggs, kimchi, and what else could I do? Seaweed maybe? Like seaweed strips? That sounds good. Or like nori? Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds real good. Yeah, like I kind of like no shade to pork, right? But I kind of get it, you know, like culture aside, I kind of get it. It's really heavy, like it's really salty and it's really heavy and there's a lot of fat to it and it's really flavorful, right? But I think it's something that I'll have to have like just on occasion, right? Because like having pork all the time, like my mom one time she had like a whole bunch of pork and we had like a pork week or something. It was a while ago, and like it's good. It's just like it just feels bad. I don't know what it is. Like beef feels better. Fish and chicken feel the absolute best. I don't feel bad at all after eating fish and seafood and no, not seafood. I should say specifically fish and chicken. I feel great after eating. With red meat, I kind of have to limit it a little bit. Like I can't eat it too much, right? It's good, but I can't have it too often. And with pork, especially, I can't have it too often because then I start feeling bad. Recommendation to watch? Let me see.
My Korean
Yep, I love this video. Okay, we can watch it afterwards.
我
Yeah.
而家咧就打鬆啲飯，等我去一去嗰啲時添先，再炒。咁炒咗上嚟咧就容易好多噶啦，就唔會再黐埋噶啦嚇。
We'll mix around the rice with our chopsticks, letting the steam come out. How do you prevent this rice from sticking together and being mushy?
煮啲飯嘅時候唔好太多水，煮到個飯軟，咁啊容易黐埋，炒上嚟咪難炒啲咯。同埋一個時候你啲飯煮熟嘅時候，你要打鬆佢，等佢唞氣先至炒，即係佢去咁啲水氣，跟住佢去咁啲啲添，咁先至炒。
唔好即刻擺落去。
唔好即刻炒，打鬆啲飯俾佢散咁啲熱先至炒。你係一有雪櫃攞出嚟啲飯係硬嘅，一嚿咁啊，凍飯攞出嚟，你必須要。
你用手啊？
佢手
with your hands,
帶隻手咪你係嗱，帶隻手邊手，帶隻手咪咁碾碎晒先至炒。
We'll fluff the rice for about 1 to 2 minutes.
嗱，你或者嚟試下啲飯，係咪？又唔會太軟，又唔會好硬。呢個咧
With something about elderly people who have been around ingredients for a really long time. Like that's one of the best things I feel like about like old wisdom. That I think is so awesome. Like growing up with food for such a long period of time and really knowing what good food tastes like and just having like this like back of your hand knowledge about food and how to cook and everything. Like there's just I don't know, can your parents cook? Like or family members? Like who's the one who can cook? Right? The one who can cook, right? Because not everyone's mommy and daddy can cook, right? Like my mom and dad thankfully all three of my parents can cook, thankfully. Oh my god. But like Justin's mom doesn't really cook very well, right? But like I think his grandma does. Yeah. So like that baseline knowledge of how to cook. Do you ever like go somewhere and like eat the same food that your family member who knows how to cook made, and then it's just like unless you go to like a really like good restaurant, it's just not the same. And like something's kind of off about it, and it's like it's not that it's bad. Man, I don't know. If you're around people that can cook, like sometimes you go eat things and it's like I'm not gonna bitch. Like I'm not gonna bitch about food that tastes like at a baseline, like okay, if it's like a 5, I'm not gonna complain. It has to be like undercooked, bad, terrible dog shit for me to start complaining. So like a 1 or a 2 for me to actually start saying something. But a lot of the time, it's like maybe like a 6, right? Like, 6, 6.5, maybe a 7, right? But like it's only until you start getting into the 9s and 10s where it feels like, oh yeah, this is something that competes and or is better than what like my family, what my mom and my parents can do. And so it's like, yeah, it's okay. In my mind I'm like, oh, it's good. But in the back of my head I'm just like, it's okay. Like it's okay. No lasagna, no, like sometimes with lasagna too with me, like I'll eat a lasagna from somewhere and I'm like, oh, it's how long did the sauce simmer? Is it I don't know. My mom makes the best food on earth. Yeah, no, like I feel the same way about my mom too. And my dad could like grill really, really well. I can't do it yet, but it's just one of those things where it's just like, man, I don't know if I'm ever gonna replicate my parents' food, like ever. Man. Technically, I never had that issue because I'd be eating Mexican food nonstop. It's fair. I do have a neighbor that used to run her own Chinese restaurant, and her cooking's peak. No shit to my parents. No. Is grilling a gain trait from fatherhood? I don't know. Like, I don't know about y'all, like gays. I don't know about y'all, like the dad teaching you how to grill and the dad teaching you how to like shave was just something that I just didn't really get. Are you supposed to Google it? Like, how does that work? Are you supposed to Google it? Like, what? How are you supposed to learn how to grill? Like, Okay, because I want to learn how to grill. I do, but I don't want to ruin meat. That's my thing. That's the thing. That's the biggest thing that stops me. And I know I'm just gonna have to risk the meat to learn the skill, and have really guided attention with somebody while I learn how to do it. But that's my biggest fear, because food's expensive. I don't want to waste it. Ugh. I don't want to waste it. Yeah, my mom grills too. I just don't want to waste it. That's the thing that makes me feel bad about it. Like what if I forget about it and it burns and it tastes like shit and it's like all charred up? It's good. No, grilling's good. But like you're saying, Abby, I'd rather do some like oven cooking. You know what I mean? The char is flavor. It's not that it's. Yeah.
14安士嘅買，14安士嘅水。
Also, fun fact: the reason why I'm not playing the game right now, for transparency's sake, so I'm doing physical Sarah and I'm doing magic Noel, and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out exactly how to level up their nodes, because I just remembered how shitty this fucking level up system is. And I'm trying to figure out how exactly I can allocate the stats correctly, which is what's the biggest hurdle that I'm having right now. But yeah, I'm figuring it out. Anyway.
如果你係想佢再軟啲，就加多啲水上去。呢個炒飯咧，我就中意硬啲。
If you are using leftover rice, in addition to massaging and fluffing the leftover rice, make sure to heat it up in the microwave for 1 to 2 minutes to bring up the temperature before cooking. With the rice cooked and fluffed, we're ready to break out the wok.
開咗第大火，個蛋咧就發一發佢，
First, we'll beat the eggs.
就唔需要發得好似蒸蛋咁發得咁緊要。太早發啲蛋，佢會化水。鑊就燒到而家，3溫慢火佢，俾2個湯匙油。將啲油咧喺個鑊邊咁淋上去，將啲成個鑊啲油。好啦，將啲蛋倒落去。
We'll add the eggs and stir gently, cooking them for just 20 to 30 seconds.
就係咁一反喺底下反中嗱，啲蛋好滑，好似滑蛋咁樣。
Oh, thank you so much for the sub.
飯倒落嚟，
Thank you, crew.
反轉慢慢反啊佢，反轉佢，一直咁反佢。啲蛋喺底下啦，我想啲蛋滑蛋同啲飯粒咁黐埋一齊，係嘛？
At this point, we're focused on mixing the egg and rice well.
一定要鏟喺底
This is like the
下。
best part. Like this is the thing. When you get to this point in making the fried rice, you know you ate that, right? You know what I mean? Like this is like my favorite part.
然之後咧，將啲飯倒落嚟，
Sab and then mad. Okay.
反轉慢慢反啊佢，反轉佢，一直咁反佢。啲蛋喺底下啦，我想啲蛋滑蛋同啲飯粒咁黐埋一齊，係嘛？
At this point, we're focused on mixing the egg and rice well.
一定要鏟喺底下，貼住個鑊咁反嚇，一定要貼住個鑊，唔好半途咁炒嚇，半途咁炒咧，佢就會容易咧黐底啦。
We're using a scoop
Wait,
and flip
that's such a good
technique with
tip.
spatula
Whoa, that is a fantastic tip.
and rice well.
一定要鏟喺底下。
You must scoop all the way to the bottom. Scoop along the wok to flip. Move the spatula among the wok. Don't shove it into the food. If you stick the spatula in the middle, the food will stick. I did not know that.
We're using a scoop
That's good
and flip
advice.
technique with
Wait.
the spatula here. Make sure to vary which side you're mixing so it all fries evenly.
Good to
然後
know.
咧，我哋輕咧邊個鑊
Now we'll gently press it apart.
撳碎佢，咁將放平嗰張撳拎咗飯整散佢啊嘛。佢話如果你唔係嘅整散佢咪成嚿啲飯咯。
You want to walk? Oh yeah,
係
100%.
嘛？
2
而
woks.
家係慢火炒。
After cooking with the rice for about 2 minutes, we can add our next ingredient.
我哋而家俾嗰啲青紅豆落去嚇。我哋餐館叫做青紅豆，青紅豆即係佢已經一包有嚟嘅。開大火啲炒啦，而家開啦，開大火啲炒。
Now we'll stir fry on high and mix the vegetables with the rice.
A wok versus a pan. Can you make fried rice in a pan, and which one is better?
鑊可以炒得個鑊氣好啲，pan 咧就係好淺嘅，炒個飯炒少啲 OK。你想好似我炒
What I love is like he'll have like old wisdom, right? Like he'll have old person wisdom, but he'll give like logic and reasoning behind his like behind the things that he says. And I really like that. Like I really like that. That's nice. Like he just won't say like you know, do this just because. Like he'll say like do this because there's a logic to it, and I really like that. It's actually really nice. Okay, do this.
炒咁多飯呢個 pan 就好難炒，但係鑊我就唔同個心啊嘛，我冚點樣炒都得啦嘛。佢嘅 pan 係平底嘅，平底嘅話你就除非你識拋鑊，咁拋咧就 OK。你靠個鑊鏟咁鏟下就難炒啲啦。嗱，而家就開始爆啦，啲飯叭叭聲響啦。開頭就炒整散佢，而家就攞緊個鑊去炒香嗰啲飯，叫做鑊氣啦。鬧火啊而家。
After stir frying on high for 2 to 3 minutes with the veggies in, it's time to add some flavor.
好啦，我哋而家落味啦，閂埋火佢。我俾一湯匙個生抽，老抽咧咁樣嘅飯量，呢個茶匙個老抽攞色嘅啫。鹽咧，我俾住半個茶匙先，如果唔夠就再加半個茶匙糖落去，因為啲味中和下佢。嗱，雞粉嘅時候你中意就可以俾，亦都可以唔俾嚇，就係俾一個茶匙。而家通常
Wait, I should have looked. Oh, I wasn't reading. I wasn't reading. Sorry, I'm so sorry. This is the most important part.
我哋而家落
Okay, seasoning. Lower the heat.
我俾一湯匙個生抽
Light soy sauce,
咁樣
dark
話
soy
呢
sauce.
個老抽
There's a
攞色
difference.
嘅啫。鹽咧，我俾住半個茶匙
Salt,
先，
half
如果唔
teaspoon
夠
salt.
就再加半個茶匙糖落去，
Half a
因
teaspoon
為
sugar.
啲味中和下佢。嗱，雞粉嘅時候
You can add or
中
skip
意
chicken
就
bouillon.
可以俾，亦
Okay.
都可以唔俾嚇，就係俾一個茶匙。
One
而家通
teaspoon.
常個就加
I
有
tend not
雞
to
粉之後
use
咧，就
MSG
通常咧味
because
精
of
比較
bouillon.
少用啲。你可以一樣樣俾都冇問題啦。咁樣俾咧就最好就咁樣俾，最勻循嘅。咁而家咧開大火咯。
See, you know what I just said? Like, you know, you could add it each individually, but I mix them together because you get to mix it, you get to distribute it better. I like that.
有樣俾都
That's
冇
good.
問題啦。咁樣俾咧就最好就咁樣俾，最勻循嘅。
Right. Okay.
而家咧開大火咯。
I love when people do that.
啲味
It's not like over explaining because I was watching a video earlier about how over explaining isn't a bad thing. Oh, wait, well, over explaining is a really bad thing because if you're trying to convey information to somebody, there's a certain amount of information that's not helpful enough, right? Because you're not giving them like enough like context or information, right? But if you keep talking and you over explain, right, then there's more of a chance for confusion, right? The more words you add, the more chance there is to confuse people, right? And so what I really like is like a short and sweet example of this is why I'm doing something for this reason, move on, right? Like that's nice, you know, so you're not questioning like, huh? Like, you know, like because it doesn't go against your logic, right? And so you can piece together like, okay, that makes sense, I understand, right? That's good. I like that. That's, to me, that is, if you're trying to demonstrate how to do things and there comes a point in like a video or in content where your take is involved, that's something that I think is good content creation when you explain your reasoning in a way that like is it obvious, makes sense, and you put it out there for people to evaluate. Anyway, hi Andrew.
一齊同啲飯撈齊撈勻佢，你又可以同筷子咁一齊炒都得。
Using another utensil to mix the rice at the same time can be helpful, especially if your dominant hand gets tired.
泡鑊都 OK，但係你泡鑊咧嘅時候都要留意，呢隻鑊魚係熱㗎，鐵㗎嘛，要咁樣炒，咁樣揸住佢嗱。
If you're able to, another fancy option is to toss the wok to mix all the rice at the same time.
唔一定要泡，唔係個個識泡鑊㗎嘛。泡咧就更加勻循啲飯嚇，
After another 2 to 3 minutes of stir frying, we can add a couple of final touches.
已經基本上就得㗎啦。加少少油，等佢咧更加向佢滑，葱花俾埋落去，而家炒勻就得㗎啦。
We'll take another minute to mix everything together and we can turn the heat off.
嗱，你就試下真係夠唔夠味先嚇。而家要熄火啦。
At this point, we can have a taste test.
Thank you, Neon. Take it to you.
嗰啲個茶匙生抽上去。
My dad adds another teaspoon of light soy sauce here to make it a bit saltier, but be sure to adjust according to your preference.
哇，係咪好靚啊？哇！而家咧
I love that. I
上
love that instead of just pouring it in there. What kind of oil? What?
Stir frying, we can add a couple of final touches.
已經基本上就得㗎啦。加少少油，等佢咧更加向佢滑。
I'm
葱花
sure that's
俾埋
peanut
落去
oil, like a neutral oil, or maybe
炒勻
sesame.
就得㗎啦。
We'll take another
Green
minute to mix
onion.
everything together and we can turn the heat off.
嗱，你就試下真係夠唔夠味先啊！而家要
Hi,
熄
Paul.
火
I'm making it to you.
At this point, we can have a taste test.
Yeah, I love that he
My dad
adds it in
another
the
teaspoon of
spatula
light soy
instead of
sauce
just
here
putting it
to
in
make
there.
bit saltier, but be sure to adjust according to your preference.
係咪好靚啊？哇！而家咧就上碟，上碟咧好多就直情係咁樣喺個鑊擺上嚟嘅碟嘅啫。我而家咪得就係用
Wait a minute.
碗裝好，再吸落隻碟嗰度。你想佢靚啲？
Is this healthy? Maybe the thing that's unhealthy about it is salt. But all the ingredients seem nice, right? You add a little bit of oil, there's vegetables, there's rice, there's egg, and then a bunch of seasoning. A little bit of sugar. I guess mostly salty things. And a little bit of oil. But it doesn't sound like it's too terribly unhealthy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. Well, and it also depends on the oil that you add too, right? Because if you're using something like avocado oil and you put a little bit in there, that's not a big deal. That's not a problem. Yeah. I think it might be the soy sauce part. Like if you use like low sodium soy sauce, okay, I'd feel better about eating this if I use low sodium soy sauce. Yeah, that sounds like it'd be better.
面嘅，咁你咪加啲葱花喺個碗底嗰度，你再嗰啲青紅蘿蔔擺喺個底嗰度，吸落去咁咪喺個面嗰度，係嘛？好啦，其餘咧就畢上就得㗎啦。
Now we'll put the rest of the rice into the bowl and compress it a bit with a spatula.
即係撳一撳佢，倒落個碟嗰度，佢就唔會散㗎啦。咁就係中間搞住咁啊，嚇得嘛？
Finally, we'll lift the bowl and reveal a beautifully round-shaped dish of fried rice.
啊，朋友們，今日簡單嘅蛋炒飯就炒好咗啦，希望大家中意。同多位妹妹，我哋吃飯咯，炒飯咯。
Yay!
你喺中國，你喺台灣，你會加咩點啊？
鹹魚、鹹蝦。
細佬話：如果鹹魚炒飯、鹹蝦炒飯，好好食㗎。
Bubbling up too.
YouTube thinks you'll like this recipe next. Let's see if they're right. A huge thank you to our walk stars and all of our chefs in the Kanto Cooking Club.
Well, that was fun. Okay, this video is really nice too.
Parents try soul food for the first time.
소울푸드라고 합니다.
Soul, S-O-U-L.
Where are these from?
미국에 있는 흑인들.
어? 남부지에 가면 솔푸드라는 게 있다는
맞아,
걸
맞아.
난 들은 적 있어. 이야, 찍어 먹으라고?
This is so funny because they had kimchi.
솔. 오.
맛있어.
catfish.
어?
고양이 생선이야?
메리안.
아,
우리나라에서 많이 먹죠. 근데 이렇게 튀겨 먹진 않아.
옛날에 금잔디 동산에 맛있다. 토마토. 고추. 고추전. Very good. 이야, 오크라. 어?
희한한 생선. 그냥 먹어도 돼.
무서워.
고추가 똑같아.
뭐야? 고추냐? 고기 주세요.
Oh my god.
우와.
그래도 좀
야, 미안하다, 그지? 오. 월동. 훨씬 소울.
껍질도 먹게?
Not the skin. Ah, get rid of the meat.
이걸 많이 먹으면.
No, it's not.
됐어, 이제. 아, 이거 먹어봐야지.
She's my favorite.
희한한 맛. 우리나라 감자탕 같은데 향이 다른.
근데 감자탕인데
맛이 다른.
오리지널 같아.
Okay.
소울.
Okay. Here's my meta theory, right? Here's my meta theory. Okay. In my opinion, like you know how the world is like globalization, right? Like everyone is like kind of learning about each other and stuff, and like we're learning about different cultures, and we get to see them like on TV and stuff, and the internet and social media and videos and all that stuff. Okay, so everybody has like their own separate cultures, right? Where they've developed them over thousands of years, right? And they've all kind of culminated into their thing, right? Like Black Americans have their thing, and Europeans have their things, and Koreans, and maybe people in Canada, and then people in Mexico. So everyone has their thing, right? And so what I think about sometimes is like, what are like cool cohesive ways that you can like mix the two together. And I think one of the ways that you could do it is through food, where you combine like different sorts of like ingredient combinations or like techniques into making good food or something. And I think it's like early stages, so we don't really know we don't really know about it, right? Because you still want to be like respectful and everything. But like I wonder in the future, as that continues, and we all get to like kind of like mingle and integrate a little, not integrate, but you know what I mean, like mingle with each other's like, oh, this tastes good, or like, oh, this tastes really good too, or this technique's really good. I wonder if you could like make some like really cool, like, you know, like here comes a couple, one, you know, a Korean black couple where they combine some of the Korean techniques in the Korean food, or like put it as one of the dishes on the whole plate, and they combine it with black food, right? And like combine the two, and it tastes really good. Like I don't know what it's called. Like I don't know what it's called. But it sounds like it'd be real good. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like I don't know. It's just something that like, you know, we gotta get there. We gotta work towards it. You know what I mean? Korean fried chicken. See fusion. Yeah. Fusion cuisine. Okay. That's a good word. Yeah.
Ooh.
Fusion cuisine. All right, here.
없노. 없네.
Oh, he likes. Ooh.
슬픈 역사가 있어. 이제 흑인들이 노예였잖아. 제일 질기고 안 좋은 베지터블. 이게 컬러드 그린이라고 해요. 그리고 이 고기는 막 이상한 부분 막
Okay, leave them be alone.
그런 거를 이제 이 사람들이 어떻게 해서 해야 되니까 이거를 오랫동안 막 4시간 동안 막 끓여가지고 이렇게 해서 겨우 유지했다. 여기 나오는 이게 오랫동안 끓여서 나오는 국물이
History's so fucking annoying because that was the same case with oxtails, and now look how much they cost.
핫 리커.
아니까.
로 영양분을 이렇게 막
아, 영양분 들어온다. 진짜 눈물 나는 국물이야.
우리나라 그
Two and off.
진수가
You like it better?
Two and off.
고기 다 떨어졌어.
야채를 먹어야 돼.
이거는 고기가 중심이 아니야, 아빠.
울면서 먹어야 돼. 햄 같아.
야, 스모크도 된 거야.
아.
근데 희한한다 벌써.
계피? 잘못 준 것 같아.
우와, 브레드? 콘 브레드?
Cornbread, yeah. Oh, he's having a time. Like he's.
진짜 콘브레드다.
이위. 맛있어?
김치도 콘브레드 넣고, 그다음에 이거 넣고.
I love that. Like what? Kimchi and cornbread. Do you see this? This is evolution right there. See that?
너 김치에다가 넣고.
여기다가 밥을 넣으면 김밥.
포도주? 히비스커스라는 꽃차야.
아, 괜찮아.
와, 소울 드링크.
흑인들이 노예에서 해방이 됐잖아. 그래서 그거를 축하하는 의미에서 빨간
Yep,
음식이나
Juneteenth.
빨간
Uh huh.
그래서 준티스라고
아하.
엄마는 뭐가 제일 맛있어? 엄마는 이게 제일 좋아? 아빠는?
이거 제일 맛있어 이거. 아니 국물이 맛있다.
What's your favorite thing?
Collard greens with the pork.
That's your favorite?
What the fuck? See that? You see, calisthenics guide, huh? Where's the egg video? Stop! Don't look at. No, wait. Oh, this one was really interesting. I want to do this, but with blueberries.
I'm gonna show you how to make this delicious strawberry brownies with a sweet, tangy taste of fresh strawberries. Chop the strawberries and place them in a food processor and process until blended. Place the puree in a small saucepan and bring to a boil over medium heat. Once the puree comes to a boil, reduce the heat to medium-low and continue to simmer, stirring occasionally for about 20 minutes until you have obtained 2/3 of a cup of puree. The puree is going to be very thick and dark in color. Remove it from the heat and set aside. To make the batter, mix the unsalted butter and white chocolate in a large bowl. Place the bowl in the microwave and microwave for 15 to 30-second increments, stirring in between until the chocolate has melted completely with the butter. Add the granulated sugar and 1/3 cup plus 2 tablespoons of the strawberry puree that you made to the bowl. Mix with a whisk or a mixer to combine. Add the egg yolks, and beat with the mixer over medium speed for about 3 minutes. You can also add a couple of drops of pink food coloring if desired, because once the brownies bake, the color is going to fade a little bit. So if you want them to have a vibrant pink color, you can add some pink food coloring. Add the flour and the salt to the bowl and mix on low to combine. Pour the batter in an 8x8 or 9x9 square pan lined with parchment paper and greased. Don't use a glass pan for this recipe because the brownies are going to be raw in the middle. Bake the brownies in the oven for 35 minutes until they look set around the edges and on top, and the toothpick should come out clean once inserted into the brownies. Remove them from the oven.
Those look so good, man.
To make the ganache, mix the strawberry puree with the heavy cream in a small cup or bowl. Heat it up in the microwave until the mixture is hot. Pour over the chocolate and whisk until the chocolate melts. Let the ganache cool down slightly and come to room temperature. Pour it over the cooled
Hi,
brownies
Robo, I can
and
see you.
spread with a spatula. You can also sprinkle some freeze-dried strawberry powder over the brownies if desired.
See, those aren't brownies,
Let
those are
the ganache
pinkies.
set on top of the brownies, then slice and serve.
See, those aren't even brownies, those are
I hope you
pinkies.
enjoyed this recipe. Thank you for watching.
Look,
Bye.
I want to try it. Okay, hold on. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me find it for you. Here it is. Sola's egg video. Let's watch it.
Egg that people are into. I went to an aunt's house once, and she made me fried egg, but didn't baste it. There's nothing I hate more than undercooked white, and she was really mean and made me eat the whole thing. And then after that, I didn't eat eggs for like years. It took me a while to recover. We're getting. She doesn't know who I'm talking about. Like those kinds of aunts never think it's them. Hi, I'm Sola Aweli at the New York Times Cooking Studio, and this is the first episode in a series of 7 where I'm going to teach you a bunch of culinary basics so you can be better in the kitchen. Welcome to my cooking school. But it's free, no debt. Today we're going to talk about eggs, and I'm going to show you all of the ways to make the best perfect eggs. We're going to do fried, we're going to do sunny, boiled, scrambled, frittata, every kind of like basic egg technique you need to like enjoy breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So I went to the store and I got a few different types of eggs. When you look at the egg section in stores now, there's a lot of options. So first of all, eggs come in varying sizes, anywhere down from peewee to jumbo. What you're gonna see in most grocery stores is medium, large, and extra large. And then there's a lot of other labels. And the fact is most of them don't mean a whole lot, but it's kind of good to know where they're coming from. So natural, that's a marketing term that doesn't mean anything. All eggs are natural. Organic eggs, that means that the chickens have been fed an organic feed and are antibiotic and hormone free. And then there's a whole set of terms that indicate to you a little bit about how chickens are living. So a very conventional, affordable egg. Those chickens are often in battery cages. They are given a lot of antibiotics. So to level it up, we got cage free. That means that the chickens are not living in tight cages, but it also doesn't mean that they have access to outdoors or that they have a lot of room to move. It just means they're not in cages. Free range means that the chickens have continuous access to the outdoors, and how much space they have and how often they're actually outdoors isn't clear. It's not a fully regulated term. Pasture raised means that they spend the majority of their life outside, but once again, it's not a fully regulated term. When you see a carton that's labeled either certified humane or animal welfare approved, that's when you know that a third party has been in there to really check and see that the chicken's standard of living is high. So that's when you can make sure that they're truly pasture raised, they're actually outside, that they're actually eating grubs. But another thing to keep in mind is certified humane, pasture raised, organic egg is very expensive, so do the best you can. Just go forth with this knowledge when you go shop for your eggs. So what's the difference between a white egg and a brown egg, or even this beautiful blue egg? It's really just the genetics of the chicken. It doesn't affect the flavor. It's no reflection of what they were fed or how they lived. And like, we're at a store right now where all the eggs are brown because it's just the egg that people are into right now. It's just the hot new egg. But honestly, it doesn't matter if your eggs are white, brown, or blue. In the US, we store our eggs in the fridge. And in most of the world, we store it at room temperature, which I know it's like a controversial thing. It really throws a lot of people off. But the reason why we store our eggs here in the fridge is because they're washed. Well, eggs naturally have a membrane on the outside.
Oh, I love these little things too. They're so cute. Oh my god.
Eggshells themselves are actually porous. Whoa, I know, wild. It looks solid, but it's actually porous. Because it's porous, bacteria can penetrate into it once the cuticle is washed off. So if you get your eggs somewhere else in the world, it's likely that the cuticle has not been washed off and you can store it at room temperature. All of our eggs here are washed, so it's best to store it in the fridge. However, eggs that are stored in the fridge do last longer. So even if you get an unwashed egg, it might be a good idea to store it in the fridge just to increase the shelf life. Between the shell and the egg, there's another membrane. Knowing that you have that membrane can be helpful when you're boiling eggs, because if you pop it into boiling water and then into ice water, it relaxes and contracts and makes it a little bit easier to peel the egg. So it's just good to know that it's there. It doesn't affect anything. You're not going to eat it. It comes right off when you peel the egg. And then you've got the yolk, which has a lot of fats and vitamins. And then you've got the white. The main thing to know about the white is not one consistent mass. It has alternating layers of thick and thin white. That's just to give it more cushion, when things are jostling around, to protect that baby chick and also protect that yolk and keep it nice and centered. That's why when you go to beat an egg, it actually takes a minute to thoroughly mix up the whites, especially the fresher your egg is, the higher ratio of thick white you have. The majority of the vitamins and nutrients in an egg are actually in the yolk, while the white is this protective cushioning for the chick. So it's kind of like, I have a baby chick right now, and it's surrounded in amniotic fluid. So the white's almost like that amniotic fluid, kind of protects it, buffers it, but it also gives it protein and water while it grows. It's a very beautiful thing when you think about it, how it's designed to have everything necessary for life. So what a great way to start your day, with a couple of eggs. We're gonna start with a simple, fluffy scrambled egg. It's gonna be a little bit higher heat and you stir it a bit less. The next scramble, which is gonna be very creamy, we're gonna go for a low heat, constant whisking, and you get a custardy texture. Then it's really interesting how just by changing the temperature a bit, you can get a totally different texture, because eggs are incredible. I always like to crack my eggs on a flat surface, like the counter. I find that when I crack it up against the rim of the bowl, it's very likely to lose a bit of shell into the eggs
fuck that
themselves.
shit, yeah.
Now, I like to salt my eggs in advance. Old French chefs love to say not to salt your eggs in advance because they think it'll dry it out. But really what's happening is it looks like it's becoming watery because it breaks up the egg white a little bit, changes the way light reflects it, but chemically, at its core, it will make your eggs more tender. You can actually salt your eggs 15 minutes in advance.
Really?
For a creamier scramble.
I didn't know that. Wait, I usually do it afterwards.
Which is fluffier salt, so it might look like I'm using a lot, but it's actually a less salty salt. And I go for an even sprinkle across each egg. Whisking your eggs actually takes a little bit longer than you think. You need to take your time, break it up. You can see I just scrambled it for a moment now, and there's lumps of white floating around. That's gonna lead to kind of a dry scramble in places. Okay, so it took a minute. It's really nicely whisked up. If you want these to be
Hi, Jackie, good to see you.
You can add a teaspoon of milk per egg, but I'm gonna go just butter today. For these eggs, we want...
Yeah, I'm a little bit extra now. Now when I, oh, this is a live event? Oh, shit. Now when I cook eggs, I use a hand blender. Okay, what do you want me to do? Press LB to grab Mog and aim. Without releasing the button, press RB. Hold on. But yeah, I usually use a hand blender or like a little neutral bullet to do it instead, because I don't want to mix it up, right? And I want to make sure it's like real mixed up. And ooh, those they're so good. They're so nice. I love it. Like the little neutral bullet, like it's like one more dish, unfortunately. But like I don't want to do all the physical stuff, okay? And so mixing them up, put a little I do heavy cream. I put a little heavy cream in it. If I don't have heavy cream, I'll just do milk. But put a little milk, not much, but a little milk, a little heavy cream in it, and put it in a hand blender or put it in the NutriBullet. Let it do its thing for like 20 seconds. And then the consistency is really good, and it's like perfect. It's like my favorite thing. Spicy or mild jambalaya? Spicy, but not too spicy, because I'm just trying to eat. I'm not trying to sweat. Like,
I want them to be fluffy, so we're gonna cook it at like medium heat. I'm using a non-stick skillet here. It just makes it a little bit more foolproof. I know my pan's hot because my butter's nice and foamy. I'm gonna add my eggs. You don't scooch them around too much. We're just gonna do like a gentle fold. The edges set faster than the middle, and you just kind of fold them in. It happens pretty fast. And it will continue cooking from the residual heat, so you take it off while it's still just a little bit wet.
yep.
Finish with a little pepper.
Exactly, when it's a little early, like a little early.
Now we're gonna do a creamy, really luxe restaurant style scramble. We're gonna go over low heat, whisking constantly, and it's gonna give us like a custardy texture. So the fluffy
Nice.
scramble is like your everyday scramble, and this is gonna be more like Sunday breakfast. It takes a little bit more time, a little bit more care. So we're gonna start the same way, seasoning up our eggs, and we're gonna whisk it thoroughly. Now we're gonna use a saucier. This is my favorite pot. I got this at home. What's great about it is it has sloped sides. You don't have to use this pot. You can use a regular saucepan, but you don't want to use non-stick because we're going to be whisking in here constantly.
Yeah.
And non-stick can't handle the whisk.
Yeah. I think you just keep going. I think you just whisk it throughout. This shit takes so long, and sometimes you can get like get a bowl like she has and put it over like a thing of water, a boiling water, and then do it that way. I think it's another French way that they do it, and it like gets these like curdles in it, and it's so creamy. It's so good on like some toasted bread. It's really nice. It's definitely like not the traditional like hard egg, which I personally like. I don't really like eggs that are like runny and fucking eh. But when it comes to scrambled eggs, I can deal with a little bit of like smooth, like luxurious kind of, what's the word, silky kind of egg. I can deal with it.
Metal action, because there's no corners. You can really get in there with the whisk. If you have a regular saucepan, no problem. Just make sure you like really pay attention and get into the corners. 2 eggs is not a lot, so you can just lose all of your egg into the corner and have like nothing left to eat. So we're gonna go low heat here, starting the same way with a little bit of butter, and we're gonna wait until it gets nice and foamy. Eggs going in, and now we're gonna whisk the whole time.
Did you know
So this does
butter
take
has a
a
really
little
low
bit
smoke
longer.
point?
But it's Sunday, you have time. The main thing at this point is
You
wanna
just keep doing it.
moving.
Yeah, all the
And
time.
You're gonna keep whisking until you see some teeny curds kind of suspended in some like creamy situation. And I know like some people, when they see these eggs, they think they're undercooked. I promise
They're
you,
not
they are fully
undercooked.
cooked.
Yeah.
The texture's just different because of the constant motion.
These
You
are
can see the
so
eggs
good on
getting
bread.
Thicker, a little bit foamy. The whisking is
Hi,
also
Rage.
like
Easy.
adding a little bit air to it, which adds to that creamy vibe. As you get closer, you have to stir a bit more vigorously because it's going to want to stick to the sides. And pulling it off the heat so it doesn't overcook. You add a little butter at the end for richness.
Yep.
And also, it just kind of halts the cooking. And then you got to get it out of your pan pretty fast because it is such a teeny amount of eggs, so you lose that creamy fast. It's one of those things where it's like, it's taking a really long time, and then boom, it like happens really fast. I'm gonna finish this with a little pepper. And that's our teeny creamy curds. You
They're
can, like,
so
level it up,
good.
Finish it with a little creme fraiche. Whoa. So here we've got
Fresh.
our 2 kinds of scrambled. Same ingredients, different technique. Here we've got a forkable, quick scramble, the weekday scramble. And then right here, this is like a spoonable scramble, right? Creamy, custardy, you don't even have to chew. This is actually my favorite egg. The crispy, edged, oil-basted egg. I don't think there's anything better than this. For a crispy egg, you need to go hot and fast. That's the key to getting the crispy edges while keeping that like molten yolk. Because we need to go so hot, I don't like to use a non-stick for this. Non-sticks really aren't meant to get that hot. My favorite is to use a cast iron. Anytime you use a cast iron, give it a minute to heat up on medium heat. Cast irons retain heat well, but they actually don't heat very evenly, so they take a little bit of time to get going, but once they get there, they're like ready to roll. You know it's there when you see like just like wisps of smoke coming off the edge. And then once that happens, we need to move pretty quickly. We're gonna baste this egg, so we need a big spoon to help us baste. This is my favorite spoon. It's my favorite tool. It's got a really big head and a really squat handle, so it's really good for like basting. We're basically going to tilt the skillet and then scoop up some of the fat that pools at the edge and pour it over the egg. And that helps the top cook at the same rate as the bottom. I'm gonna crack my eggs into a separate container because cracking directly into the pan, you can get some oil splatter and you're more likely to get shells in there. We have our wisps of smoke. We know our pan's hot. Now we're gonna move quickly. I have a towel because your cast iron's hot. A couple tablespoons of oil. And then our eggs are going in. Drop it close to the surface of the pan so that you don't break your yolks. A light sprinkling of salt. Increase the heat to medium-high. And we're just gonna let it chill for a minute, let the whites kind of settle. And then we're gonna begin our baste. So we're gonna tilt and scoop and baste. For the fat, you wanna use something with a higher smoke point. So definitely don't use whole
Don't use butter, yeah.
Whole butter is gonna burn.
That's what I was saying. So yeah, it was very recently where I learned like, yeah, butter, you know how browns, because the smoke point is only like 300 degrees and it's really easy, especially if you cook on like medium high to overcook eggs or to overcook to brown butter accidentally, because surface stoves get kind of fucking hot. Like the other day we were heating up some butter and it was like 500 degrees because it was sitting there on like high, and I told him not to go high, but he went high anyway, and it was like 500 degrees, and I'm like, oh my fucking god. Like, yeah, so butter, low heat.
As soon as it hits the pan. Okay, so it doesn't take a whole lot of basting. You can see that the white on top has set and cooked through, and we're getting some nice browning and frizzling around the edges. And it's useful to have a slotted fish spatula like this because you can drain the oil as you scoop it off. If you don't have one like this, just give it a little tap on a paper towel before you land on the plate. Just make sure your eggs like loosen from the skillet so that you don't break those yolks. So give it a little tilt to drain off that fat. And we go to our plate. Oh, crispy, crackly, a little bit of pepper. And we have the best egg, my favorite egg. This is your dinner egg. We got our nice crispy, crackly edges, really nice jiggly molten yolk. You can see it's still really nice and molten, but there's none of that snotty, runny white on top because we gave a little baste. It's a good way to like get used to this higher heat cooking. That's what's great with eggs. You can really get to know your pan and your burner and your equipment and what the smoke point of oil is and what a hot pan looks like. And even if you mess up, you're still gonna have breakfast. All right, we're gonna do sunny side egg. We want no color on our eggs, but we want the whites totally set, yolk nice and runny. That's the goal here. Same deal, I'm gonna crack into a separate container just to make sure I get no shells and my yolks are nice and not broken. You don't have to do it this way. If you feel confident, just go into the pan. Now we're back to the non-stick here, a little bit of butter, and we're gonna let this melt until it gets like nice and foamy. We're gonna go for like a medium low because we want this to be nice and gentle. And once again, we're gonna drop pretty close to the pan so we don't break our yolks and lightly season. And you can totally just like let your eggs gently cook as it is, but I like to cover it.
Yeah, me
to get
too.
it going a little bit faster.
Yeah, me too.
It's probably just gonna take 1 to 2 minutes. Keep an eye on it. It really depends on how cold your eggs were to begin with and how fresh they were. So a fresher egg with like a plumper white takes a little bit longer to cook through. So you can see it's already happening. Wow. I'm just gonna keep it going. We're going until that white is totally opaque and set, but the yolk is still sunny. We're getting closer. You can see the transformation every time you lift up the lid. So if you take a look, this one egg is pretty much there, but there's still a little bit of white here that's not cooked. So I'm putting that directly over the heat, just to give it a little bit more. This is a really good method for when you're cooking a lot of eggs, because there's no flipping required. You just put a lid on it, scooch it around. Okay, we did it. We have our sunny side egg. So you can see our yolk is still really nice and sunny, but the whites are totally set. It's really gentle, you don't want to break your yolk, so I prefer just sliding it out. A little bit of pepper. Because we had a higher ratio of that thin white, that got a little overcooked. You can tell because it's a little bubbly, but the thicker white is like perfect. We're gonna eat it all. So now we're gonna do the over easy egg. So the only difference between sunny side up and over easy is over easy, you have like a white film over the yolk, and you get that by just cooking it for a little bit longer, covered, or in a restaurant, typically you give it a quick flip. I'm gonna show you how to do it with the lid because you're in no rush. So this method takes a little bit longer, but you are less likely to break your eggs, and it's much easier when you're doing a big skillet with like 8 eggs. So I got my butter going, let that get nice and foamy. So similarly, I'm melting it on like medium-high heat, and then I'm gonna drop it down to medium-low when I pop in my eggs. Now you can just cover this and let it roll, or I'm gonna add just like a splash of water. This helps it cook a little bit faster, and I'm not adding much, maybe like a teaspoon. There's already a good bit of steam that's produced from the egg white itself. This is just a little extra. Over easy is great because you get all of the textures of a sunny side egg, like the really tender white, the runny yolk, but you are guaranteed to not have any undercooked white. Oh, look at that, and we're over easy.
Nice.
So this is our over easy egg. Same thing, we're gonna just gently slide it out. So you can see there's a little bit of bubblage that happens from the water, but it did cook quite quickly. And you just wanna make sure you don't end up with that water on your plate. There we go. And a little pep. So you can see the white is totally cooked. We have the really nice set film on top, but if you give it a poke, it's like wiggly, it's jiggly, it's like pudding in there. That's exactly what you want. So here's our easy over easy egg. Over hard. So this is probably the easiest egg because we're just trying to cook everything. Same deal, starting the same way. The goal here is a fully cooked yolk and fully set whites. This is the best egg, I think, for a breakfast sandwich. I mean, I love a runny yolk, but it gets messy in a sandwich. I'm going for a medium-high heat just for melting the butter. We are trying to cook through the white and the yolk, but this isn't an egg where you get much browning. So we have our bubbly butter, turn the heat down, add our eggs, a little bit of salt. If you want this to happen like really fast, you can pop the yolk and like kind of marble it in there, kind of like a McDonald's breakfast sandwich. Or you can just wait until the whites are like mostly set, and then we're gonna give it a little flip. We are like slightly less cooked than for a sunny. Now's a good time to flip because our whites are all in one, and we flip. And it doesn't matter if your eggs break because they're gonna be cooked all the way. Since we're going for over hard, we're gonna cook this until the yolks feel totally set. So they're not gonna be pudding vibes. It's gonna be more firm. A little bit of pepper, and we've got our over hard eggs. Whether it's over easy or over medium or over hard is just poke the yolk and feel how squishy it is. When it's over easy, it should be like a liquid. When it's over medium, it's more like pastry cream. And now that it's over hard, it's firm and it's set.
I like that. That's much. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
It's pretty easy. There's just a few things to keep in mind to make sure that you have a consistent cook on your eggs and that they peel evenly. We're gonna start with eggs straight out of the fridge. All of these cook times work best with cold eggs and eggs that are large size. So if you have an extra large egg or a medium egg or room temperature egg, you may need to adjust the cook times to make it work for your egg. The key to getting the shell to peel off cleanly is like these drastic changes in temperature. So we're gonna have cold eggs going into boiling water and then going into an ice bath. You really wanna think about how many eggs you're boiling to determine the size of the pot of water. You need to make sure you have enough water that when you add the cold eggs to the pot, that the temperature doesn't drop too much. And then the second thing is you need to have a big enough ice bath for the number of eggs you're going to be cooking. With an ice bath, it's really important to make sure you have enough ice so that when you add the hot eggs to it, it doesn't immediately melt and become tepid. Anytime you're making an ice bath, this is a good rule. Fill up your bowl with ice. and then add your water. Like I see some people, it's like they're making a beverage, it's like mostly water and a few cubes. That's not gonna do anything. You need a lot of ice. Go to the bodega, get a bag of ice. It'll be worth it. It's helpful to have something like this to help drop all your eggs in at once. Be really careful when you drop in your eggs so they don't just break at the bottom of the pan. And I want to show you the eggs at a few different temps. So we're gonna pull them out every couple of minutes so you can see the difference between like a really soft 3-minute egg, and we're gonna go all the way up to like 15. This is like a really simple technique, but you want to keep an eye on it because you don't want it to be boiling so vigorously that the eggs start smacking around and you end up losing a bunch of egg white. But you also don't want it to be still. So we're just gonna keep an eye on it. And I have my slotted spoon ready for evacuating. So this is gonna be our 3-minute egg. I'm gonna plunge this into the water to halt the cooking. You wanna let it stay in here for about a minute. Next egg is going to be our 5-minute egg, one of my faves. Let that cool. Now we're gonna grab our 7-minute egg. So this one I am gonna peel. So as soon as I get it under that cold water, I'm gonna crack it gently with the back of my spoon to help drive that water between the shell and the egg. That's all it needs to get going. 9 minutes is like the best egg salad sandwich egg.
I agree.
It's a little bit jammy at the core, but you get that like
9 minutes is exactly what I do too.
Layer.
Exactly. It's not too icky. Exactly. I do the same thing.
Just so it was cool enough to handle, and then I whack and pop it back in. Now we're gonna grab our 11-minute egg. This I think is the perfect deviled egg. The yolk is gonna be fully cooked, so it's like ready to mash up with mayo and stuff. Whoops, it was a little hot. And then the last one, we're just gonna let it go. We're gonna let it go for too long, and we're gonna show you what happens when you overcook an egg. To peel our eggs, we're gonna start at the blunt end, and this is our 15-minute egg, and because it cooked for too long, this one smells really eggy. When you cook egg whites for too long, they really develop this like farty smell. It just smells like butt. Now you can see that membrane, the shell is clinging to it, but the actual egg is not. So you can really easily peel it right off. Okay, so we've got our boiled eggs, and we're gonna crack into them so we can see how the different cooking times affects the inside. So the 3 and 5 minute, these are gonna be really soft. These are eat out of the shell eggs. 3-minute egg, we have a molten yolk and like barely set white, almost like undercooked white. This is just ready for like dipping. The 5-minute egg, we have a bit more set white.
Oh, that's new.
Totally molten yolk, but the white's a little bit more cooked. It's less runny. And then 7-minute, I think this is one of the best eggs there is. Nice and jammy, totally set white, but we still have a nice molten yolk. For the 9-minute, it's like nice and fudgy. The yolk hasn't gotten into that chalky place, but everything is totally cooked. 11 minutes, we have a little bit of chalkiness.
That one's pretty good.
Nice fudgy core. And then 15-minute, for me this is an overcooked egg, but it still isn't so bad that the white has become green. This is also a really good egg for deviled egg if you prefer a more cooked yolk, and we're not getting to that very overcooked stage. It's a perfectly acceptable egg, but it is starting to get a little eggy. So we're gonna poach some eggs now. It's not as hard as I think a lot of people think. It's just about temperature management. So I don't use vinegar or anything in my water. There are some people who say that it helps the exterior coagulate faster. I haven't found there to be a significant difference when I use vinegar and when I don't. But more importantly, when I use vinegar, I can taste it, and I don't like the taste of it. So I prefer to go just water. We want to see gentle bubblage. If it's too vigorous, it's gonna like jostle everything around and all of the egg white's gonna fall off of the yolk. With poaching, it's actually very important to strain off the thin white. If you don't strain off the thin white, sometimes you can end up with a pocket of water inside of your poached egg, which is really kind of gross. And see all of that? That would have just made like a wispy mess in the water. I'm gonna just like roll this out of here, and it's gonna kind of wrap the white around the yolk, and we're gonna give it a quick spin, and that centers the yolk. You don't want it to sit on the bottom because then it's going to cook unevenly. So you just keep it spinning. And it takes about 3 minutes. Yes. Oh,
yes.
Welcome to the surface. Okay, so let's give her a little poke. That feels wiggly, but right here, where the white is, feels a little bit too runny. We want to make sure our whites are set. So this needs like 15 more seconds. It's really close.
This is why I don't fuck with like I don't love and adore eggs with like, I need firmness in my eggs, y'all. Like, I don't know, man. don't like runny, yolky. Like, to me, the more yolky it is, the more, I guess, alive it makes me feel. Like, I know it's not, but for me, I guess it just feels like more raw. And I know it's not raw, but it feels like it's raw. And I'm like, I don't want to like, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to deal with it. You know, I just don't want to deal with it. It makes me feel a little more bad, I guess. And if I wanted something runny with eggs, I would have something else that's like, I don't know, like an additional to it. You know, I would add an add-on for that. You know, like I wouldn't do it. So I don't know. It's just something about runny egg texture just doesn't really do it for me. I need something like a little bit in between. Kind of like that 9-minute egg. That's like the furthest I'll go.
Whites are always gross. There's like never a time where I'm like, oh, I'm really craving a runny white.
That's what I say. Like, no.
Another poke. So I think the first one's good. Poke
maybe
here,
with like
really
an egg
nice,
sandwich or something,
soft,
but like
molten
yeah.
center. Around here feels nice and set and firm. I'm just gonna plop this right here to drain off slightly. This one feels done too. So here we've got our poached eggs. No special tricks, just water, temperature management, and eggs. If you're poaching for a lot of people, you can plop these right into ice water. And then when you are about to serve your food, just warm it through in a gentle bath. You can hold it in the ice water for like 2 hours. So if you're gonna do a big brunch with like Eggs Benedict, always cook your eggs in advance. Just make your life easier. All right, so I showed you a bunch of things that eggs can do on their own. Amazing. But we have more. Eggs are so good with so many different ingredients. I'm gonna show you how to make a frittata with whatever you've got. Fridge clean out frittata. It's a great way to take your
frittata,
and like give it a new life. This is also a good way to, oh look, I have some shell. It's a teaching moment. The best way to take it out is by using the shell. The shell really wants to stick to the shell, so use the shell to scoop out the shell. A lot of frittata recipes give you a measured amount of salt because you don't want to underseason your eggs. You've cooked a lot of eggs now, right? Because you made all of those. So you know what amount of salt you want on an egg. So just like translate that to 8, 1 egg. This is actually how I do it. So if I'm making like something with like 30 eggs, I actually sit there and I'm like counting how many eggs is that. So I'm gonna whip these up and we're gonna let it sit while we get the rest of our ingredients ready. And that's gonna give the salt time to do its thing and make sure these eggs are really nice and custardy. At this point, you could add a little bit of cream. You can like level it up. I'm giving you like the basics, but you take it as far as your fridge will let you go. So if you want to add a little cream in here, go for it. A little bit of sour cream. So for the fat, you can use oil or butter.
Quiche! Give me some. Quiche! I want quiche! Bitch, wait. And you didn't invite me over? Huh? Oh my god, like a whole quiche. Ugh.
Butter, because we're cooking at like a lower moderate temperature, you don't have to worry about the butter burning. But I decided to get a little crazy and I'm gonna use bacon fat.
So what the fuck?
Building a flavor early on. For your mix-ins, you can get really creative. Use frozen vegetables, use cooked stuff, but the main thing to think about is how long does something need to cook? And that's gonna determine what order you add it to the pan. I've got like pretty much all quick cooking stuff, and then we're gonna warm through a little bit of cooked farro, some crumbled bacon, and some chives. Now I'm gonna add my tomatoes. Now with every ingredient you're adding, you wanna think about whether or not it needs some salt. You wanna layer on that seasoning. So cherry tomatoes, a little bit of salt. I'm not gonna go crazy though because the bacon fat already has some salt. Now I'm gonna add some cooked farro. Grains are like really fun in a frittata. They add a really nice chewy texture. We've got some cooked bacon, and I'm gonna add pepper at this point. If you're worried that you're gonna end up with a bland frittata, once everything's warmed through, just give it a taste. If this tastes good, you're going in a good direction. So everything's really hot and sizzling. You can hear the sound in the pan has changed from like kind of a wet sound to more of like a sharp sizzling. And that's how you know the moisture's cooked out, everything's warmed through, and now it's a good time to add our eggs. So we're gonna drop this temp down to like medium low, and I'm gonna add my chives and my eggs. So we're gonna start by stirring it to make sure everything's like evenly distributed. And then we're gonna kind of do this folding motion because the edges are gonna cook faster than the center. So here we're doing the majority of the cooking on the stove top, and I'm just gonna finish it in the broiler to set the top and set the cheese. This method's just like a little bit faster than if you were to pop it all in the oven, but you could also just pop it in the oven.
Wait, you put it in Food Channel. Let me look. Hold on, turn it up. Hold on, wait. Let me look. Ooh, that looks. I'm kidding.
Who wanted the poo-poo platter?
Ooh. Oh, this is pretty. Ooh. I like it. It looks great, actually. We need to add that to the soundboard, by the way.
Who wanted the poo-poo platter?
Yeah, that was cheetah print plate.
Okay, so we got this like loose scramble here. So I'm gonna just stop moving it around. Just to speed this up a touch, I'm gonna cover it. I can never find my lids, so most of the time
I can't eat tomatoes.
Okay, so
What, like
uncover
as a fruit?
and you can
What?
see it's still a little bit wet on top, but edges and bottom are really nice and set. Now we're gonna top it with cheese and throw it in the broiler. The cheese is key, and you can use as much or as little cheese as you want. This is 4 ounces. Now we're gonna pop this in the broiler, keep a really close eye on it. It's gonna go fast, like 1 to 2 minutes. We wanna see some bubbly cheese, and then we're good to go.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about tomatoes that people just have like a very negative
Cheese
reaction
on the
about
edges
it.
got really nice.
Like, I remember in school, there was just always this like visceral reaction that people had to like happening to tomatoes and like the salad or whatever. And I'm like, what is going on? What is it about the tomatoes that people don't like? It's such a, it's just, to me, I guess they're just so inoffensive that I wonder what it is that so many people like just don't fuck with. I don't know. What? Is it that you're supposed to eat like a thing that feels like it's supposed to have a different texture than it's just like tomato? Maybe that's what it is. I never, yeah, maybe that's what it is. So, am I supposed to go this way? No. Oh, I see what's going on. There's a hidden one over there. Okay. Oh, there's one. Yeah.
Nice and crispy, kind of like a Detroit-style pizza. So thanks for learning about eggs with me. I hope you go forth and crack some eggs with your new egg knowledge. I think you all did excellent today. We had a cracking good time, and you're gonna excel with eggs. There's more of these coming, so stay tuned. And if you want any of these recipes, you can find them on nytcooking.com or in the description below.
I wonder if other content creators or people on camera also feel the same like awkwardness when you're trying to fucking advertise a website or something. Like I wonder other content creators feel the same way, because I'm like it's like, yeah, I would never actually fucking say this ever. Oh, can I show you one of my... Okay, you know what? Fuck you, come here. I'm showing you some of my favorite videos, okay? I've got to show you one of my favorite creators. Okay, let's see. All right, here we go.
Summer is just around the corners. Today I want to walk around the garden, show you the spring garden as we approach summer and all the delicious summer crops that I have growing right now. Made a lot of changes in the garden, in particular on this side. You'll notice that I have fresh wood chip mulch, I have new trellises, even a new bed in the back there. I've actually done a lot of work over here. It turns out this entire garden was being invaded by tree roots, which I have now taken care of temporarily, and we'll see if this garden actually responds well. So right off the bat, over here I have my pepper bed. This is just a mix of peppers. There's some ahi peppers, some Fresno peppers, a couple sweet peppers. And on this side, I also put a little summer squash. I like having summer squash close to the kitchen door over here because it grows so fast in the summer. But if you miss it, you end up with a gigantic squash like that. So my goal is to try to harvest it a little bit more regularly. Now, behind me, I have planted tomatoes. This is a bed where I have struggled in the past with root knot nematode. But what I've done here is I've actually been using French marigolds. I planted a bunch of them over the winter.
Yep.
I also have been using
marigolds. If you got any like root-bound nonsense, like especially with tomato stuff, like always some marigolds, they put like this weird compound or something in the soil, and it stops root bond nematode issues. We planted them with our tomatoes recently. We planted them last year, and they're just such a good companion plant. We love them so much. Anyway, yeah, this is Jacques. He's one of my garden channels that I typically go to, and I love him. I love these videos.
Neem cake meal. Turns out that neem cake meal is really good at dealing with root knot nematodes. And the other thing I wanted to point out right now is that tomatoes look really good. They look super healthy across my entire garden. So on this side I have a net trellis where I have 2 tomatoes. These are cherry tomatoes, which I'm letting entirely go crazy. I'm not really removing many suckers. So this is just 1 tomato plant here. I have another tomato plant here. This is my sauce tomato. And they're just gonna fill out the net throughout the season. Now down here on my right is one of the other beds that I've rebuilt. I rebuilt all 3 of these in-ground beds. By rebuilt, I mean I forked them, I amended them, I kind of reset the irrigation a little bit, and I also replanted them. So on this side, what you're looking at is I have some metal hoops here and some frost cloth because I've been covering this okra to try to get it to grow a little bit faster. So the reason why I cover my okra here is because in San Diego we get something called May gray and June gloom, which is when the coastal air kind of rolls in, blankets us, and blocks out a lot of the sun. So early summer is actually quite cool for us, and okra is a heat-loving plant, and it needs as much heat as possible if we want it to grow. So that is why I'm covering it. It is growing a little bit, so I'm very happy to see that. But at the end of this bed, I've also shoved in a random cherry tomato. You'll see a lot of tomatoes throughout this tour because they are by far my favorite plant. Now, behind me, what I've done is I've actually planted some sorrel here. And this is like one of the most incredible plants. It grows like nobody's business. It's tripled, quadrupled, quintupled in size. I keep cutting it back. And even using the leaves as mulch there, you can see some dead, dying leaves. Just because it's growing so fast, I can't even use it all, so I'm now mulching. Now the purpose of this trellis here will be to grow cucumbers. I actually see a couple baby cucumber seedlings that have just emerged. So in a month or 2, I should start getting some cucumbers out of this bed, and I'm very excited for it. Now on this side, I have my grape.
That's something I think about, crew. Like over where you're at, like one thing about gardening that I find really interesting, like it very much so is contingent on where you are. You don't ever have to worry about frost ever, right? Like you don't ever have to worry about frost warning at all, like ever, right? And so as such, you can grow like a set of, oh, what the fuck? These cost 1,600? Oh shit. What? Okay, those are low-key adequately priced because what? For Phoenix Downs? Oh my god. Okay. What is with the economy here? Holy shit. Just rain. Okay, so the only thing like you have to worry about would be watering, yeah? And I'm not getting like any brassicas or any plants that just cannot deal with super hot weather. Or you'd have to really like make sure about like your shading's really good. So but I do wonder about that, like what agriculture is like over in a place like over there where you live, where it's just like super hot, super sunny, super like lots of daylight, like near the equator, kind of gardening. Like that sounds intense.
Struggled a lot in the past, in particular with powdery mildew. The frustrating thing for me is that it has plenty of airflow here. There's not really much crowding. Of course, the tree collector are crowding a little bit, so I'll need to cut those back a little bit. But last year what happened was that all of these grapes got powdery mildew.
Oh, wow.
They got onto the grapes themselves, and what happens is that it cracks the grapes and ruins them. So you can't even eat them, even though it's just a little bit of mildew on the surface, because they are now cracked all the way through. So what I'm planning on doing is, see like right here, I have this leaf that seems to have a little bit of disease damage. I'm going to be removing it. Last year I didn't do any pruning whatsoever on my grape, but this year I'm planning on removing any old leaves before they get a chance to get diseased, and hopefully that'll help reduce the amount of disease pressure on my grape.
Right.
Now, besides that, I have some carrots over here that have gone to flower. So this is a carrot flower. They're very lovely looking. The pollinators love them. They'll be absolutely covered. And then I'll save the seeds from this because fresh carrot seed will germinate in something like 5 to 10 days instead of like 2 weeks. So it's very fun to make and save your own seed because it's actually much easier to grow your own home-saved carrot seed. Now, in front of me, I have the Shasta daisy. This is a gigantic plant. The first year I had it, it was literally like this wide, maybe wider. So I've trimmed it back a lot. It is starting to bloom. I love the blooms. They last for such a long time. They're so profuse, and they do actually attract quite a bit of pollinators. So I can't wait to see this thing fully bloomed out, but it is at least on the way. I'm very excited to see it. Now, this is the new raised bed here in the garden. This is our cedar line raised bed. This is the large in-ground one. So it's basically 4 by 8 feet. And right now, the way I'm using it is I'm growing tomatoes on the back on this redwood trellis that I built. And up front here, I have entirely bush beans, 3 different varieties of bush beans, because bush beans are something that haven't really done well in my in-ground garden here after the first year. So we're pretty convinced that we had some contaminated straw, maybe had some persistent herbicide, and that is why we couldn't grow beans in ground anymore, because the first year was incredible. Every year after that, they just seemed to like languish and die and not really produce any beans. So fresh soil in a raised bed, not the old ground, they should do just fine. I can't wait to get fresh green beans from the garden again. So tomatoes, I have a sun gold, I have a Cherokee purple. These are my 2 favorites.
Loving my sun golds.
I have a whole lot of beans. And then this little strip over here, what I'm actually doing is turning this into a new pollinator patch. I'm trying to do mostly natives, but I'll do that over time. So for now, what I have is some Lacey Facilia. So this is an orchard that I put in at the start of spring. And it's kind of interesting because I have 2 apples here. I have a Fuji and a Pink Lady. Now these are both apples that technically,
Pink Lady!
chill hours, should not do well in my climate, but I've heard reports of other people who tried them anyway. And apparently they did really well. So chill hours, kind of like a pseudoscience almost. It is a science, there is a real number behind it, but I don't think it really necessarily means you won't get a harvest. You just might not get an insane harvest. I'm willing to try it for delicious apples because the only other apples that are really listed for San Diego are Anna's apples, and they're just honestly not that good, and Golden Dorset, they just don't excite me. So these are 2 apples that excite me. I really hope that they actually do work and develop apples because that would be fantastic. But the other thing I've done here is I actually thought all my asparagus died. Apparently it had not died. It's now coming back up. So I'm guessing I'm gonna leave it and try to do an orchard asparagus situation. But the other cool thing I've added in here, yeah, there it is. I have 2 native strawberries. These are woodland strawberries. I put a bunch over here, a bunch over there. They should sprawl through this whole area and become sort of a permaculture-like guild with the asparagus and the fruit trees. The native strawberries are very small. They're not going to be like a gigantic fruit. They'll be like a little blueberry-sized fruit. But if they do develop, they will be actually quite good. Now, besides these 2 apple trees, the orchard also has a pomegranate over here. This is a smaller one called Parfianca that was like in a 1-gallon pot. And then behind this really beautiful sunflower here. Take a look at that. Love the sunflowers this year. They're all looking really good. I have a Texas pink pomegranate. So this is one from our trees, the ones that we sell direct online. And it is loaded in flowers. I'm not removing them. This did come potted, so it was not bare root, which allowed me to leave the flowers. Because if it is bare root, you really shouldn't let it flower because there's just not enough root mass to support it. But since this was potted, it had plenty of roots. I decided to let it rip, and I'm hoping I'll actually get a couple harvests out of here. Now, I'm not gonna let all the flowers develop because that's too heavy of a fruit load for a tree this young, but I definitely will be getting at least 1 or 2 fruit off of that, and I'm very excited for it. Now, over here is an area where I've had eggplant historically for a long period of time. I actually would overwinter them in ground in the same bed year after year. They have grown maybe 4 to 5 times in size since I planted them out only like 3 weeks ago. And they already have flowers. So I think it's going to be a wonderful eggplant year. And I'm very excited for that because they just look incredible. And I will be overwintering and leaving these in ground for every year from now on, at least for another 2 to 3 years like I did the first time. Now, the last thing on this bed over here are my slicing tomatoes. Now, this year, instead of doing a single leader, which is where you just train a single stem on a single piece of string, I've done the double leader system. I found that this actually produces better overall. You still get the benefit of airflow because you're not having too much crowding and branching, but 2 liters is very easy for the plant to support a bunch of fruit versus a single liter. And right here, you can see just how loaded it is with fruit. Each one of the branches is now setting off a bunch of clusters. I have a Cherokee purple, a big beef, and then over here I have a Cherokee carbon, and they're all looking wonderful, all looking healthy, and they're all starting to set abundant fruit. So this year is going to be the year of tomatoes, and I cannot wait for it because they're absolutely my favorite plant. Now on the end here is my perennial kale. This kale has now been in the garden over 3 years. It's coming on to its 4th year being in the exact same spot, which is why it looks so funky. It's like so dense and bushy. There's all these crazy little branches that are forming. Because all I do is that when it bolts, I just chop it down and let it regrow from the stump. And this is what you get. You get a kale that you basically never have to water because it has a crazy root system. And you get really delicious kale that has tons of flavor, also thanks to that root system.
What?
Now,
That's
behind
cool.
me, you'll also probably see a little bit of these sweet peas. I planted a whole bunch of sweet peas here, some beets, a little bit of greens. But I want to show you guys something I don't show you guys very often, which are actually the native gardens. I put in a native garden behind me over there. I think now over a year ago, but we also built a new one just recently that you guys haven't seen any of us whatsoever. So now let's take a quick look at the native gardens before I show you the rest of my vegetable garden, and that side is my favorite by far. So a couple things are going on here. There's actually a lot of things going on, I should say, because up front here, first of all, we have the blueberries, which are incredible right now. They're loaded up with hundreds of berries. They're absolutely delicious. We've been eating them
Hundreds of berries?
One of the cool things I didn't realize
What?
about blueberries is that when you have them, they don't just all ripen at once. They ripen over like a month or two. So you
Oh,
get
that's
snacks in the
great.
garden every single day.
Wait, that's what
And
I
it's
want,
actually
because we
making
got
me
some
wanna
blueberries
add
right now too.
2 to 4, 6 extra more blueberries
Yep.
because of how good they are.
Yeah.
But we're here to talk about the native garden, so let me show you guys a couple things. First of all, if you're wondering what this absolute beast is here, that is the white sage. This is a plant that we bought this big. It's only been in the garden now for a year, and just look at this. It's covered in bees, both native bees
Look
and
at it.
honeybees. It smells wonderful. It's so sticky and resinous and aromatic that it's all over my hands now, and I'm not even mad about it. But wonderful plant. This is the white sage. I have some black sage down here, some hummingbird sage, a native morning glory, which actually just flowered. Now, if you don't know, morning glory can be a little bit invasive, but we're not too worried about it because it is native and we're planting it in the native garden. Now, my favorite though, the one that I'm most excited for, is this manzanita. It's grown quite a lot. I'd say this has probably doubled in size in the year that we've had it as well. And it's just looking wonderful. I love the color of the bark here. I like it when it turns red, it starts flaking, and the flowers are actually really wonderful when they do happen. And right underneath the manzanita is one of my new favorites. This is an endemic to San Diego, although there are ones that are across California. It's called the Yerba Buena. It smells like mint, but it's like a very deep mint. It's very wonderful, aromatic. We use it in drinks. It's a great ground cover. And actually it has a lot of little flowers that I just saw a native bee hanging out on. So wonderful for the pollinators, wonderful for the garden. It just smells so good in here. I love the native garden. This is just one of 2 native gardens that we built here. On the way over to the other native garden, I just remembered I have my curing table set up. I figured I'd show you guys, and I'll tell you exactly where these onions came from in the garden. But right now they're about halfway through their curing process. This is almost fully dry here. We're waiting for the roots to turn hard, for the neck to be entirely devoid of moisture. But I have quite a nice little layout of onions this year. Next year I'm going to double it, maybe even more. And I haven't harvested all the garlic yet, but some of my elephant garlic in particular is quite massive. So I'll show you the rest of the garlic in a moment, but now let's go take a look at that other native garden that I've never shown you guys at all. So here we are over in the new native garden. This is a native garden we built right outside our bedroom, and I'm very excited for it. It looks really, really nice. I have some pitcher sage, I have a lot of different types of yarrow, even have a native fern here to San Diego. This one's also really cool. It's called coyote mint. It's similar to that yerba buena in that you could use it as a mint and it smells absolutely delicious. And I just noticed it's almost flowering. I can't wait to see that bloom. Now, one of my favorite things that we've added though are the ceanothus. I have a small one here that's trailing, but this guy is already in full bloom and it's already bloomed twice. So this is going to end up being a quite large bush covered in wonderful blue flowers every spring. And the idea behind this is that most of these plants are actually not only native to California, but they're endemic to San Diego, meaning that they're only in San Diego. So this is a great way to add plenty of native plants, which will attract native pollinators, native insects, birds, and all sorts of other wonderful life to our garden. And it doesn't have to interfere with the rest of the actual edible garden in the background. Now, the cool thing is that sometime later this year, we're probably going to put a water feature here, and we're thinking of actually adding a little stream that goes all the way through the native garden. So
holy shit, this garden is huge. Look at how big this shit is. Okay, it's bigger than I thought. Oh my god, it's so big. I didn't think the video was gonna be so long. Oh my god. Oh, broccoli. All right, watch versus. I'll watch versus later on. Hang on.
Broccoli spears.
Oh baby. I forgot about the broccoli video. My bad, sorry.
I'm Sola at the New York Times Cooking Studio. If you've been following along, this is part of a little mini-series all about the basics of cooking. Today we're going to be getting to know this guy a little bit better. I think one of the best vegetables there is out there. We're going to do a really simple blanched broccoli, a really fun broiled broccoli, and we're going to do a raw broccoli. So let's broccoli. Broccoli is actually in the brassicas family.
Exactly.
Which is related to cabbage.
Which means crew can't grow it.
We just had wild cabbage. And from wild cabbage came Brussels sprouts and broccoli and collards and kale. Everything you learned today could apply to anything in that family of vegetables. And everything we're gonna make today is really quick, really affordable, perfect to add to your weeknight rotation. Broccoli. Wow. When you go to the store, broccoli is often on ice, and that is really important to keeping it really fresh. If they're not like held super, super cold, the broccoli stalks turn into something called lignin, which is the same stuff in wood. So that's why you'll often find your broccoli on ice. When you're shopping for broccoli, look for tight, dark green heads. If they start to look yellow, that means they're a bit old and they're going to be a little bit bitter and maybe a little bit mealy. With produce in general, the difference between organic and non-organic is how it's farmed, the use of pesticides, the use of fertilizers. If you can get organic, go for it, but it is expensive. So think about your priorities at home. If you're picking and choosing, I usually go for things that have no skin. So if you're going to peel away something, then it's not as big of a deal to not have organic. But something like broccoli where you're gonna eat the whole thing, I try to get organic when possible. But once again, you know, you gotta do you. So for our first broccoli adventure, I'm gonna show you how to blanch broccoli. So it's like perfectly crisp, tender. And then we're gonna toss it in a really savory sesame, miso, soy vinaigrette. So we're gonna start by cutting our broccoli into florets. Broccoli, it looks like a tree. So that's kind of how I like to think about it. The florets are the fluffy part of the tree, and then the stalk is like the tree trunk. So this recipe is using the florets, so I just took off the tree tops, right? I'm gonna put my trunks away. Don't waste this though, there's so much you can do with it. Trim off the woody end, peel, and then chop it up, and it's fantastic. Okay, so then I want my florets to be about this big, so after you take them off, just get in between there and break it up. So blanching is a really great technique for any green vegetable. I mean, you can blanch other things, but it really highlights the texture of a green vegetable the best because we're gonna cook it very fast and very hot. And what's gonna happen is it's gonna be really, really crisp, but just a little tender in the core. I used to have this job at a cafe where I had to get there at like 4 o'clock in the morning and do a lot of blanching and prepping for like all the salads they served later on. And my favorite thing was blanching greens. And I would just stare into the pot. It's pretty green right now, but it'll go like right in front of your eyes. It's gonna become like super bright green. That's how you know it's blanched. So you wanna make sure that your water is heavily seasoned. Broccoli is only gonna be in here for a little bit. So you wanna go for it. And you're gonna taste your salty water. If you're trying to figure out how salty it needs to be, you've gotta think about how long something's gonna be in the water. So peas, spinach, it's gonna be in the water for just like the briefest, like 30 seconds. It needs to be super, super salty. Something like green beans or broccoli.
The shorter the blanch, the more the saltier the water.
Moderately salty.
Okay.
Something like potatoes that might be in there for 15 minutes. Like a soup that maybe went too far. When I first started cooking, I never salted the water enough because I'd be really shy and I'd go like this. And then like my sous chef would come around and just do this. So don't be scared. That's good. When you're having a margarita and you get a lot of rim, that's how salty you want this to be. We want our water to come up to like a very vigorous, active boil. This is gonna be like a hot and fast cooking method. Also, another thing to remember when you're blanching, you need a lot of boiling water because you don't want the temperature to come down too much. While my water comes up, we're gonna make our little dressing. So here I've got some toasted sesame seeds.
Okay.
They are technically like purchased toasted, but whenever you get a toasted nut or seed, it's good to refresh it. They toasted it a long time ago, you know? You wanna give it a little heat, bring it back to life. And you're just gonna warm it up until you see the oils kind of come out and it's gonna get kind of aromatic, just like when you're toasting spices. If you've got raw sesame seeds, go for like a medium low temp and take it further so you can get a full toast on there. All right, our sesame seeds, they're nice and warm, they're nice and aromatic. We're gonna pop it into oh, I'm losing some sesame overboard. We're gonna pop it into a mortar and pestle. We're not looking for a puree, we're not looking for a powder, we just want like a mix of half crushed, half whole, and it's gonna stick to our broccoli really nice. Okay, so this is good. We've got a mix of like partially crushed seeds. We're gonna mix this up with the rest of our dressing ingredients. Now I'm going in a really big bowl because this is gonna be the final bowl where we toss everything. Other ingredients in here, just a little bit of oil, soy sauce, rice wine vinegar, and miso. And I'm just gonna whisk this up. And what's gonna be nice, since we like partially ground some of the sesame seeds, it's really gonna get like lost in the little nooks and crannies of the florets. Now that's our dressing, and I'm gonna set this aside. Our water is rolling. Whew. Now I'm gonna make my ice bath. The goal is to get it cooked as quickly as possible and cooled as quickly as possible. So you want a big bowl with a lot of ice. I also add salt because salt makes ice even colder. So we're gonna have a very, very, very cold ice bath. Now, we're gonna dump all our broccoli in. Ooh, that handle got hot. Hold on, I got sweaty. Okay, broccoli going in. And this is gonna happen, I don't know if you saw, but as soon as I put the broccoli in, it got brighter in color. Now you can see, even though I had so much boiling water, as soon as I put the broccoli in, the boiling kind of stopped and it just cools down. Now the florets became a very dark green right away. The little stalks, you can tell, they haven't had their full transformation time yet. They're still a little bit white. I think by the time this water comes back up to a boil, it'll be ready to evacuate. This tool is called a spider. And it's really good for quickly pulling things out of hot oil or hot boiling water. So green. Now, if you didn't
So
put it in an
good.
ice bath, you would totally lose that green. It would just continue cooking. This is called shocking. And this step halts the cooking and keeps the broccoli at this perfect, crisp, tender texture and this bright, vibrant green situation. All right, once you get everything in there, get your hands in there, because sometimes you can have all of the broccoli like in one spot and it's still gonna be a little warm in the middle. You don't wanna leave it in there forever because you're gonna like waterlog the broccoli and it will end up becoming very bland. So once it's thoroughly cold, and you can just pull it out and tell, it's still a little warm at the stalk after I pull it out. So it's just gonna need maybe another minute. And once you know it's like fully cold, we're gonna drain it. So we're gonna make sure this is really nice and dry before we toss it in our dressing. Otherwise, our dressing's gonna get watery. The treetops are really, really nice and dark green. And then the little chunks, mini chunks, have kind of become glassy. And that's how you know you've got a really nice, crisp, tender situation happening. Okay, dry, dry, dry. All right, I feel good about that. We're gonna toss it with our dressing. And I'm gonna season this up with a little salt and pepper to taste. I'm gonna start with pepper.
Yep.
I'm gonna wait on the salt because we salted our blanching water, plus we've got miso and soy in here, so we might not need very much salt at all. Now you see the benefit of the big mixing bowl? I can like get in there and like fold and toss and keep it really gentle. If you have a small bowl, you're overworking your whatever you're trying to mix, or you're under mixing. Okay, let's taste, see how our salt is. I actually don't think I need extra salt. I'm gonna do a bit more pepper. Then we're gonna plate it up. So here you have our sesame broccoli. This recipe is by Kate Chun. It's great on its own, but it's also going to be perfect accompaniment to the salmon we made in the last episode, to the roast chicken we made in another episode, some butter pilaf with some crispy eggs that we made in some previous episodes. Check them out. Okay. Really crunchy, savory, nutty, and I feel like this is something that's actually going to taste better as it sits in the fridge. So I would like double this and have sesame broccoli all week. So there you have a super quick way to make a broccoli that doesn't suck. Now I'm going to show you how to make a broccoli and quinoa spoon salad. This is going to use
quinoa.
Raw broccoli. When I developed this recipe, I didn't realize how controversial raw broccoli was going to be. But I made the mistake of going into the comment section of the recipe. There were so many people who were so upset that it was raw broccoli. They thought it was a mistake, they thought it was a typo, but no, it is raw broccoli. And there's a lot of acid in this dressing, so it's gonna kind of almost like cook it a little bit. This is one of those salads that gets better as it sits. All of that dressing is gonna seep into the fluffy florets, and it's gonna be delicious. It's just like in Spanglish, where she said, just try it on. Just try this salad on. So we're gonna start with some quinoa.
Solo what?
I like quinoa because it is a complete protein and
It's so good.
Quickly
It's so good for you.
like farro. But use whatever you've got. This also works really well with brown rice because it gives it a nice chew. And we're gonna cook it using the pasta method. which means we're gonna cook it in boiling water just like you cook pasta. What's great with this method of cooking any grain is that you don't need to know any ratios. You just need to boil a bunch of water, throw your stuff in there, and cook it until it's tender. So the first thing we're gonna do is rinse off our quinoa. Quinoa oftentimes is sold pre-rinsed and it'll say that proudly on the bag. If it does not, it's very important to rinse your quinoa because the outside of it contains something which can make it very bitter and soapy if you don't rinse it off. It's just something that the quinoa has there to protect itself from people eating it. But we're smart. We rinse our quinoa. If you don't have a fine mesh sieve, I recommend getting one. There's a lot of uses for it. But if you don't want to commit to that, that's fine. Just look for pre-washed quinoa because you can't do this in a regular colander because it's just going to fall through. So we have our water at a rolling boil. Now the quinoa is going to take about 15 minutes to cook. Something to think about in your seasoning level of the water. So you don't want this as salty as the broccoli water. You want it to be closer to how you season potato water. We need a bit more. Here we go. This is going to take about 15 minutes. It's going to be plump. And that is exactly how much time I need to chop everything up. The first thing we're going to do is make our dressing. I kind of wanted it to have like a honey mustard vibe, really perky to, you know, cut through the nuttiness of the quinoa. The recipe says 1 head of broccoli, but every head's a little bit of a different size. So you're going to taste and adjust the seasoning. So I'm going to add the juice of half a lemon. To this I'm going to add some mustard, Dijon.
Fuck mustard, bro. It's so
and
nasty.
now the honey. This is a really good like honey mustard vinaigrette just to use for all kinds of things. And now a little apple cider vinegar. Lemon juice is going to give you citric acid, but vinegar is going to give you acetic acid. So that hits your tongue in different parts. So that's what's going to make this really simple salad more interesting. There is a traditional vinaigrette ratio that they teach you in culinary school that's like 1 part acid, 3 parts oil. And I think it's completely wrong. I think it's way too much oil. So I personally prefer something closer to 50-50. It really depends on what you are dressing. Okay, so we're gonna chop our broccoli. We got a big stemmy guy, so we're gonna use all of that stem, and I'm gonna show you how to get the most of it. This part is always quite woody, so we're gonna trim that off. And you're just gonna keep trimming it until it stops feeling tough. Okay, so now when you look at the cross section, you can see this outside where it's like yellow and thick. That's the tough part. And everything in the middle of that is gonna be really nice and tender. That's like gonna be like a delicate heart. So we're gonna trim off the outside. You can do that with a peeler, but I actually think I'm gonna do it with a knife because it is kind of thick. And you just keep trimming until you see that glassy, tender core. Now this outside bit that's really tough, I wouldn't try to eat that. I don't really recommend using any cruciferous or brassicas vegetable for stock because it gets so farty.
Ew.
Some things are just meant to be compost, you know? We just want to chop this really finely. It's a spoon salad. You want everything to fit on your spoon. And we're just gonna go in there. This is a really nice make-ahead salad. You don't want to run your knife through it over and over again because then it just gets like too small, too bitty. You don't want to fully lose the texture here. You want some crunch. But it is important to get it nice and small because if it is too big, that's when it's going to feel like that you're eating a crudité platter vibe. You don't want that. See, so we're going through it this way.
Wait.
Kind of flattening it out.
Celtics?
Going through it this way.
Like the football player? The what? What is Celtics? Wait. Tell me more. Wait, that sounds good.
It's a spoon salad. It's got to fit on the spoon. Let's taste this quinoa.
Ooh.
So it's been about 10 minutes, but I can see already they've kind of uncurled. So let's see. Maybe it's ready. That is ready. It's perfect for me. So I'm actually going to stop. And I want to rinse it under cool water so that we can mix it all together without making all our veggies hot. So we've got our quinoa. I'm just going to keep chopping, and then it's all going to come together. When I cut an apple, you go around the core, take off these little cheeks, nibble on this bit later, and we're going to go for another chop. Spoonable pieces. For a little bit of crunch, I've got some toasted pecans, but this is one of those salads where you can do whatever the hell you want. Some pepitas would be nice in here, walnuts broken up. I've got a little bit of cranberries, dried cranberries. I love dried cranberries because they're sweet and tart. And a little bit of cubed up cheese. These are the things I want in almost every salad.
Nice.
So we're gonna toss this up. I don't know if this bowl is gonna be enough. So we don't have enough room to groove. So maybe this is a big salad.
Oh, that salad looks so
We're
good.
gonna add our quinoa.
Oh,
taste,
what?
And then see if we need any adjustments.
Oh my
Taste and think about
God.
it. Do you want more acid? Do you want more honey?
When I went to Hell's Kitchen in Las Vegas, it was so good. Like, they had this nice quinoa salad, and I couldn't fucking eat it all because I was so like trying to eat everything else, and I couldn't finish it. It was so good though. Oh my God. I need to get more quinoa. I need to eat more quinoa, honestly. It was so good. So good. Love me some quinoa. And like she said, it's a complete protein. It's really good for you. So good. Okay.
It's a big salad. It is a really big salad, but this is gonna hang out in your fridge and you're gonna eat it for a few days.
All right, everyone. So it's Friday night. I'm getting ready to go out.
So good.
And ice cold Bud Light. So good.
So good.
Happy Friday.
So good. Please edit. Okay. So good. Hold on.
I really love this salad. You get crunch from the broccoli and the nuts. You get chew from the quinoa, a little hit of cheese, and it's raw broccoli, but it's still super flavorful and not sad. Please enjoy this not sad salad. And just like that, not sad broccoli salad. Broccoli, just like all of the vegetables related to cabbage, can really handle some char. It doesn't get bitter, it actually gets sweet. But it's about finding this right balance between getting a lot of char without overcooking it. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. And we're gonna top it with some fun stuff. We've got our broiler preheated. We want really, really intense dry heat. And I'm gonna pop a sheet tray right under the broiler right now, so the sheet tray can get really hot as well, so that we're gonna get heat from the top and heat from the bottom. We're gonna prepare a little nut topping to go on our broccoli. So we're gonna toast our nuts in a skillet with a little bit of oil. Now when you're toasting nuts from raw, you wanna start in a cold pan and let everything come up together, because nuts do take a bit of time to toast all the way to their core. And you can use any combination of nuts and seeds here. So I'm using some cashews, some pecans, some pepitas, and a little bit of sesame seed. I put it in a cold pan with some olive oil, and we're on like medium heat, and we're just gonna stir. It's also gonna really flavor the olive oil, so we're gonna have like a really nutty oil, and our nuts are gonna get really nicely toasted, olive oily. Now this is gonna gently sizzle in this olive oil, and in the meantime I'm gonna prep my broccoli. You wanna keep an eye on this and give it a toss like every 30 seconds so it keeps through evenly. You're gonna know it's there when it's golden and it smells really toasty. So now I'm gonna show you how to cut the broccoli into spheres. This is the way I cut broccoli most of the time because it's an easy way to use the whole thing in one dish. We're gonna start by trimming off this woody stem, and you can see, take a look, you can see again where that tough part is, and I'm gonna peel that off with a peeler. Now don't forget to stir your nuts. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
And you can see where it starts to look almost a little translucent. That's where you know it's gonna be tender. Yeah, this is my favorite broccoli preparation. So even if you have very fresh broccoli, you'll only need to peel at least a little bit. And depending on how old your broccoli is, you might need to peel a lot. And if you just keep peeling and it still looks woody, then maybe that stem's past its prime, you know? It's okay. Sometimes if you've had broccoli in the fridge for too long, it starts to flower and you'll get like little yellow flowers on the outside. I do still cook it. It might not be the best tasting broccoli, it might be a little bit bitter, it might be a little tough, but this is a good method to rescue some not so awesome broccoli. Okay, so I think my nuts are actually good to go, so we're gonna pause on prepping our broccoli, finish this up. It smells toasty. It looks golden. So now I'm gonna season very, very generously with salt. Nuts need a lot of salt. And I'm gonna add some coarsely cracked black pepper. We want the black pepper to get a little time with the heat. Black pepper is really interesting. It like really transforms depending on how you treat it, how you grind it. Giving it a little time in direct heat, kind of like when you're making cacio pepe. You wanna toast your peppercorns. It's gonna give it a lot more oomph. Just needs about 30 seconds in that fat. And now we can add our dates. I'm just using a little bit of medjool dates that have been torn for a little sweetness, but any dried fruit will work here. So get in there and kind of break up the dates. And it's gonna give us like little clumpies, little sweet clumpies, sweet nutty clumps. I'm gonna finish this with a splash of lemon juice, and that's our topping. Lemon juice is gonna just brighten everything up, add a little balance, and before you yell at me about putting acid in a cast iron pan, as long as your pan is thoroughly seasoned, there is no worry. You can boil tomato sauce in there, you can do anything. It's
really?
just about whether or not your pan is seasoned. Once it's seasoned, it is totally non-reactive. So just don't worry, guys. So to make spears,
She said stay
I like
easy,
to start
wait.
by cutting the stalk in half.
She said be at ease.
Just like that. Right before you get to the tree tops, and then we'll break it open. So kind of cracks at a natural place, which I think is really nice. And what we're doing is we're just gonna see where the broccoli like stems naturally are, and we're just gonna cut them into these spears. And it's basically, we're taking like a really cheap, ordinary broccoli, and you're turning it into broccolini, baby. We're gonna wash our broccoli, and then we're gonna thoroughly dry it. Drying is a really important step because we want browning, char, and what's the enemy of brown? Wet. Yes. To get this broccoli really dry, I love to use a salad spinner. One of my favorite kitchen things. You don't want to fill it up more than halfway. The veggies need room to groove in there, otherwise it's just gonna stay wet. And you know, don't you feel like you're on a boat? It's so fun. You know, one of those boats where you go, it feels fun. Okay, so give it a spin, dump this. We're gonna give it another spin until we get it really nice and dry. Okay, if you don't have a salad spinner, you can become the salad spinner. You wanna get a really big towel or even a pillowcase. This is a little like less delicate, so you might break some spears. Don't get crazy. You might have to do it in batches, and then it's gonna get water all over your TV and your ceiling and all of that, but your broccoli is gonna char. Wow, huh? Whoa.
Sola?
And you just spin, and then it'll be dry. Did we lose any broccoli? No. Okay. That actually, it worked better than the salad spinner. Amazing. Whew, I'm tired now. Okay, we're gonna oil this up. Very important. Take your time tossing it, making sure that every nook and cranny of broccoli gets a little rubbed down, because that's gonna help transfer the heat.
Yeah, how did she just figure that out?
That our broccoli browns very quickly. I'm also gonna add a bit of salt at this point. And we do a gentle toss and massage situation. A lot of folks yell at me when I ask them to get a bowl to do this because they just want to toss things on a sheet tray. First of all, we preheated the sheet tray, so you can't do that. You need to be in and out of that oven fast. But even if you weren't, I hate tossing on the sheet tray because you will just end up with a lot of oil left on the sheet tray that'll just burn and leave like kind of an acrid flavor on whatever you're cooking. See how I'm tossing? This is all going to be left behind here. You don't want that on your tray. Something to think about. Every time you open an oven, you lose like 25 to 100 degrees. You spend all this time preheating it, you want it to stay hot. So we're gonna move quickly in and out of the oven. Keep all that heat where you want it to stay. Did we get color on the bottom? Yeah.
Wait, this B-roll music? Wait, hold on. Ooh. It looks so good. What? Ah! Oh, cauliflower sounds like a good, it sounds really good right now too. Ugh.
It's sweet and crisp and a little bit tender, but the core is really nice and crisp. And I really like how the florets have a bit more crunch happening. And then the nuts and the dates, and this is such a good side. It's so delicious. I hope you guys try it.
Broccoli and cheese,
One
please.
final broccoli.
Thank
before
you.
You're off and broccoliing on your own. So this is my favorite after-school snack growing up. I would make this for myself almost every day. So I'm gonna give this a rinse, and we're gonna let the water cling to the broccoli. The water that's left inside the florets is gonna be what helps it steam in the microwave. This is the opposite of when we did our broiled broccoli. You want that little bit of moisture. It doesn't take a lot, and it's gonna help our broccoli steam in the microwave. I'm gonna pop this in there. Depending on your microwave, it's gonna take a different length of time, so just keep an eye on it. Okay, Kraft singles, grew up with them. We're gonna finish it with
Cauliflower chicken soup. Ooh.
This little bit of cheese is what got me to eat a whole plate of broccoli. So my mom did not care. I was a strange kid, so I like to fold it. And we're gonna make tiny squares. And then we can put a tiny, tiny square on each floret. I really was a strange child. I did this so much, and it was so important in my life that I've written multiple articles about it. That took about 2 minutes in this microwave. Bright green and steamy. While it's hot, I'm gonna sprinkle it with a little bit of salt. And then I would precisely place a little bit of cheese on every single floret. You need even distribution. It's all about that precision. You can't just slap a slice on there. If I had tweezers as a child, I would have done this with tweezers. So I'm gonna pop it back in, just a quick zap to melt that cheese. Broccoli and cheese. Each broccoli has the perfect amount of cheese. I hope this episode showed you how not sad broccoli is. It's quick, it's easy, and there's so much you can do with it, and it's everywhere. Go get some broccoli and broccoli today.
We got fish. Oh wait, did we already do fish? Oh, we already did fish, didn't we? This is good fish. Spaghetti. Hold on. This is good fish.
Wow. It's crazy how crispy you can get the skin without needing to use a pan. This is good fish.
Fang and Vanille are dreaming right now.
So funny. Like, there's no. How do you say IJBOL? Because in my mind, I read it as Ajabol, but I don't like how do you read that? Like, because that's what that is. That's just IJBOL fish. Like, I have no idea what she's like. It's so funny. EJ bowl. IDJ bowl. I feel like I just had to say the whole thing. I just bust out laughing. I don't know. Anyway,
Probably wouldn't be a good.
okay, I want to watch the spaghetti video. I really do want to watch the spaghetti video, but I should go get my food. Okay, it's been down here for like 10 years. All right, give me just a moment. I will BRB. All right, give me just a moment. Boop. And then let me get you some. Oh wait. Place your bets. What is going to be the genre of the song on my shuffle? Place your bets, everybody. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with K-pop. Gay, K-pop, rock, R&B. What do we got? Piano solo. Yep. Yep. Be right back. Can I be honest with you? Okay. When I be dancing, sometimes when I be dancing, or like self-dancing or something, like sometimes, like, I don't know what it is, one of my favorite moves is this little fucking thing that Peach does. Bitch, I do this shit all the time. I don't know what it is. I do it all the time. When no one's looking. Like, it's like my favorite thing. I'm just like, I don't know. You get it? You get it? Yeah, I do it all the time. I do it all the time. Bitch, and listen, don't let it be like a during the night or something, right? Look how they ate this. Don't let there be a moon outside. Right, like, huh? Looking. Please. Like, please. They really ate with this. What are they thinking? You get it, right? Like, you just get it. Like, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Spaghetti. I ate half a loaf of bread and a slice of multigrain bread and 5 ribs and a potato and a corn on the cob. And now I need water. Let me do that.
I think I've only made this drunk. Yeah. It's a great drunk one because you can't mess it up.
Okay.
Hi, Sola here in the New York Times cooking studio, and today we're going to be talking all about pasta, spaghetti specifically. We're going to show you how to take 1 box of pasta and make 3 really awesome, easy recipes.
Ooh.
If you can boil water, you can make these, but we're going to take it beyond that. We're going to level it up. Take your pasta, you know,
right,
to
like
the next level.
Oh.
The first pasta we're gonna make is a grated tomato pasta. So it's basically a pasta pomodoro. Pomodoro just means tomato. It's best to make this in the summer when you have amazing heirloom tomatoes. And it's really easy because we're just gonna grate our sauce, cook our pasta, and bring it together. And the secret to bringing it together is just knowing how al dente to cook the pasta, because we wanna finish cooking it in that tomato so that it can kind of like absorb that fresh juicy tomato sauce. First off, we're gonna get our pasta going. This is really fast. Like by the time the pasta's cooked, we're pretty much there. So we've got our big pot of boiling water. We used to always say back in the day that you need a giant pot of water to boil pasta, but that's actually not true. You can boil your pasta in whatever amount of water it'll cover it in, but when you use less water, you just have to get in there and stir more frequently for even cooking. You can actually cook it in a skillet with just enough water to cover, but then you just have to be like on top of it stirring, otherwise it's gonna clump and cook unevenly. So choose your adventure. So we're gonna salt our water, and it's really important to taste your pasta water. It's gonna be really gross, and you need a lot more salt than you think, because putting salt on it afterwards, it's only gonna season the outside. You wanna season the pasta
Seb, thank you. Oh my god.
And I know
thank you.
Take a lot of salt, but you need it. Most of the salt's going
I
down the
appreciate it.
drain.
Thank
It's not
you.
going
Enjoy yourself.
into your pasta. You need to just start heavily salted. Not as salty as the sea, but like when you have a sip, it should be unpleasant, kind of kick you in the throat. We did it. Okay, so this recipe uses 12 ounces of pasta. I know a box has 16 ounces. 1 pound of pasta is kind of a lot, and you don't need a scale. It doesn't have to be super precise. Let me show you. You can do this. You go, that's a full box, and then you go, that's a half a box, and then that's half of that, and then you got 12 ounces. It's a much easier amount of pasta to manage when you're starting out, and I think you are gonna have some leftover pasta, but you know in here you've got 4 ounces, so that's like a nice snack, or next time you wanna make this, get just a half a box and throw this in there. You'll figure it out.
Girl, like, you know what I love? I love me some raw pasta, like just some raw, just some normal fucking pasta, I'm just so in love with. Like after it's done after it's done cooking, my mom leaves some like unsauced spaghetti, and it just tastes. It's just my favorite thing. Like I don't know why, it's just so basic. It's just basic, and fun and delicious and savory. It's just good. It's just so good.
Easy math. So once you add your pasta, you want to just stir it
Well, not all.
occasionally until it comes back up.
Not
to rolling boil.
like not. I'd rather eat like unsauced pasta than actual spaghetti. Than actual like spaghetti. Like I just really like the way that it tastes on its own. While also liking spaghetti. I'm just saying, like, she leaves them off to the side for me sometimes because I'm like, yeah, this is so good. Wait, and put it in some and some spaghetti salad.
Once it's back up to a rolling boil, you really don't have to worry about it. And in the meantime, we're gonna prep our sauce. And it's a super easy grated tomato sauce. We're gonna start with these heirloom tomatoes. You can also use beef steaks, and we're gonna grate them. The recipe says to use 4 large tomatoes. This isn't even a large tomato. This is like a jumbo, gigantic tomato. So I would count this as 2 tomatoes. We're just gonna trim off a little bit of skin right here, and that's just gonna allow it to be easier to grate. We're gonna give the grater something to grip onto. So we're gonna grate this until we just have the skins left. Now keep an eye on your pasta. We really want it to be very al dente here. We wanna make sure it finishes cooking in the sauce. What al dente means is you want it to be a little bit white at the core. You want it to be a little bit undercooked. So you can see this is very juicy and watery, and that's why it's, that's why it's especially important to make sure that your pasta doesn't get overcooked, because you want it to be able to absorb all this juicy liquid.
Gorgeous tomato. What in the world is that?
That's why it's especially important to make sure that your pasta doesn't get overcooked, because you want it to be able to absorb all this juicy liquid. Uh-oh, I wasn't stirring. We have some clumpage. It's okay. We can get in there, break it up.
Oh, hi, Poppy. Oh my God.
These tweezer tongs, they're also like perfect for gripping just one strand of pasta. I don't know if you've gone in this journey into a pot with a pair of big clacky tongs.
That's what I'm saying. It tastes so good.
I actually think I want to drain it. I'm going to drain this in the sink, then we're going to come back and continue grating our tomatoes. Another big pitfall when you're making a simple pasta like this is how you grate your cheese, and I feel like we don't talk about it enough.
She didn't say the pasta water?
Grater for a lot of stuff, like if I want to get really mushy garlic, but microplaned cheese is way too fine to emulsify properly into a pasta. It always ends up clumping. It's just so fine. It melts way too fast. And the key to emulsifying something is it needs to melt at kind of a moderate speed. Or if you are making a lot of pasta, it's really great to put it in a food processor, pulse it until it's nice and crumbly. Even the blender.
On the surface of Grand Pulse stretches a desolate grassland, a wild place where the rule of might prevails, and the weak exist only to feed the strong. A tribe of tough, proud people live off these lands, hunting monsters for their sustenance. But now, the hunters are whispering of a fearsome newcomer to the prairie that threatens to upset the precarious balance of their lives.
Is it time? Is it time? Wait. Already? Oh, this ain't it. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Where's the cunt? What the fuck is this? The world after Trump gets elected? What the fuck is this supposed to be? Oh my god. Oh. What the fuck? Where's the flavor? Get Cloudburst, Ravager? Okay.
Look, that's their prey.
Wow.
Wow.
They seem desperate. Like, they gotta get this one or there'll be nothing else to eat.
Really? I guess you have to be a hunter to tell.
let's introduce ourselves.
Sure.
Oh my fucking god. I thought we were supposed to get the song. Where's the song? I completely forgot this was in the game. What? Bye. Get me out.
Break your cheese up into chunks, pulse it in the blender, and then you get like a really nice little pebbly texture. Like if you buy pre-grated cheese, it's kind of a pebbly texture. And that's perfect for emulsifying. Our pasta's gonna hang out in the colander. We're going right back into this pot over like medium-high heat. There's a lot of olive oil in this, and that's like really important to the flavor. This is such a simple pasta that you need the olive oil and you need the garlic. And we're not looking for any color. We just wanna like flavor the olive oil with the garlic. This is gonna kind of take the harsh bite off the garlic, but it's not like a very, very cooked flavor. Because this is like fresh and raw and quick and easy. Once it starts to get that warm, like garlic bread smell instead of raw garlic smell, that's when you know you're good. And I feel like we're there. So I'm gonna add my tomato now, and we're gonna bring this up to a simmer.
Okay.
And it looks really like liquidy and loose, but it's not gonna be like a thick cooked pomodoro, but it is gonna tighten up once we add our cheese. So let's give this a taste. I actually don't think it needs any more salt. So the key to emulsifying anything, whether it's like a mayonnaise, a vinaigrette, or a pasta sauce like this, besides emulsifiers like, you know, egg yolk and garlic's an emulsifier. Besides like physical emulsifiers like that, a lot of emulsification is about stirring and vigorous bubbling and just like an action, like shaking a vinaigrette, that emulsifies it. I'm gonna let it all come to an active simmer and then add half the cheese and keep stirring vigorously. The key to stirring like really vigorously and not making a mess is go for like small tight circles. You're gonna be like, you're telling me how to stir, but there is something to stirring. Small tight circles, that keeps you from splashing all over town, and it also with something like spaghetti, if you just swirl around the pot like that, see how it's just like one big nest and nothing's really happening? You really want to get in there. The small tight circles help break things up. We're gonna add half our cheese to this and continue stirring. Once the tomato came up to a simmer, I'm gonna turn off the heat, just keep stirring really vigorously, and it's gonna kind of give the pasta some time to absorb the sauce, and the cheese is gonna emulsify into it. Let me see, I'm gonna just taste this, see where the texture of the pasta's at.
Oh, wow.
We still have a little bite in the core, teeny tiny, but it's cooked through. So I'm gonna finish up with the rest of my cheese and some basil, and that's it. We did it. It's just that easy. A really fresh, easy grated tomato sauce. Let's dig in.
She should have saved the
I
pasta
heard that
water.
you're not supposed to do the spoon thing. That
But
Italians
whatever.
don't do it. But I like it especially for this because this is such like a brothy, saucy pasta. It's really surprising because it's very, very simple. It doesn't look like much at all. But because we started with a really good tomato, we treated it very simply and made sure that our pasta was cooked properly. It's actually super flavorful, very savory, really satisfying. And it was done before I could even handle it. This was so fast. Look at how sweaty I am. You can make this. Next pasta. We're gonna make a simple carbonara. This recipe is by Ian Fisher, adapted from Andrew Carmelini. Carbonara has a cured pork, eggs, and cheese. So it's kind of like bacon, egg, and cheese, but with pasta. We're gonna get started by heating up our pasta water. We wanna bring this up to a boil. This carbonara recipe relies on finishing the eggs in a warm bowl to prevent it from overcooking. It's like kind of foolproofing it for the home cook. So we got our hot boiling water. We're gonna add some to this metal bowl to get the bowl really nice and warm. And you know, the bowl is gonna get hot, so I'm gonna put it down and do this. You know, I've done this before where you pour hot water in a bowl and then before you know it, you're like, oh God.
Cloudburst?
That bowl's really hot. So we're gonna set this aside for after our pasta is cooked. We're gonna season up our pasta water. I like a salty pasta, but you do you. The salt from the guanciale and the pecorino isn't overkill for me. So let's get in here and taste it. Excellent. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna use 12 ounces of pasta, and I'm gonna give it a stir now and again, just in the beginning until we get it back up to a vigorous boil. Now, in the meantime, I'm gonna dice up my guanciale. Guanciale is a cured pork product. It's kind of like bacon, but not smoked. So it's gonna be a little bit more porky and a little bit more funky. If you can't find it, I think bacon is a totally acceptable substitute. Maybe just don't tell the Italian. So dicing up guanciale, it is helpful to have a sharp knife, but if you don't have a sharp knife, you can also just give this a quick freeze and it'll be a lot easier to work with. Now we're gonna let our pan heat up. In the meantime, I'm gonna whisk up my eggs. Here I've got a couple of eggs and a couple of yolks. This is gonna be very rich with a big pinch of salt. And I like to whisk my eggs up first before I add the cheese. It's good to whisk everything up first because you want it to come together very quickly once it hits the heat. I hate when people don't properly whisk up their eggs and you just have like a little piece of snotty white. And then when you mix that in with your pasta, you're gonna have like a little hard bit of white. And all you had to do was mix for just like 1 second longer. Okay, so now here we're gonna add our grated parm and pecorino that we grated on those tiny holes in the box grater. I like a lot of pepper.
Hi, it's good to see you.
Carbonara. And I also I like my carbonara a little bit spicy, so I personally like to toast it in a skillet before I add the guanciale. But you know, this is like, there's so many ways you can do this. By adding the pepper into the eggs right now, it's gonna be a bit more like mild. And this is gonna be the like key to the sauce. These creamy eggs, that properly grated cheese, those bonus yolks. It's gonna be very, very rich. And what's great is, maybe you don't always have the guanciale around, but you definitely usually have eggs and cheese. And I've made this without the guanciale pretty often. I'll just like sub in like, this is not authentic at all, but I'll just add some frozen peas. In fact,
how's stream been? Well, we've been good. Honestly, exactly this whole time we've just been watching a bunch of food videos. And honestly, I'm kind of mad because I'm just like fully realizing that these solo videos, we could have been watching a whole fucking slew of these. And I'm kind of mad because now I'm gonna watch them all. I'm actually learning a lot. But I don't agree with the lack of, with the pasta water. Like what, huh?
My pan's warmed up a bit. I'm gonna add olive oil to this skillet. And get our
oh my god, where are the...
a little bit crisp. You don't want to be left with just like a skillet of fat and then just like teeny tiny nuggets of crunchy. We want to go at kind of a moderate temperature so we get a little bit of color on the outside and we still get a little chewy bite of guanciale. Some of the fat's rendering out, but not all of it. I'm turning off my guanciale. I like where it's at. Everybody's brown. We still have like nice...
Everybody's brown.
It's not fully rendered. I didn't do a great job chopping that up. It'll be okay. It's
oh yeah, blitzing your steam schedule? Yeah.
See, if I can terribly cut this
oh
guanciale,
shit.
it's gonna make a delicious carbonara. You can too. So our pasta's pretty close. It's all about, we're getting ready now. Things are gonna move quickly when our pasta gets there. I've got my cup ready to evacuate a little pasta water. We're gonna need it to help loosen things up because this is gonna be a bit tight and a bit creamy. I'm gonna dump the hot water from the bowl and dry it out. It's gonna be nice and warm and ready for like mixing this pasta up. I'm happy with where we're at with that. I'm gonna drain my pasta and we're gonna go right into the guanciale skillet.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I threw out some pasta water. No! I forgot to scoop it.
No!
But it'll be fine. We'll talk about it. Okay, so our pasta is going into our pan with the guanciale. We're gonna toss it around just to get it nicely coated in that fat.
Not a great
totally
sleep.
Forgot to save
Best of luck.
But you know what?
Poor
the truth
thing.
is,
Oh my god. Oh my god, fuck.
hot water will be fine. Pasta water is great, it's starchy and it helps a bit, but so is pasta. Pasta is also starchy. I do this all the time. I very often forget my pasta water. And as long as your water is really hot, you're gonna be okay. So this is nice and coated in our fat. We're gonna go into this warm bowl. Now you gotta move quickly. That's why we've pre-scrambled our eggs and mixed up our cheese because we wanna be able to cook these eggs with the residual heat from the pasta. It's very important to be vigorous at this point. Our pasta is al dente, so it will not break. And there's hot water to the rescue. So if you did what I did and just forgot to save your pasta water, hopefully you have someone offset to quickly hand you some hot water. Now you have to remember, as soon as it hits the plate, it's gonna tighten up even more. So before you hit the plate, you want it to be a little bit looser than you want your final pasta. The key to making sure that it's really good when it hits the plate is when you think it's perfect, I add a little bit more water. So this is exactly how I would want to eat it. So I'm just gonna add another tablespoon to make sure that it stays like this when it hits the plate.
Ooh. Ooh, it's pretty. What, I love that.
Let's dig in. Saucy, glossy. Delightful. The pasta has the perfect texture. It got there for us just like in this bowl while we were mixing. Still a little bit of bite, nice bit of chew. Every strand is like individual and coated in that glossy sauce. And you get a little porkiness, but it's not really about the pork. It's more about the cheese. And it's so fast. And if you don't eat pork, just leave it out. It'll still be amazing. We're gonna offend a lot of the world right now. This isn't a real thing. This is something my mom made all the time because we just always had spaghetti and we always had a lot of Asian ingredients, you know, like soy and vinegar and ginger and garlic. So she just put the things she had together. So I got my pot of water coming up to a boil, and in the meantime, I'm gonna sear my chicken. I've got a Dutch oven here because I want to get really nice browning on my chicken.
Oh, one of the
Pan heats
greatest
up, I'm going
things
to
that we
cut
ever
my
got
chicken
was
breast. We want
with our
full
Dutch
color.
oven.
And we've talked about this before.
Like, getting older, it's like, I asked for one of these for Christmas. I was like, we don't have a Dutch oven. How am I supposed to make my sauce? Like, what am I supposed to do without a Dutch oven? And they got me a Dutch oven, yay! And I'm like, it's like getting socks now. Where it's like, when you're a kid, it was just like, fucking socks. What the fuck am I gonna do with those? And now when I get socks, it's like, ooh! Oh, did he miss? Oh my god. Hang on.
The enemy of brown is wet. We're using boneless, skinless chicken thighs just because they cook up really quickly and also stay pretty moist, no matter what you do to them. But you can use any protein you want here. This is a good place.
I
for
found Martha
ground
Stewart
meat
brand
if you
Dutch
want.
oven on
If
sale
you're more
once.
of a-
What? That's like finding a fuck. Huh? That's like no. Okay, it's not equivalent to finding a whole There's no way I can make this jump. Okay, that's like okay. It's not as equivalent. Like finding a What am I thinking? A KitchenAid. But that's still pretty good. Why am I half health? I just got in a. Huh? Hello? What is beating our asses? What? Huh? Okay, anyway.
breast person, go for that. Season in both sides. I also really like this recipe because we're gonna feed a lot of people without a whole lot. So it's just a little bit of chicken, a bunch of frozen vegetables, and pasta. So now I'm gonna go in with my olive oil. I wouldn't do butter here, butter's gonna burn. And once we see a little shimmery, we're gonna add our chicken thighs. And we're gonna get it really nice and golden. There's kind of a lot of oil in here, but that is intentional because we really want to coat our pasta really well. And by cooking the chicken in the fat, we're immediately flavoring the oil with the chicken. Chicken's gonna get really brown and golden, so that's also gonna like add that fond. Fond is when you get those really nice caramelized brown bits on the bottom of your pan. So you know the chicken is ready to flip. It will tell you when it wants to flip. When it easily releases from the pan, it's ready to go. Since we preheated our pan, we know it will talk to us. If you drop chicken into a cold pan, even if you let it go, just cook forever and get really brown, sometimes it'll still stick. So the combo of preheating, letting it stay put until it's brown, will make sure that it's not gonna stick. The reason we're not going for like a proper, true, authentic stir-fry
I'm getting
noodle
fucked
is
up.
a couple
Hi,
reasons.
Ned. Hi, everyone from Netstream. Oh my fucking god. I'm getting fucked up by plants. It's good to see you. Welcome. It's good to see you at 4:41 a.m. What the fuck are you doing? But hi y'all, it's good to see you. I am getting my ass beat. You just have to wait while you watch Sola make spaghetti. Okay, give me a second.
You know, you might not have noodles. Growing up, we didn't always have noodles, but we always had
Oh
spaghetti.
boy.
And then number 2, for a real authentic stir fry, you do need to use a wok, which isn't
Can you heal me?
something that everyone has.
Thank you.
And more importantly, you do need a gas flame for a wok to work. This is a great way to kind of get that same vibe. That's why using a heavy bottom pot is really vital, because it's going to transfer a lot of heat the same way like a wok does. Oh yeah, we got brown. So the first side takes a lot longer to get it really nice and brown. You're kind of cooking it almost 3/4 of the way through. And that's like a really good technique for any kind of protein where you want one really crispy side.
Oh boy.
So I do this for duck
Oh
or
boy.
fish where you want crispy skin. So our water is boiling, and we're gonna salt this very, very heavily, just like before. So you can see we got really good color on the first side, less so on the second, but that's okay. That's like a sacrifice side. And now we have these really nice brown bits on the bottom of our pan that's gonna add a lot of depth and richness and flavor to this like really simple dish. Right into this pot, I'm gonna add some scallions, ginger, and garlic. We're cooking this at medium until we want our scallions to get nice and soft. We're gonna smell
Massive.
that garlic and ginger. And it doesn't take too long. We're developing
Okay.
even more fond. Look at how much golden, delicious fond we have. And we're gonna deglaze this baby with frozen mixed vegetables. I grew up on frozen vegetables. My mom worked full time. Oftentimes the only vegetables we had were frozen. And the moisture from those veggies is gonna help us scrape up the bottom of the pot and really deglaze everything that's going on here. I'm actually gonna switch to a wooden spoon because it really helps you get in there and scrape up every single bit of that brown crusty goodness. And we're gonna cook this until the veggies kind of frizzle in the fat. Because you know, frozen vegetables, they could be a little bit bland, but we're gonna give them some love and they're gonna have so much flavor. Now let's check our pasta.
Oh my god.
Now this pasta, I don't really want this al dente. I want it to be at the level I want it to be for eating. Right now the pasta's al dente. I want to take it just like another minute. We're gonna run this under cool water to halt the cooking so it doesn't get too mushy
Holy
when we
shit.
toss it with everything. So now that my chicken is like slightly cooled, I'm gonna cut it into bite-sized pieces. Now I've got some really good sizzling action there, so I'm gonna add my sesame seeds to kind of toast
Oh my
up
God.
in that fat. I'm happy with where my pasta's at, so let's drain and rinse. If you're making a pasta where you want an emulsified sauce, like cacio e pepe or carbonara, you never, ever, ever rinse your pasta because you need those exterior starches to get it like glossy and emulsified. But this is totally different. We want to
Even.
make sure our pasta stays nice and separate and doesn't overcook, which is why we're rinsing. So that's why it's important to remember that there's no like hard and fast rules with cooking. Anytime someone tells you you should never do something, don't listen to them. So I'm tossing this in this fat just to get it evenly coated so we got no clumpy pasta. Okay, so now everybody's join in the pot. We're gonna add our chicken back in here. We're gonna season this up with a little bit of vinegar, rice wine vinegar,
Okay.
a little bit of soy sauce, and some honey for sweetness. And we're just gonna stir and toss until it's all coated. And there you go. Okay, should we plate her up? No fancy twirls here. This is not a fancy twirl pasta. I'm sorry to all the food stylists out there. This is such a great recipe because we just stretched a lot of ingredients. Couple of final garnishes. When I chopped up some scallions, I held back on a little just to give us a little pop of color. And now, to really, really hammer home how this is not authentic to anywhere except my home. My favorite way to finish this is with a little bit of ketchup. I'm so sorry.
Ketchup?
I'm
Bro.
sorry. This is how we had it growing up.
No, come ketchup.
And just like that,
Oh.
I would take this to school cold in the lunchbox, and whenever I had this, I was the most popular kid. I could trade this for anything. I'd trade this for chocolate croissants, for spam musubi, for homemade tofu. Like, this is kids love this. I'm gonna have even more ketchup.
Even more ketchup? Sola.
It still has that perfect texture. Not mushy, not al dente. It's exactly where we want it to be. Everything's coated in that really flavorful ginger, scallion, garlic, chicken fond fat. And then you get like little bites of the tender chicken. Go make this, go offend the world. It's late at night, you want a snack, you want some easy mac and cheese. This is what I make.
You want some easy mac and cheese?
And I want to use
Well, let me tell you, you'll never get it.
pasta I have because I've been making all these 12-ounce recipes. This is the best way to make mac and cheese. And
What the fuck is... Hold on, what did I just see? Wait, go back. What the fuck was that? Okay, I almost fucked up. Vigilaga? Vigilaga? Huh? Okay.
what's great is it's very easy, and I think it is also the best mac and cheese. It rarely happens when the easiest thing is also the best. I'm gonna go with think about how much mac and cheese you feel like eating. Big bowl, medium bowl, little bowl. We've had a lot of pasta, so I'm going for a medium bowl. You wanna do about equal parts milk and water, and we're gonna cook our pasta right into the milk, and it's gonna thicken the milk from all the starches in there. We're not gonna drain this pasta. It's gonna cook in this combo of milk and water. It's gonna become the sauce. So we wanna season it lightly now. We're not going super salty. We wanna season it the way we want our final dish to taste. You can jazz it up with dry mustard, a little bit of paprika, garlic powder, whatever you feel like mac and cheese in. We're gonna adjust as we go, so you don't really have to stress out about anything. So I'm gonna make this with odds and ends, right? You got random handful of this, handful of that. The way we're gonna make that all come together into one delicious mac and cheese is you're gonna add your pasta in stages. Penne is the thickest one we have here. I'm gonna add, oh God, splash. I'm gonna start with my penne and give it a head start.
Yeah, whole wheat pasta is...
Let that go for a minute. Then we'll add our fusilli.
Not the greatest taste to me, but I'll eat it because it's, healthy.
Kind of at the same time. And also remember, it doesn't matter that much because it's mac and cheese. We don't need perfectly al dente noodles here. The main thing, only real trick here is you gotta keep stirring, otherwise it's gonna scorch. Now while I'm stirring, let's talk about the cheese. As this pasta cooks in the milk and water, the milk is gonna reduce and the starches from the pasta are gonna, slough off into the milk, and it's gonna get thickened and creamy just like a bechamel. So then to that, you can really add any kind of cheese you want. Anything you've got, anything that'll melt. I wouldn't use something very wet, like feta or mozzarella. Might make your sauce a little bit wet, but really anything else goes. Gouda, Parm, Munster, Borsan. This is a great way to use up all your pasta bits, but also a great place to use up any random cheese bits. Throw it all together. My favorite for a classic vibe, here we have a combo of American and cheddar. Penne's had a minute. Let's go in with the fusilli. Fusilli. Don't stress out too much about how much pasta's in there. If you end up with too much pasta and not enough liquid, you can just add more liquid. If you end up with too much liquid and not enough pasta, scoop out some of the liquid. It's gonna be fine. Now that we're at a rolling boil, now's a good time to add the smaller pastas. If you're just making this with broken spaghetti or macaroni, I would wait for it to fully come to a boil because those pastas cook so fast and it'll just be complete mushad. You don't want that.
Stop, wait. So no, you just made me think about it. Hold on. hold on. You just made me think about it. You made me just think about
Hey! Stop that! I'm hungry!
Okay.
This stinks! I hate it this way.
What's wrong with it?
Let's cheese.
More macaroni.
It's the way she sits. It's the way she's sitting. It's the way she's sitting. It's the way she's sitting for me. It's so funny.
More macaroni. Less macaroni.
Less macaroni.
More cheese and macaroni. Too much macaroni. Ooh, perfect. I hate macaroni and cheese.
It's such a good scene. It's such a good scene. It's such a good scene. Like, I need less macaroni again, please.
More macaroni.
Less macaroni.
Less macaroni.
Less macaroni.
Macaroni, the classic shape.
Less macaroni.
Did you know that back in the day, all pasta was called macaroni? I'm gonna break up some
Oh.
spaghetti. Some spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
I want this to be spoonable. And you do break spaghetti sometimes for fideos. And we're just gonna keep stirring and cooking, and it's gonna be amazing. This is one of those things that, like, it's kind of
Oh, is this
better
it?
to add
Finally?
more milk as you go. Because you can always add more milk.
Fuck.
It's a little bit harder to take it away. We'll go a little harder on the pasta than on the milk, and then once you get to the desired doneness of pasta, you can add a little bit more milk to loosen it up to give you that creamy sauce. We're gonna taste the penne, the sturdiest of the nudes. See where it's at. It needs another minute, and needs more salt. And you can really see, it's starting to look like a bechamel. You're gonna think you messed up, because you're gonna be like, wow, it's just like milk and hard pasta. And then it just happens for you. You just have to believe. It's really looking thick now.
Please kill
Really
this.
creamy. Transformation. At this point, when it's this creamy, you can scorch quite easily. So you want to stay close. You want to keep stirring.
Oh my God!
Everybody's tender. Reducing the heat. I might need to add more milk, but before I add milk, I'm gonna go in with my cheese, and then after adding the cheese, if it looks a little tight, we'll go back with milk. You can just keep going back and forth. So I'm gonna start with my American, and just eyeball the cheese, add it to taste, and stir vigorously. So we're over low heat, and we're stirring vigorously to emulsify that cheese. At this point, you're kind of thinking about it like fondue. You wanna add your cheese one handful at a time. If you add too much at once, it's gonna like cool down everything, and you're gonna end up with it just not fully melting. It's gonna be kind of clumpy. Now we're gonna go in with our cheddar, one big handful. This is exactly how you make fondue, except it would be emulsified into wine. You add a handful at a time, you stir vigorously, and you wait
Whoa,
for it
she
to
can do
melt
that?
before you
Wow.
add the next handful. We're over low heat the whole time. I'm gonna pull it off heat and give it a taste, see if I want more cheese. You did it. I like this actually more than bechamel. I think it's really creamy and rich, and I love that you don't have like the flour kind of getting in the way of the flavor. The combo of American cheese and cheddar really, 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 really tastes like box mac and cheese, but like so much better. Make this when you're sober, you're drunk, you're lazy, you got bits of pasta, bits of cheese, or you just want a really creamy, delicious mac and cheese. I hope you feel a little bit more confident to go forth and spaghetti. Huh? If you can boil water, you can also probably cook something till al dente, emulsify, stir fry, kind of, mac and cheese. And if you want any of these recipes, head over to nytcooking.com. And if you've missed some of our other episodes, check them out on YouTube.
Wait. Lychee challenge. Wait, what the heck? Wait, how many of these are there? Hold on. Also, I'm so fucking happy I have, okay, we already did rice, right? Did we do rice? No, we already watched the, did we do rice? Yeah, we did. We didn't do chicken.
Wow, and just like that, we have chicken breast that does not stop. Hi, I'm Sola, and we're at the New York Times Cooking
Nice.
Studio, and today I'm going to teach you the basics about chicken. I'm going to teach you a few simple ways to prepare chicken so that you can like go forth confidently and become a poultry master.
I thought we did rice, didn't we?
Whole chicken.
Or did we talk about, no, we didn't do rice actually.
Cook it really evenly
Do you want to do rice or do you want to do chicken?
Breast that does not suck.
Well, we just did pasta. We should do
It's not
chicken.
dry. And a really simple braising technique for some chicken thighs and chicken drums. 3 really distinct chicken techniques that you can translate to a lot of other dishes. Oh, and then there'll be a bonus round of what to do with your leftover bones and meats.
Hi, Scott. Welcome back. Nice.
Wow.
Finally.
When you go to the store to buy chicken, what's great is you can get a whole chicken or you can get any part of chicken you could ever imagine. I like to always go for a whole chicken and break it down myself, but when you're starting off, that can feel like a lot. But don't worry, they've done all the work for you. If you can get an organic pasture-raised chicken, I think you should. And if you can,
Okay, where's the
heritage? I personally think they're more flavorful.
Incorrect.
It is a very big difference in price. So it's up to you. Otherwise, it's good to pick apart. They've done a lot of the work for you. So all you gotta do is pat dry and cook. Oftentimes, you can even find a chicken that's already been spatchcocked for you. So
Oh, wow.
easy.
What?
I'm gonna show you how to do this. So you can have the backbone for nibbling on, for stock. But if it
fine.
intimidates you, you can still have a spatchcocked chicken. Let someone else do the work for you.
Age, do you wash your chicken? I don't think it's necessary to do that. It's a very black thing, but I just... No.
Please, stop washing your chicken.
No.
Please.
You're just gonna make everything dirtier.
The USDA's website, or the FDA, or the CDC, or every single state health department, every university has a study on this. Washing your chicken is the worst thing you can do for cross-contamination. I know in your mind you're like, oh, the chicken juices are all in the sink, but it's not true. There's been like several studies done, black light tests. When you wash your chicken, you're spreading that bacteria like up to 10 feet in all directions. And most importantly, when you wash your chicken, you make it waterlogged, so it becomes really hard to get it brown and delicious. The only way to eliminate bacteria and prevent salmonella is thorough cooking of your protein. So stop doing it. End the generational chicken trauma here. Okay, so we're gonna kick things off with the spatchcocked chicken. I know that sounds difficult, but I think
Oh my God.
it's like the easiest way to cook a chicken. But before we get started, chicken, cross-contamination, salmonella, right? So we have to talk about that a little bit. Whenever you're cooking with chicken, I think it's important to get all the stuff you need before you start touching the chicken. So I'm gonna get my scissors, keep them handy so I'm not digging around in a drawer with chicken hands.
Oh no!
My salt and pepper, which is gonna be for my dry brine, because I don't want to like, with chicken hands, you know? For the dry brine, I'm gonna just do simple salt and pepper. Prepare more than you think you're gonna need, because you wanna have enough seasoning to work with. So I'm all set up, I got everything close by, I can touch my chicken. So I'm using a wooden cutting board. Research has shown that wood actually has natural antibacterial properties. So when you cut chicken on wood and you scrub it down, if there is any bacteria left on the surface, there's through like the capillary action, the bacteria gets sucked into the wood where it starves and dies. When you cut on plastic, as you use your board for a while, you develop these like grooves in it, you know, from cutting repeatedly. The bacteria can still live deep within those grooves and grow and become gross. On the chicken, it's not just one massive meat, there's a lot going on. So we've got our active muscles, the legs, because they do all the walking, the wings, and the active muscles have a lot of connective tissue, and they have more fat. So they can handle cooking for like a long time. And they actually do better when they get cooked to a higher temp than the required 165, because it allows all the like collagen that develops when the chicken runs around to render. The breast, on the other hand, it's very lean and it's very delicate and it needs to just be cooked through. For like the perfect chicken breast, you do not want to cook it at a touch over 165. And spatchcocking makes it easier for us to get those two temperatures in one bird. Let's take a peek. Make sure there's nothing in there. She's empty.
She's empty.
I roasted a duck and I thought I took out the giblet bag, and I did, and then there were 2 more giblet bags in there.
Oh no.
Okay, so this is the backbone, and we're gonna snip along the sides. So the backbone itself is pretty thick and tough to cut through, but it's connected to the chicken with really thin rib bones. So it's pretty easy to snip through those
Ooh,
bones.
the smell, holy shit.
Get a good pair of kitchen shears, and if you don't have kitchen shears, you can do this with a knife, but in that case you would have to stand it up and very gently go one rib bone at a time. It's totally doable, but it's just a little bit harder, and there's like a little bit of danger involved. Here's the tail, you're gonna snip along this side and along that side. And then, you know, just snip one rib at a time. No big deal. Take your time. You don't need a rush. If you don't want to fully remove the backbone, you can just keep it attached and roast it like that.
Finally.
Or take it to the next level. Cut down the other side so you can pull it out. So you can see here, I cut through the ribs. We're gonna do that on this side. Wow.
Wow. Stop! Ew, I hate that noise!
Now we're gonna open this up and flip it over. I like to have the breast towards me. And we're gonna crack the breast just to flatten it a little. So right here we've got our wishbone. Some people actually take that out. And to do that, you take a little knife and like carve along here and pull it out. But you don't have to. You can also just press and crack it open.
Oh, stop. I hate that noise.
Wow, you did it. You spatchcocked the chicken. I really love wings. They're my favorite part of the chicken. And I love it when the skin gets really rendered and crispy. So just to make sure that happens, this little flap right here, just cut that open. And it just allows the heat to better get to the middle so you have better rendering. But you know, that's just like totally optional. It's just because I have a wing thing. It's my favorite part. And ham doesn't like wings, so I get to eat both. That's it. We've got our spatchcock chicken and we have our backbone. Think of this as like a chicken rib. You can gnaw on it, or you could save it in a bag in the freezer. When you have a bunch of them, make some stock. Next up, we're gonna dry off our chicken. Moisture is the
Hi, Ira, good to see you.
ground. If we don't take a minute to like make sure our chicken is really nice and dry, it's gonna go into the oven and steam. This is one place where single-use paper towels belong. Really get in there. And we're gonna dry the other side too. You don't want all of this on the side you just cleaned up, so give it a pat. So we're gonna go the dry brine journey. It's just gonna be like a little more perfect, right? You're gonna have a little bit better color, texture, seasoned all the way through. So I'm not gonna oil it up and I'm gonna season it up. Dry brine, super simple. Just like spatchcocking, it sounds a lot scarier than it actually is. But all we're gonna do is cover it in salt. So I like to start with underneath. It's really important, even sprinkle on every nook and cranny, because you want all of this to taste good. Now this looks like a lot of salt, but I am using Diamond Crystal Kosher salt.
Yep,
like this salt
exactly. Me too. Yep. It's always okay. Listen, it's mostly kosher salt, but occasionally it's iodized salt too, because I feel bad about not having iodine. Very rarely, like I get a little bit in there, right? But it's always kosher salt. Kosher salt is it's everything for me. I love it so much.
It's not going to be salty, but if you have a Morton's kosher, you're going to do a much lighter.
We don't have kosher salt here.
If you have fine sea salt,
sea salt works too. Yeah.
I recommend it for dry brining just because it's pretty hard to sprinkle evenly. It's so fine it tends to clump. You got to take care of those folds. You know, open this flap, hit this with salt. Any part that doesn't have salt, it's not gonna dry brine and it's not gonna render. So every single flap, get in all the nooks and crannies, like this little fold, get under there. It's just like when I'm wiping the folds of my bulldog.
Oh my God.
Take your time. So we're gonna get into those armpits. See, wow. Whoa.
Whoa.
Every nook and cranny. So this is why you wanna start with more salt than you need. Sprinkle from high so it's really nice and even, and then yeah, you're gonna have to toss out this chickeny salt afterwards, but it's okay. It's just a little bit of salt, no big deal. This is gonna go onto a sheet tray lined with a rack. The rack is really, really important. It lifts up the chicken so it doesn't sit in its own juices. As soon as this chicken gets like a moment to hang out with the salt, moisture is going to be drawn out and it's going to get very wet. And we don't want it to just sit in that. The rack allows there to be like airflow.
I know we're learning, but I'm going through their abilities just to make sure I'm like looking at this right. Apparently fucking Sarah doesn't get Cura. What is going on? She doesn't get Cura. What? What is going on? How is Noel supposed to be a better healer than Sarah is? Yeah, he gets the better magic. He's a better synergist and he's a better medic apparently. What in the design is that? And Sarah's supposed to have the better magic? Bro. Bye.
Around the whole chicken so we can get like nice drying happening. I like to leave my wings spread open so that those armpits can get a little air. Some people like to fold it up because it looks a little cuter, But I'm not here for a cute chicken. I'm here for a tasty chicken, right?
Exactly.
So we're gonna let this hang out in the fridge, uncovered. You can really vary how long you dry brine. For a whole chicken like this, minimum 6 hours. I think it's ideal after 24. You can take it up to 36. We dry brined a chicken about like 6 hours ago, just to show you a little bit of the difference. We want to make sure that your chicken looks dry on the outside. That means that it's had enough time for the salt to do its thing, to penetrate. The air has flown around, and you can see the color looks a little different. Okay, you can put any kind of aromatic under here. So basically what we want is we want some really flavorful stuff underneath the chicken to kind of steam, keep the meat underneath really nice and moist, and also like infuse it with aroma.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use some scallions, and you don't have to prep it in any special way. Wow. So we're gonna lift this guy up, and we're gonna lay down some scallions. I've got some parsley. This is a good place if you have just like random herb stems, use it here. Got some onions, gonna use a little lemon. I think any kind of citrus would be really nice. This is a great opportunity to use whatever's looking sad in your fridge, and you can also just get really creative here. We just want something to bring a little moisture and a little flavor to the party. We're gonna think about what fat we wanna coat on here. I don't like to do this with whole butter because the milk solids in the butter can burn. Any other fat really does work. So I'm gonna use some ghee, drizzle it on, and then we're gonna massage it. Make sure you get every nook and cranny.
I've never used
this
ghee
point,
before.
The salt has penetrated the chicken, so you don't have to worry about it rubbing off. Every bit that has some fat on it is gonna get nice and brown. Our chicken is finally ready for the oven. We're gonna roast this at 450 all the way. Because we spatchcocked, it can really take the high heat. The breast is not gonna like completely dry out on us because it's at a lower position, and the dark meat's gonna really get that attention. We're also going to put this chicken into the oven legs first. The back of the oven tends to be a little bit hotter, so that's gonna also help us ensure that the dark meat gets a little more heat and the white meat gets a little less. Wow, look at that. That's a beautiful chicken. So let's talk about how we know it's done. The most accurate, efficient way is to get one of these guys and poke around. When you're cooking a large piece of meat like this, it's gonna continue cooking after it's out of the oven. So it's gonna carry over about 10 degrees. If it's 165 out of the oven, it might be a little bit over after it rests. The dark meat, ideally, you want it to be a little bit higher temp. Like in a perfect world, your dark meat's gonna be like 175 and your white meat's gonna be 155. That's like the perfect texture for both meats. Spatchcock can allow that to magically happen. Since we dry brine this chicken, it's gonna be moist and juicy up to like 175, I swear, I promise. Try the joint, and at here we're reading at like 178, nice. I will go for a few more locations. Wow, fantastic. Just keep poking. Try a few different spots. Okay, if you don't have a thermometer, no problem. Pick up a wing. It should be like wiggly. See how that just wants to rip right off?
Oh.
That's perfect. That's what you want. Pick up a drum. It feels like loose, wiggly. That's how you know that the connective tissue is broken down. Take it to the next level. Pierce between the breast and the thigh. Juices are running clear. Everybody's loosey-goosey. We're good to go. So now we're gonna let this rest. I would rest it for at least 15 minutes. Resting is really important because when you pull a protein right off of the heat, whether it's oven or stovetop, the juices are like really rushing around. You know, like heat makes stuff dance. You know, so all those water molecules, they're bouncing around, and if you cut into your chicken right away, all the juices are just gonna run right out. So letting it have a second to just like chill. The juices are gonna cool down a little bit, they're gonna slow down, the muscles are gonna reabsorb them, and you're gonna have much more juicy meat. Chicken is rested, now we're gonna carve it. Now all these aromatics, you can eat them, you can save them for broth, toss it into like a frittata. As you can see, my wing is just coming right off. I didn't have to do anything there. When you're carving up a chicken, you're going through the joints, you're not going through any bones, so it should be very, very light pressure. Now for the breast, you can go two ways. If you want to keep it simple, just go straight through and go through the bone. Or you can just take it off the bone, a little bit easier for your guests to eat. And I'm just gonna kind of pry it open and move the tip of your knife along the bones. The second side is always a little bit harder because we've lost that stability, but you can feel right here where that breastbone is, and we're gonna go right alongside it. So sometimes I think it's nice if you're serving more than 2 people to cut your breast in half so that everyone can have an option of breast, white meat for everybody, you know? I'm gonna eat a wing, because that's my favorite part. Skin's so rendered, you can hear it.
So good.
I love the crispy chicken. I love it. You're gonna love it too. You can do this. Leave me alone with my wing. Chicken breast, I know, can have a bad rap. This is gonna be the most flavorful, easy chicken breast you've ever had. And the key to that is we're going to slice it up and cook it like a stir fry. If I am gonna have a whole chicken breast, my go-to is a dry brine. Always, always. And we already know how to dry brine, so you can figure that out. But you don't always have time for that. So we're gonna make a really quick, same-day chicken breast that's still flavorful and moist and delicious without a dry brine. Before we get going, once again, we're gonna talk about cross-contamination. So since this is kind of like a stir fry, you need to have all of your mise en place before you get going. Mise en place means having everything in its place. I don't know if that's a direct French translation, but basically it's about like getting everything you need before you get going. Not every recipe requires that you like set up your mise en place. There's a lot of recipes where maybe you have some onions like caramelizing for 30 minutes and you can get that going while you prep everything else. Or maybe there's a few steps that take a little bit longer so you can break up your prep throughout the cook. But for quick cooking, stir fries and fried rice like we did before, frittatas, eggs, things that cook really fast, it's very helpful to have all of your mise ready so you can focus on the fast action that's gonna happen in the pot and not worry about like forgetting anything. So I've prepped a lot of
Oh yeah,
already,
don't clock
I'm
me.
just gonna show you basic knife skill, how to chop onions. Super simple. The root end, you often wanna keep intact. Basically, when you cut an onion, you wanna take advantage of the natural shape of the onion to help you. A lot of the knife work's already done for you because onions have layers, as we've learned from Shrek. Huh? Okay. We're gonna start by trimming off the blossom end. We're gonna cut it lengthwise in half, like this. If you have a really dirty root end, it's good to trim that off just a touch so you don't end up with like flecks of that dirt in your onion. And then we're gonna peel. So after you peel, it's good to clean up. Bench scraper is always really handy. I know that it can be tempting to scrape stuff up with the side of your knife, but it isn't the best habit because it does make your blade get dull faster. There's two ways to chop an onion. The way that I learned in culinary school, like the French way, is you go up and down like this, and then you come across, and then you go this way. But the onion's already got, it's kind of already cut for you, so I prefer to go for more of like a radial cut. So we're gonna move across the onion like this. It's like we're making tiny wedges, you know, like half an awesome blossom. If you are new to knife work, always make sure that you curl your fingers behind. If you go like this, it's very easy to like lose a fingernail. So you want to go for this claw situation, and then you can use your knuckles to guide you. We got our little radial cuts, and then we don't have to go horizontally because it's already cut up that way. So you just go this way, and boom, wow, oh my god. It's like a magic trick. We got tiny pieces of onion. Okay, so we've got our onion, and then we're gonna cut up our chicken, and we have all of our mise, and we can start going. Chicken has a grain, just like every protein, so you wanna cut across the grain. We're gonna slice it this way. If you cut with the grain, that's when you end up with like stringy, tough meat, regardless of how you cook it, just because of the anatomy.
Is that a fucking chocobo?
It doesn't need to be perfect in terms of the length of the pieces. As long as the thickness is close, it will all cook relatively quickly. Now, when I get to this fat bit, I personally want the pieces to be kind of bite-sized, so I'm gonna split this in half so we don't have super long pieces. It also just kind of makes the stir-frying bit a little bit faster and easier. Okay, so now that I've got my raw chicken done, I'm gonna get rid of my board, scrub down, wash my hands, and then we're gonna come back and cook. Now we're gonna get cooking. This is called hara burd masala. With a lot of recipes from South Asia, one dish with one name can have a million variations. Sometimes there's coconut in it. This one has yogurt. We're also kind of making this a shortcut version because this is traditionally like a long
Oh my god, is this thing like
rice
staggered? What the
dish.
fuck
So
is
we're
going
gonna have
on?
all of the same flavors in a quick stir-fry version. So we're gonna get this started by heating up a little bit of ghee. So ghee is good for this because it has all of the milk solids removed, so you can heat it up to a higher temp than whole butter. I'm gonna add whole cumin seeds and whole black peppercorn. It's gonna help infuse the ghee with a lot of flavor at this point. Okay, so now I'm gonna add that onion. This is gonna all cook together until the onions look a little bit translucent. So you can make this in any kind of pot, or if you have a wok, that would be great. We're using a Dutch oven. My favorite tools in the kitchen is a cast iron skillet and a Dutch oven. And I think if you have those two things, you can make anything. You don't have to invest in an expensive Dutch oven. You can totally do this with whatever pot you've got. Okay, so you can see my onions. They look translucent. They look tender. They look very different from when they were raw. So now, I'm gonna increase the heat. We're gonna add our grated garlic and ginger, and then our chicken's gonna go in. So I'm gonna just cook this while stirring until the chicken looks opaque and cooked through. And because it's cut in these really thin slices, it's only gonna take like 7 to 10 minutes. Dutch oven prices vary dramatically. You can find a $60 American-made Dutch oven or a same size, same looking Dutch oven from France that's $300. And they're all exactly the same.
Okay.
Okay, so get whatever Dutch oven fits in your budget.
Okay,
And more importantly,
fine.
you can find beautiful Dutch ovens at thrift stores. I do not see a point in buying a new Dutch oven, as long as just check it out, see if the bottom inside is scratched. Who cares if the outside's scratched? It's not gonna change the way it works. Okay, so everything is nice and opaque. We're gonna go crank our heat back down to medium and add our salt and chili. Let this cook for just a minute, evenly distribute everything and give that chili a little bit of time to bloom. Now we're gonna add some more chili. Here we've got some diced up green chilies. And we're gonna add about a cup of herbs. We're gonna hold back on a little to finish. That way we get a little bit of this like cooked herb flavor and a little raw herb flavor. I know that a lot of people say you should only use fresh herbs at the end. That's more of like a European thing. There's a lot of dishes in Persia where you have long cooked
She's like,
stews
yeah,
with
that's fucking
fresh herbs, and
stupid. Don't do
they're
that.
absolutely delicious. There's no hard or fast rules in cooking. Our herbs are really nicely wilted. Now we're gonna add our cashew butter and our yogurt. Once this is stirred through, I'm gonna turn off the heat. We don't wanna simmer it too long with the yogurt, but we just wanna get it really nice and warm. And now, final finishing touch, we're gonna add the last of our herbs and a little hit of lemon juice. And I'm gonna taste and see if I need any more salt. All right, so let's plate this up. I personally want just some cucumbers because it's a bit spicy and it'll really cool you off. And we've got a little bit of bread. This will also be good with rice, but you know, choose your adventure here. Okay, so now I'm gonna show you an easy way to prepare the dark meat. Dark meat, unlike white meat, you can cook it a long time. So a braise like this really allows you to break down all of those like connective tissues, all of that fat, because we have this like gentle, moist heat. It's when you take a tougher cut of meat, like dark meat chicken, or an active muscle, like a short rib or a pork shoulder, and you cook it in a moist environment, kind of low and slow, until everything kind of falls apart and gets really wiggly. The goal with any braise is to like get that collagen to break down, so you end up with this like really silky, unctuous sauce. The difference between a braise and stew basically is just about size. Stew, small chunks, so the whole thing cooks a little bit faster. Braise, bigger chunks. So today we're gonna make an adobo. It's a Filipino dish, and there's a lot of versions of it.
Oh, double chicken is so good. What?
The main thing about adobo that's so cool is you take like very few ingredients and you get so much flavor out of it. One of the defining things of adobo is there's always vinegar, oftentimes soy, black pepper, and garlic. Those are like the key flavors. This adobo is by Angela de Mayuga, and what's great about it is we're using coconut 3 ways. So we're gonna have coconut oil, coconut milk, and coconut vinegar. Coconut vinegar is more of like a specialty ingredient. You might have to go to a Filipino store to get it, but it is really, really essential to Filipino cuisine, and I think it's really worth seeking out to make this exactly the way it should be made. And it's a pantry staple that will last a long time, so like if you take your time and get that bottle, you'll use it. So let's get cooking. So I'm gonna start on medium-high heat to melt my coconut oil. Now we're gonna add our whole peppercorns, ground pepper, chili flakes, and whole garlic.
Cooking with coconut oil is insane. Oh my goodness. I've never done that before. I usually just use it for my hair.
It's gonna braise for a really long time, so it's gonna get super mellow and sweet. And we're gonna cook this like gently for about 5 minutes until we get some nice golden color on those garlic cloves, and the peppercorns are gonna really toast, and the chili flakes are gonna toast. And most importantly, all of those flavors are going to become one with the fat, and it's gonna flavor our whole braise. Garlic can be really scary when you see it in this quantity, but remember, garlic and onions and all of these kinds of alliums, when you cook them low and slow, they get very sweet. That's also why we're keeping it whole. Garlic is one of these really cool ingredients where, depending on how you cut it, the flavor actually changes. You know, you break the cell walls, some stuff happens, but the more broken down your garlic becomes, the more pungent it is. So if you really want like a sweet, mellow garlic, keep it whole. If you really want like the garlic to kick you in the mouth, grate it fine. Fun way to play with your same basic ingredients and get a lot out of it. When you give spices direct heat, that's when they can become like their best self. So I don't ever recommend taking a spice and just like throwing cumin into water. Like if you really want to get the best out of a spice, it's good to like sizzle it in fat first, or maybe give it a dry toast so that you can really bring the best out of it. I know that spices technically have a shelf life, but I have never thrown a spice out in my life. You might lose some like nuance, but like I'll just like, use a little more, take a little bit more time toasting.
She's just like me. I love her. Sola's the best. Like,
throw out a spice.
right. Just eat it.
Controversial. I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, throw it out after 6 months. Who actually goes into their pantry and thinks about when they last bought cumin?
Exactly.
Let's talk about our chicken.
See, I need more of those. I need more hot takes from Sola.
Season it with salt right away, but we're gonna have a lot of soy sauce in this, so we're not gonna season this with salt. So we're just gonna pat it dry at this point. So here we got some nice golden here, and we're gonna start searing. So we're gonna crank up the heat just a touch, and we wanna just get some light browning on the skin side. We're gonna have to do this in batches because there's a bit of chicken, so I'm gonna start with the thighs, move on to the legs. We're not cooking this through at all at this point. All we wanna do is render out some of that fat so we don't have like
nice.
meat.
That's rare.
Because this is a moist cooking method, if we don't take the time to do this little bit of rendering, it's not gonna really thoroughly render when it's cooked in like the liquid. This isn't technically a sear.
Wow.
Because when you want to sear, you're going for a lot of browning and like a crisp texture. Here, we're just looking to like render the fat and get a little bit of color. So it's okay to do this in a pot with high sides, and it's okay to kind of have the pan crowd because we're not going for like crisp, because we're gonna add a whole bunch of liquid. Oh, okay, we got browning. If you look at the pot right now, we got a little bit of color, which is just what we want. But most importantly, we have rendered out a good bit of fat. And you are not gonna scoop out and remove any of that fat. It is all staying in the dish. Adobo is really rich, and it's like really key to balancing out the vinegar and the soy sauce. That fat is just so incredibly flavorful.
Oh my fucking god.
So you can see here, you gotta be pretty patient. You don't wanna crank the heat because then you're gonna end up developing a lot of color without actually rendering out the fat. And while that fat's rendering, all of the garlic and the spices, everything's just becoming more and more aromatic and delicious, and we're developing a really nice base of flavor. So this chicken is okay to go back into this pan with raw chicken because this chicken is still raw. We got a little bit of color, but it's not cooked through at all. The bottom is still completely raw, and the inside is still completely raw. So you're gonna continue handling this as if it's raw chicken. This is not cross-contamination. And even if this is fully cooked, we're about to simmer it all together for an hour. So there's plenty of time for bacteria to die. So we got a little bit of browning on our drums. I'm gonna add these thighs back in here. All right, so now we're gonna add our soy sauce, coconut vinegar, coconut milk, some bay leaves, and water. And I'm gonna let this come up to a boil, and we're gonna cover it, and it's gonna gently simmer for about an hour until everything is really, really nice and tender.
This music? Wait, hold on, wait. Wait, Wendy Dance? Wait, hold on.
Simmer for a while, and it's reduced down, and it's like really nice and glossy and saucy. So it's ready to serve. Wow, it looks so good. The
what?
color is really nice and deep, and that's because of that soy sauce. Completely just falling apart.
Hang on, wait, hold on. Wait, shut up. Wait,
Whoa.
Whoa.
You have a lot of richness from the coconut oil and the chicken fat that is perfectly balanced by the acidity of the vinegar and the pops of the peppercorn and the sweet garlic. This is gonna go into my regular rotation. It should go into yours too.
This is good fish.
Okay, so I showed you a bunch of things to do with chicken from scratch, but I think rotisserie chicken is an amazing ingredient. I'm gonna show you how to make a really simple chicken soup using your leftover rotisserie chicken. We're gonna start by making a quick broth with whatever you've got. So I'm gonna pick off the rest of this meat so we can have it in our soup. I'm gonna throw the skin into the simmering broth. It's brown, so it's gonna add a lot of nice brown flavor.
Oh, I'm gonna get imperial fast. Holy
pull
shit.
off the meat and add it to a bowl to add to our soup. Anytime you cook chicken, you should save all the bones. Chicken broth is incredibly expensive, and chicken is really expensive, so I think you should use all of it. So we're gonna use all the bones, any cartilage, skin, wingtips are fantastic, and like get in there and pick off any extra meat. I do recommend, like, anytime you've got not just chicken, but you're cooking anything with bones, just save your bones. Like if you made a ribeye, save that bone. Ribeyes are so freaking expensive. You don't want to let any of that go to waste. You can make a mega broth by mixing all the bones together. I'm actually going to put some of the meat into my broth just to make it a little extra flavorful, especially when you've got like the bits on the wing. I'm going to just throw the whole wing in there. Just sacrifice it to the broth because I think I have enough meat here for my soup. Okay, so we're gonna throw this whole back in here. This is like really fatty and might not be fun to eat, but it's gonna be great in your broth. Our chicken is still like room temperature, but when you've had this in the fridge for a while, you'll see that like these juices turn into this gel, which is super flavorful, adds a lot of body. You don't wanna waste that. So make sure you scrape all of that in. And if you got a backbone in the freezer, throw that in here. Now to this, you can also add any like random aromatics you have. You got random herbs wilting, wow. Throw it in there. Got a random half lemon, whoa, crazy. Just a bit of onion, you don't even need to peel. Toss it in there, wow, a bay leaf. Just like get crazy. I know like there are technically rules to making the perfect broth, but sometimes you just need broth. And we're gonna just add enough water to cover. And you're just gonna let this simmer until it tastes delicious to you. I like to let it go until the bones completely like fall apart, but if I'm in a rush, maybe I'll just do it for like an hour. All right, so my pot with my bones and my stuff has been simmering for a while. It smells very chickeny in here. And you can see we've got really nice color. The way that you know that your broth is there is, first of all, it should taste flavorful, and then you want to see that things are like falling apart. So you can tell like our herbs are totally wilted, the onion is in little bits. We got bones completely broken down. If you taste this chicken, it should be like super dry and bland. That means all the flavors in the liquid and your bone broth is ready to go. How long this takes kind of depends on your chicken and how you've prepared it. With raw bones, it takes quite a while. If you're making this with your own spatchcocked chicken, maybe like an hour and a half. Rotisserie chicken, it happens quite quickly. But just like keep an eye on it. If your liquid level gets too low, just top it off with water and keep going until it tastes delicious. So now I'm gonna strain this and make a super simple chicken soup, the most basic soup of all. I believe that all of these things have given you all they've got. So I would compost it, maybe pick off some of the meat as a treat for the dogs, but I think this is okay to say goodbye to. We gave our chicken like 2 lives. Which I think is fantastic. Okay, so here we have our broth, and you can see it's not like a perfect French clear broth. When you go throughout the globe, it's not clear broth. Like, think about ramen. Think about how cloudy ramen broth is, but it's so delicious. I don't think that there's like a right or wrong to broth. And now it hasn't had any salt added, so I'm gonna season it up to taste. Because when you're seasoning something like a soup or a broth, you're gonna have to taste it several times to make sure that it tastes good. There's this point where it goes from like, whoa, and you can taste everything really clearly, and that's when you know that you've hit the right amount of salt, but it can be kind of hard to figure it out, and you don't want to like risk over salting because then there's no return. That's actually really flavorful. I think it just needs another pinch. But it's pretty solid where it's at because we started off with a rotisserie chicken, which is already really nicely seasoned. You could boil your noodles separately if you want, but that's like too fussy for me sometimes. So we're gonna boil our noodles right into our seasoned broth. I don't like a lot of noodles. I like my soup to be mostly broth. Ham hates that. He likes his soup to be mostly stuff. but it kind of works out because he'll take all the stuff and I'll take all the broth. It's a dream. The other thing that's kind of nice about boiling your noodles in your soup is that it will kind of thicken the broth a little bit if you're into that. If you're
we're
not
almost
into
there.
that, boil your noodles in water separately and then combine.
Wait, hold on.
Could go crazy here, add some diced carrot, diced celery.
Wait. Is it time? Is it time? Nope, it still looks like shit out here. Hang on. Oh my god. Is it time? I'll follow you, and that feeling invites me through. Our prayers meet no matter where we're going. In unison, they speak with love. Above our thoughts, we'll find the key together to fill the day with all the things we treasure. All we treasure. Wait. Wait. I love this song. It's so good. What? A crystal view, I sing to you, and in my sleep you softly speak. In stormy seas or sunny blues, I'll remember to trust in you. I love this song. What? Wait, and that's not all. That's not all. Where's that violin at? Where's it at? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a good change. I love that change. That's good. That is a really good mod. Wait, that's a really good mod. Wait. What a simple change, but very good. Because if you think about it, you really don't get to hear the aggressive themes that much, right? You listen to them, and then they instantly go back into the regular battle theme, and then they go away again. And the only time you really get to hear it is if you're running away from enemies, which kind of goes against, like, I mean, I know that's part of RPGs, but you know what I mean, right? So, like, why construct these excellent aggressive themes if you barely get to hear them, right? That's a good change. I like that. This one's a little bit weird. Yeah, this song's a little bit weird because I've actually tried to sync the two together, and it's like a half step. It's like a half step off, so it's kind of hard to sync it up. So it's gonna sound a little bit like slightly disjointed when you transition back, but it's fine. Like even the way they sing, it's like if you put them on top of each other and match up the time signatures, they don't mix very well at all. It's kind of unfortunate.
I don't like a lot of vegetables in my soup, so I'm just gonna add a little bit of onion, let that boil along with the noodles. You could just add some frozen vegetables here, and once our noodles are tender, I'm just gonna finish it off with our cooked chicken and a little bit of parsley and pepper and boom. Okay, so my noodles are cooked, and now I'm gonna turn it down a touch, and we're gonna just add our chicken. It's already cooked, so we just want to warm it through. I'm gonna finish it with a little parsley and pepper, and for me, this is like I'm sick chicken soup. So chicken soup I grew up having, the one my mom made. She would put some red lentils and ginger and lime in there. You can flavor this up however you want. I personally really like it. Show you. Sick day chicken soup, very simple. And I know this is not a lot of noodles, but it's how I like it, and it's my soup. When you're making your soup, you put all the noodles that your heart desires. So, I hope after this episode, you feel like you've conquered chicken, you know? You can do a little bit of butchery, you know what to do with the whole,
I still...
the dark meat, you know what to do with the white meat, and you know what to do with your leftovers. So, go forth and chicken, and stop washing your chicken.
I'm most comfortable with chicken leftovers, but I love her fucking laugh. Solin's so funny!
You know what to do with your leftovers. So, go forth and chicken, and stop washing your chicken.
Fucking laugh. That's actually mad helpful. Yes, no, like, don't throw away a chicken carcass. No way. No way, no way. No way. As soon as you're done with it, right? You guys a free broth, okay? Please. And I think, and I like that too, because like she said, it's like giving more life. It's giving more life to it, you know what I mean? Which feels a little better, you know?
That's taking all the flan. The beast is massive. It can swallow dozens of flan. And when it does, it kicks up that storm we've been seeing.
So I gotta kill it.
A beast that can swallow dozens of flan in one go? No, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Could be the paradox. It's the only way to explain the monster.
Maybe the creature's mouth itself is a rift in time.
Could be. We're going to have to take it down to find out for sure.
So we should go check it out, right?
Look.
Oh my god.
No other explanation. They're being sucked into a time rift.
And then they're reappearing back at Sunlith.
Right. If we can take down the
AMA.
stop the giant flan from getting any bigger.
Oh my god. Have I showed you guys Khadijah? Wait. Have I showed you Khadijah videos? I think I did one time. Hang on. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Would you rather man or bear? Okay. I want to see this one. Wait.
Would you rather be trapped in the wilderness? Would you rather be trapped in the wilderness with a man or a bear? That was a question Screenshot HQ posed to 8 women on their TikTok. And 7 out of the 8 women said they'd rather be trapped in the wilderness with a bear.
Would you rather be stuck in the forest with a man or a bear?
Bear. Man is scary. With a bear. Well, I've heard about bears. They don't always attack you, right? Unless you like fuck with them. So maybe a bear. Depends what man, but probably a bear. Well, 100% a bear, which is like terrifying to say, but definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there. A bear. I'll say man.
And of course the internet did what the internet does. Discourse. And of course I'm gonna do what I do. Flesh out this discourse.
Right.
Because in the TikTok, now viewed over 16.7 million times, comments ranged from, you know what to expect with a bear, to absolutely a bear. Humans are capable of so much worse. And bear, because if I get attacked by a bear, people will believe me and not ask what I was wearing. I added that last part, but you know, now we all know it's about more than the bear. And some things that I've been observing is that it's about a lack of trust between men and women in this ongoing gender wars, and a lack of honesty from some of us, ladies and babies, about not only why we don't trust men, but that we maybe want to trust men. And of course, the P word. Well, 2 P words, patriarchy and performance. You know, I gotta bring those words up, but we're gonna break it down in a way that is tangible, that you'll understand, that's not gonna make you feel stupid or feel like, well, what the heck, what's the point of talking about all this stuff, because it just seems like nonsense. I'm gonna try and provide some solutions and guides that have helped me personally when it comes to my relationships with the menses. So let's slowly unpack that together. Okay? But before we do that, bonjour, nakam, hi, and welcome back to my channel. My name's Khadija. If you're new, feel free to take a look around, suss out the vibe. I just sit in my living room and talk about whatever I want. And today we're talking about the man versus bear dilemma. And more gender war stuff, because I will bridge these gender gaps if it's the last thing I do, god damn it. Men and women, you are gonna learn to trust each other. So I think the first thing we have to acknowledge in this gender wars debate that's been going on since God knows how long is that there is a lack of trust, a fundamental lack of trust between men and women. Having a comment like you know what to expect from a bear should give you all the indication you need, because I know what to expect from a bear, what they're gonna do, how they're gonna act, but men have never felt safe or trustworthy for me. And thankfully, I personally have men in my life, straight cis men in my life, and non, but you know, that have restored my faith and trust in men. But I recognize that a lot of people don't have that, and they have more negative experiences with men than good. So if that's the case, how then do we build trust? One of the girls in the TikTok video said, man is scary, just straight up. And statistically, if you are a woman, you are more likely to be harmed by a man you know than a stranger. And statistically, men are more likely to be harmed by other men / they will be strangers. So men are going around doing a lot of harm, but are confused as to why we don't trust y'all. Now listen, I'm not attacking you. We're gonna talk about the us of it all too. I'm gonna do all of it. Trust me, guys. Stick around. Just depersonalize it a little bit so that you can actually hear what I'm saying, because I know when you hear men, you're like, not all men. I'm not like that. If you're not like that, fine, but humor me and just listen to what I have to say, because the other part about building trust is listening and believing when people tell you something. If Cassie's video with Diddy is any indication, she wasn't believed the first time, and that had to come out for some of y'all to go, oh, just kidding, sorry, she wasn't after money. Which lets me know that men don't trust women, particularly when it comes to women speaking out about their abuse at the hands of other men. This lack of trust is paired with a fear, an actual fear that if I run into a man in the woods, he is going to do God knows what to me, whereas at least a bear, I either know what to expect, or the bear just might leave me alone. The bear doesn't have some vendetta against me. The bear doesn't hate women. The bear is just the bear. In one of my favorite books that I always talk to y'all about and that I will keep hammering home until every single one of you.
She always talks about that fucking book.
Not bitches derogatory, just like bitches. You know? The Will to Change Men, Masculinity, and Love. Bell Hooks says this sentence, and listen, I tell you all the time, this is the book that made me stop and be nice to men. This is the book that did that, truly. Fear keeps us from being close to men in our lives. It keeps us from love. How can I love you if I'm afraid of you? How can I care about you if I'm afraid of you? How can I even connect to you if you scare me, if the idea of you scares me? For some men out there, I hate to break it to you, but even if you're the nicest guy on the planet, a lot of women are not going to trust you because too many men have tricked us with that guise that, ooh, I'm a nice guy, I read feminism, I think women, I believe in feminism, blah, blah, blah. And they turn around and do some vile shit and you're like, so how am I supposed to, oh my God, Lydia just turned around, I did the cutest. Guys, Lydia's being so fucking cute. I think she's sleeping with her mom. Hold on. Oh my God.
Oh my God!
This fucking cat. This fucking cat is gonna be the death of me. Why is she so goddamn cute? Where was I?
Huh?
But I'm not alone in this thinking. We cannot love what we fear. That is why so many religious traditions teach us there is no fear in love. Now, fellas, I know what some of y'all might be thinking. Okay, I listen to you and I understand that yes, some women are terrified of men, men can't be trustworthy, I'm friends with men, I know that their asses can't be trustworthy. But how the hell is a guy supposed to get a fair chance if women are going around thinking that every single man is worse than a bear? And maybe you're also thinking, what do you even mean you would choose a bear over a man? I'm a man. My job is to provide and protect. That's what I do. That's what I care about. That's what masculinity is protecting people, is looking after them. Men constantly put their bodies on the line. It's always women and children first. Men are the last ones to be free, to be saved, to be all of that, because their bodies and their lives are more disposable, quote unquote, in our society. If we're being honest, we expect men to put themselves in harm's way before a woman or a child would, because men are the least, quote unquote, vulnerable, right? That's the idea. But guys, ladies, babies, everybody, how long can we have that expectation of men while still also telling them they are trash and the bar is in hell, right? It's not easy. It's not easy. We have this in one side of our mouth, this idea that men should do those things, should uphold that sort of patriarchal idea. We'll break down the patriarchy part later. But this masculine, I'll say then, idea of protector and provider. But then we also know that that can kind of turn dark and it scares us a bit. What I'm calling for and what Hooks calls for is the idea that you can still care about men, not just for what they do for us, but for men as people. Because I think a lot of men only feel valued for what they can do versus who they are. And so that makes it difficult to even get to know them, because if they don't know who they are and we don't know who they are, but we just care about what they do for us, then where's the connection, y'all? Caring about men because of what they do for us is not the same as loving males simply for being. When we love maleness, we extend our love, whether males are performing or not. Performance is different from simply being. In patriarchal culture, males are not allowed to simply be who they are and to glory in their unique identity. Their value is always determined by what they do. Fellas, let me know below if you feel that at all, or if you think that that's, no, I don't feel only valued for what I do, but let me know, because she might have been onto something. I also think that when we lump all men together in this category, especially for people that claim to be feminists, we're missing intersectionality in that. We're missing the different ways, different types of men based on their identities deal and traverse masculinity and the performance of masculinity. We don't add that same nuance, and there is that same nuance. We just don't talk about it enough. So let's talk a bit more honestly about the lack and the loss that we feel, because I think it's not just to do with fear of men and experience with men causing harm, and so you're like rightfully like, yeah, no, stay away from me. But it's also a hurt. Feelings ass bitch, here we go. Feelings ass bitch, here we go. Editing Kitty here coming at you because I wanted to also mention an article that I used from today's sponsor, Ground News. If you want to check them out, you can click the link in my description, ground.news. I don't care what anybody says. We all want connection in some way, shape, or form. That is how human beings continue to survive and thrive. When we feel disconnected, when we feel disjointed from others, it's not fun. It's not a good feeling, and it doesn't do well for our lives and our overall general health, right? So love and safety, and I'm going to define love because we need to define these broad terms for ourselves. I encourage all of you to sit and think about what you think love actually means, not what you've seen, but what you think it means, what it feels like. For me, it is space that we create together. You come as you are, I come as I am, and we hold each other accountable for sure. I can exhale. I can let myself be around you. And it doesn't always look cute or pretty, but it's always honest. And you give me that space and that grace, but you also don't let me just get away with everything, you know? So for me, love and safety breeds trust. And that trust allows for intimacy and deeper connection between not just the genders, but all of us, right? But a lot of us need to understand and admit that the first place we learned male love from, our fathers, wasn't safe, or wasn't even there, really. The first sentence in this book that gathered me together and made me go, my feelings are hurt by men. Wow. Was this. Every female wants to be loved by a male. Every woman wants to love and be loved by the males in their life, whether gay or straight, bisexual or celibate. She wants to feel the love of father, grandfather, uncle, brother, or male friend. If she's heterosexual, she wants the love of male partner. We live in a culture where emotionally starved, deprived females are desperately seeking male love. Our collective hunger is so intense, it rends us, and yet we dare not speak it for fear we will be mocked, pitied, shamed. To speak our hunger for male love would demand that we name the intensity of our lack and our loss. Scalp me bald. I was like, man, fucking man, and then I was like, Daddy wasn't there to take me to the fair. But it's true, and this isn't just, I don't necessarily love the language of it, but it still applies. It's not just, oh, idiot, stop. I'm sorry, guys. Every single time she turns around, she's like this. Okay, I'm focused. No, I'm not. Okay, I have to turn this way. I cannot look at her. It's not right. It should be illegal. No one cat should have all this power. But it sucks to have to admit, especially when you're a card-carrying feminist, and some of the ideas of feminism have been changing, yes, but I don't need to worry about men. We don't need to be bothered with them. Let the men disappear. A woman without a man is like a fish without a bicycle. If all the men in the world disappeared tomorrow, we could just keep all the sperm and we'd be fine, you know? Sure, maybe, but also, like, men are people. And it is nice to feel loved and cared for by your fellow person, especially those closest to you. When you have brothers, uncles, dads, grandfathers, at least for me, I've always wanted that connection. I've wanted to know my father more. I've wanted to be closer to him. And sometimes it always felt like there was a bit of a barrier there. There was a bit of a, I am here to provide for you and make sure that you're alive, and that's it. Don't ask me for anything else. And I'm a feelings ass bitch, so that's just not gonna suffice.
Exactly, no, because right, no, because mine did the same thing. Mine did the same exact thing, and I'm like, I swear to God, I think one of those like connective times I had with my dad, like it's better now, but when I was was when we went to fucking High School Musical 2 on ice. Ah! Oops.
Me and my dad have a great relationship now, but you know, it took some time. And I think a lot more of us need to be honest, all of us in general, men, women, babies included, need to be honest about the lack that we feel and the intensity of that lack and loss from our parental figures, from our fathers, the men in our lives, and then, if you're straight and attracted to men, the lack that you felt from partners. Whew. Not me paying Zoom $60. But that lack and that loss, the intensity of that, it is important to name that, to sit with it and go, wow, it sucks that I feel like if I'm heterosexual and attracted to men, I can never connect with them. They don't want to connect. They want to do all this stuff around what a partner should do in intimacy, except for that last part.
I feel like, okay, and I always find that weird too. I don't know about y'all, but like, do you ever find it weird sometimes that there's like I don't know, there seems to be like this like girls' night, boys' night, and they do their things like separately, and maybe there's like a lot of that, like not as much together stuff, but more so like, here's my friends, here's your friends. I always thought that was interesting, like, you know, like, I don't know, I always thought that was like a, yeah, why can't we all just hang out though? I mean, I don't know, it's fun.
That would really bring us together. It sucks to be like, well, I just feel like I can't have any male friends because they feel like they can't be friends with women, or it just doesn't feel like a trustworthy relationship. I'm afraid of them. I just don't, the trust, going back to the trust, always, right? What does it do when it feels like you can't connect to a whole group of people, a whole population of people, simply because of socialization and genitalia? And I'm breaking it down into that simple of a term because if we really think about it, it is that. People socializing you based off of your genitals and then going, well, you're this way and they're this way, but you still want men and women to connect. How make it make sense? Like, it just really, 1 + 4 does not equal men are garbage. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. But we expect traditional socialization too. I really want us to come off that. And if we do sit and name this honesty, sit in that grief, name the intensity of this lack and this loss, and this lack of trust, if we were able to sit with that lack and this loss, this intense feeling, this deep, deep feeling, and then also sit with the hurt that men have caused us, whether you're a woman, baby, or man, sit with the hurt that other men have caused, sit with the pain, and sit with the resentfulness and regret that you feel of years of having to have a defense up against this whole group of people in our population because they've never been trustworthy to you. And you could have had maybe meaningful relationships and all of this stuff, but too many of these bitches have ruined it, you know? Fool me once and all that, right? If we were able to name those things, would we actually be able to then listen to each other and hear and receive it? With this man versus bear, a lot of men got it, but a lot of other men were upset about this idea. Like, what about young boys seeing this? How are they gonna feel knowing that women would rather choose a bear than them? Like, what the heck? We're talking about a crisis of masculinity. Y'all are just making boys and men feel shitty. But like I said, depersonalize for a moment and sit with the fact that if this many women are telling you, yeah, I would rather choose a bear than a man, what does that then say about the way we teach men to be men? We're talking about a fictional man. We're not talking about someone you know, although, again, statistically, women are more likely to be hurt by men that they know than by strangers. But men across, I think it's all stats of violent crime. This is Canada, at least. I'm going to have the Statistics Canada and Statistics US down below for gender-based violence that y'all can check out and look up on your own. But if this many people are saying that they would rather encounter a wild animal, and statistically a bear is less likely to actually cause you harm or whatever, but you know, it's just a little question for everybody. If it hurts to hear that, imagine how it feels to have men harm you or hurt you or betray your trust or violate you or abuse you over and over again. And then when you bring it up, other men say, well, not all men are like that. If most of the men you've met are like that, to you it is all. So men, I just want you really to just listen to that and truly depersonalize it. Like, not take it as, well, they're talking specifically about me. I think we could do that a lot with a lot of things, especially online, but for this topic especially, sitting and going, let me actually stop and listen to what this person has to say. Why are so many women this afraid and would rather this animal than me? Or not necessarily me, sorry, again, depersonalizing, but would rather this animal than a man. And then I would like for the ladies to actually stop and listen to men to hear, why might their feelings be hurt around this? What do they not understand or get about it when they are making it personal for them as a man? What do they actually think about manhood and masculinity and the performance of it? Do they feel like it's a performance? Do they want to lean into it or not? Again, in this, Hooks points out that we always talk all day long about how we want men to open up, speak to me, but then they open up and they say something we don't like and we're like, or like upset or something like that. The reality is that men are hurting, and that the whole culture responds to them by saying, please do not tell us how you feel. I have always been a fan of the Sylvia cartoon, where two women sit, one looking into a crystal ball as the other one says, he never talks about his feelings. And the woman who can see the future says, at 2 p.m. all over the world, men will begin to talk about their feelings. And women all over the world will be sorry. If we're not able to listen to each other to try to understand each other, this chasm just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And we recognize each other and the humanity of each other less and less. And that's not a kind of world I want to live in. Personally, it's not my vibe. Just saying. But let's talk about what's the real cause of this. Because I can point at men and women and babies and be like, we all need to get it together. But we all know who the real enemy is. Okay? Stay focused. Oh my God, now they interacted with each other. Stop. My kitty kids are so cute. Why are they so cute? Look at them. Look at them doing it together. Why are they
Kadisha's such a fucking middle over so much.
Can y'all do something for the camera? Dance, monkey dance.
Oh! Hey!
Not Tony walking away. All right. Now, you know we love to define things here and make sure that everybody's on the same page because it is important to me that I can communicate to y'all effectively. So, let's define patriarchy, according to Bell Hooks. Also, side note, when you guys are reading books and stuff, if you want to be able to feel like you understand it, do chapter summaries. I do that a lot with books that are nonfiction that I read, and it really helps me just internalize and remember what I read, because sometimes it can be like, especially when you talk about like sociological theory, socio-political stuff, it's like, oh, my eyes are watering. But Bell Hooks tries to make it understandable and digestible, which a lot of other people do not. Patriarchy is a political social system that insists that males are inherently dominating, superior to everything and everyone deemed weak, especially females, and endowed with the right to dominate and rule over the weak. and to maintain dominance through various forms of psychological terrorism and violence. Men are on top, they rule everything. If you have dick and penis and you are man, you get to be on top, which is why as well, and I always tell y'all this, I love reading trans writers because the way they speak about traversing gender and the different ways that they are received and perceived and how people react when they associate them with one gender over the other is fascinating and speaks a lot to the way we put, as Julia Serrano says in Sexed Up, people into filing cabinets. The male filing cabinet and the female one. And the male traits are this and the female one traits are this. So patriarchy is just a hierarchy of the patriarch. That's it. That's the simplest way I can define it. It is men are at the top and everyone else is weaker and less than, and that means that men get to rule at the top, and we will reinforce this in many different ways. That can be, as she says, quote, psychologically terroristic, but can also just be very hurtful and mean. Sometimes patriarchy is mean. Now, to flesh this definition out a bit more, I always go back to Terrence Reals' How Can I Get Through to You? I fucked up the cover of this book so bad.
Oh my God.
Like I said, these two, I pair these books together all the time. Get them both, please. Read them with your family, read them with your partners. Do a little reading club with your partners or your family or your friends and stuff, and talk about these things. It's summertime, y'all. Come on, have consciousness raising circles like they did back in the 70s. But Terrence Real is a family psychologist, and so he adds that patriarchy can be divided into two subsets: psychological patriarchy and political patriarchy, which is the one that Bell Hooks is talking about, socio-political patriarchy, and psychological patriarchy, which is, again, the patriarchy that lives in the mind. The idea of it's not just a system outward where men rule, most of the world's billionaires are men are in higher positions of power and can affect change in our world. It's internally, the everyday man believes in this too, that I am a man and I should be on top. It's those alpha male channels completely misreading France de Waal's book, interpretation, understanding, study, scientific research about alpha males and deciding that they decide they're alpha males, and so blah, 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 men are this. That's the psychological patriarchy. The first ring of psychological patriarchy is the Great Divide. The process family therapist Olga Silverstein called having. No, it's not you're having, it's how, like you're cutting something in half. Halving. God,
oh my God.
Say that word. Halving. Ooh, what? Halving. The second ring represents the relationship between the two halves, holding one domain as exalted and the other as devalued. So, this is what I talk about when I say we demonize femininity. Anything associated with the feminine, the weaker, because if you have, as Evan Nixon and Hall point out in their book, Representation, if you have two dichotomies, one is going to be the subservient of the other. One is going to be the lesser than of the other. Like male is on top, man, anything associated with man and masculinity, and then female is the less, the weaker, anything associated with that is less than. The male traits are then valued and esteemed and risen up and leveled up and as something you should aspire to. And the female traits are valuable, they're not unnecessary, but they're just not as important as this other one. So you have that, the two filing cabinets, the having, the cutting in half of traits, that this is good and exalted and male, and this is okay and fine or less great and weaker and female. And with that comes expectations, comes standards, comes modes of being, certain ways that you act and practice and perform in order to adhere to what we have decided is masculine and male versus feminine and female. And unfortunately for us, a lot of us, men, women, and babies included, have an obedience, a blind obedience to this type of system without thinking about it, because it's just been around us. We just think this is how things are supposed to be. In order for patriarchy to be upheld, it requires that obedience. It requires not questioning it. It requires not looking around and going, something in the milk ain't clean. And I feel like our relationships and our relating to each other could be a lot better. I feel like statistically, men could be harmed less by other men, and women could be harmed less by men that they know if we didn't uphold this idea that a man has to be a man and therefore will reinforce his manness in all manner of ways that can be psychologically, emotionally, and physically abusive, just because they have a blind obedience to this idea of their manhood and their manliness. Because if you take that away, then what am I? Well, you're just a person, and you could be a unique person with all sorts of different traits and experiences and an inner life that people would want to know. But the facade is the performance of manhood, and it's not to say you can't still be a man. No one is saying that. Like, I am not saying that. Anytime you talk about this, people say you want to take manhood away from men. I just want men to be less obedient to this thing that is clearly and literally killing them. Look at the numbers, don't look at me. We have to sit and ask ourselves, why are men suffering? Why are they more likely to be victims of violent crime? Across multiple boards, across multiple statistics. Like, why is that the case? We need to start to be more loyal to each other and each other's humanity than we are to this patriarchal system that demands men cut off half of themselves to act a certain way, and then demands that women just accept it and pick up the rest of the slack and take on whatever emotional, physical abuse and it's just fine. It's okay. Yeah, men and women can still connect. That don't make no damn sense to me. And it's cannibalizing itself. Psychotherapist John Bradshaw's clear-sighted definition of patriarchy in Creating Love is a useful one. The dictionary defines patriarchy as a social organization marked by the supremacy of the father to the clan or family in both domestic and religious functions. Patriarchy is characterized by male domination and power. He states further that, quote, patriarchal rules still govern most of the world's religious school systems and family systems. Describing the most damaging of these rules, Bradshaw lists, quote, blind obedience, the foundation upon which patriarchy stands, the representation of all emotions except fear, the destruction of individual willpower, and the repression of thinking whenever it departs from the authority figure's way of thinking. That last part, the repression of thinking whenever it departs from the authority figure's way of thinking. Whenever you think differently than the father, the man, the patriarch, it needs to be repressed. If you're the one in your family pointing out this doesn't seem like this love and connection and safety, and this just seems like it's harming a lot of people, your ideas need to be repressed, because no, we don't do that here. Religion, family systems, all of that is
my
about
fucking
patriarchy.
God.
This is what we know, and we will blindly follow it until whatever. The dean is a genius, and I will follow him until whatever. It's Stockholm Syndrome. If we keep staying in a collective denial about the effects of patriarchy and this blind loyalty to it on men, not just on women and how it harms us, and us answering we'd rather be in the wilderness with a bear than a man. If we continue this collective denial, girl, I'm scared. I'm scared. And I want to also add then, we can't just blame men for upholding this, right? Because a lot of women, a lot of our mothers upheld this system too. Wanted our fathers to be a certain way, taught our brothers to be a certain way, taught our brothers how to be quote unquote men, and felt like they had to do it even more, especially because they were women. They had to commit to this even more. But meanwhile, they're looking at their husbands annoyed as hell, like, this man don't do shit, I can't stand this, blah, 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 blah. But then they turn around and teach their sons to act the same way their husbands do. And it's like, girl, get that young man in the kitchen washing dishes. I'm kidding.
No.
But anyway, let's talk about the other P word, performance. Part of the problem with this idea of masculinity, the way patriarchy demands masculinity work, is that for a lot of men, maybe that's just how they are. They happen to fall into these traits that we define as masculine. That's just who they are. That's what they like to be, right? But for some of them that aren't that way, it then becomes a performance. And sometimes that performance can be dangerous. I talked about this in the Drake video, where I feel like a lot of times it's not men trying to one-up you or be on top of you as a woman. Sometimes it's really about them trying to show and prove their manhood to other men. That's why with this Drake-Kendrick beef, I was having a good time, I was cutting up, it was fun, right? But in the back of my mind, I still was aware of the fact that both of these men are misogynistic. Yeah, Kendrick said better not speak on Serena, sure, but how many women has he talked shit on? The women that Drake sleeps with, they're not actual women. They don't have integrity or anything. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, one of the pillars of hip hop is misogyny and misogynoir. It is. We have to be honest. Maybe it didn't start that way, but it sure is now. And a lot of times these men are more concerned with how other men are receiving them, how other men are judging and viewing their performance of masculinity than anything else. As Terrence Real says, quote, men are not raised to be intimate. They're raised to be competitive performers. Another quote. I always read this one. I have more quotes from this, but like these are the ones that really hit, okay? Traditional socialization teaches girls to filter their sense of self-worth through connection to others, often at great cost to themselves, while it teaches boys to filter their sense of self-worth through performance. Neither sex learns about true intimacy. And Real goes on to say, how can one maintain genuine relationships while not being genuine in them? How do men expect to have genuine relationships and connections when they're not being genuine or sincere in them, when they're putting on this facade, this performance of masculinity? Because we've all said that's what they're supposed to do. That's what we're all loyal to, and that's how things go. Sometimes this performance of masculinity is also a selfish one, but it's masked in altruism. Like some men will go, well, we are men and we need to be providers, and I want to be a man, I want to protect. And it's like, okay, fair, okay, but also, is that about other people or is it about your ego? I want to ask you again, who are you when you are not performing what you think a man should be? What do you just like? What do you just not like? Have you ever sat and thought about it and asked yourself? This is something that I've had to deal with when it comes to being socialized as a girly pop, you know? and realizing that I like masculine traits as much as I like feminine ones. I like physically being and looking strong. I like feeling like I could protect and take care of people. I also like to be taken care of and sometimes like to be baby. Unpacking gender has been a whole journey for me because I was taught that I was supposed to be one way just because I had titties and a vagina. And it's like, girl, maybe I'll have some of those feminine traits for sure, but that's not all I have. And that's not all I want to be. And it's really vulnerable to sit with yourself and go, who am I when I remove all the things that other people have told me I'm supposed to be? It is, but it's an important question to ask yourself. And menses, I want y'all to ask yourselves. Ask yourselves. Just get a journal. You don't gotta tell nobody, just do it for yourself. Narcissist is an emblem of disconnection. He stands rooted over the well, not because he has too much self-love, but because he has far too little. It is not his self he is bewitched by, but his image.
Have a good night.
Narcissist at the well stands for any man who is in love with his accolades, his performance, his stock options, than his own being. Reel uses a story of Narcissus and Echo to discuss this performance of masculinity and manliness and this self-absorption that it is. This performance and this, I'm this top dog and I'm at the top of the patriarchy. It's navel gazing at its finest, but you're really just staring at yourself and worried about you, and you're putting all of these other things that masculinity is as a front to make it seem like you're doing it for others or that it's because you have to be this way or it's biological, when in actuality it's more ego driven. And the women that feed into this sort of stuff, he points out, are kind of like Echo. You know, Echo is stuck repeating back to Narcissus everything he says. He says, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. She says, beautiful, beautiful. And there are plenty of women and babies that are like that will uphold this blind loyalty to this harmful system, not question it, not push back on it. And when a man says, well, I'm an alpha and this is what I do, she goes, alpha, this is what you do. You know, she cheers you on. It's I guess pick me, I guess energy, but it's a worshiping of this patriarchal idea through this man. When really, y'all are just worshiping yourselves. These men are just worshiping themselves, and there isn't really love or connection in that, and it's not about other people, and they don't care about other people, and it's not very nice. I don't know how else to say that. A big example of someone like that, Diddy. He doesn't care about other people, and I'm not diagnosing him with anything, but his apology, his behavior, his pattern of behavior shows he's just tied to this idea and this performance of what it means to be that man, the one on top of the music industry. He's in charge. He's a man. When I'm with you, you gon' 75% of the time you gonna love me, 25% of the time you gonna hate it. But hey, it is what it is, baby, and those rules apply for me, but not you. I can do what I want, but you can't do what you want because I'm the man, and I'm only gonna have women that say, yes, daddy, anything, yes. Yes, and I'm gonna use this power and privilege I have.
The fucking Caillou, not the Caillou. Where is it? Not the Caillou.
Oh, yes, Dad.
Where's it at?
You wanna fuck?
Oh my god, holy shit. I just want the...
Oh, yes, Daddy.
There it is. God damn it. Oh my god.
Yes, daddy, anything, yes, yes. And I'm gonna use this power and privilege that I have to exploit, abuse, and harm not just women, but other men and anyone that I deem disposable to me, because people are a means to an end for me. I'm a man, I'm at the top of the hierarchy. I get to do whatever I want. Staring at himself in the reflection, looking at himself, how beautiful, how fantastic, how wonderful his house is, how perfect and wonderful everything is for him, because he is that alpha top dog. And the minute somebody questions that, the minute somebody does something he doesn't like or pushes back on his idea of who he is, they see the wrath. They see the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I don't know. I really just want us to understand, again, as I said a million times in this video, that this loyalty to patriarchy and the idea and performance of masculinity isn't really helping us. And you are allowed to have masculine traits and feminine ones. More masculine, more feminine. You're allowed to traverse the lines. You can do that, but you have to be willing to let go of this patriarchal system, this obedience to it, to make room for something else and to discover who you are outside of it. You can have masculine and feminine traits. You can have more masculine ones, who cares? But being so committed to a system that is killing you, that is causing harm for y'all, that is causing harm for men and women, that's causing harm and causing friction and causing a chasm, causing us to not be able to connect to each other, to trust each other, that don't make no damn sense to me. But what the fuck do I know? I'm just a baby. Yeah. Anyway, as always, please let me know your thoughts below. Ooh, the sun is doing its job. Hey, girl.
Oh, she looks so good. Oh my god. But I love her videos. Isn't she fun? Isn't she real? And isn't she just so intellectual and smart and just and gorgeous? I love her. I've been following her for years. Like she's one of my faves. Like I don't know, she's real. I don't know. I don't know if I ever showed you guys Chiquitita, but I love her videos. I really do. Ooh, you know what we should watch next? Watch next. Now that I think about it.
See how crispy you can get the skin without needing to use a pan. This is good fish.
She has not. I just bust out laughing at like that in any of the videos that we've watched. This is the only one where she just fucking does that. Why? It's so funny. Like we've watched like 10 of these, and this is the only one where she just fucking spontaneously laughs for no reason. It's so funny. Holy shit. Anyway, hold on. Let me look up. Body. Who's it at? Here it is. Former FBI agent answers body language questions.
You can put your elbows on the table, and that fell. So I'm reading his body language, which is saying that sucked. And so we go right back to it. I'm Joe Navarro, author, former FBI agent, and this is body language support. At Erica Destiny asks, why does eye contact intimidate the out of me? Well, the fact is that it's not just you. A lot of us are intimidated by eye contact. And in fact, all primates avoid making too much eye contact with each other. Apes will look at the alpha. He has the ability to look over everybody, but everybody else tries to avoid making too much of a direct eye contact. And we humans are much the same. When the eye contact is too direct, too intense, it is intimidating. And this is something that obviously poker players have used for decades to intimidate each other. It really creates a subconscious instability that often drives them to change their behavior because they're not aware that they're being intimidated at a subconscious level. Here's a question from
I suck dick at eye contact. It's so bad.
Can eye contact and long silent gazes be love language? Cause shit. When it comes to courtship, when it comes to dating, most of the decisions that we make is non-verbally. And eye gaze behavior is very powerful. When we are in the presence of someone we enjoy, it can certainly be indicative of, I like this person very much, and I would certainly pay close attention to it. So on to the next question. It comes to us from a friend of mine, at Eric Goulard. Hey Joe, what do you think about people who take off their glasses in the middle of a meeting, interview, or on important points? That's a great question, and it often manifests in different ways. Sometimes people take the glasses off and they rub the bridge of the nose, or they may massage the back of the ear where the glasses rest, and that is to accommodate themselves. They may also take their glasses off to pacify. You'll often see people put them in their mouths as they're thinking. This is no different than a pacifier. Other people use it almost like a baton to demark a point as they're talking, while others are using it basically to create novelty to get other people's attention. At Ezra Hamoud asks, how do I improve my poker face? The easiest way to improve your poker face is something that I taught Phil Hellmuth a long time ago. Just keep in mind, you can improve your poker face, but not your poker body. So sometimes we'll reveal things somewhere in our body, but put your elbows on the table, bring your thumbs together, and you perch your chin on the thumbs. And then you interlace the fingers and they block your mouth. You look straight ahead but slightly down. And what happens is you virtually disappear because there's nothing there for anyone to see. So after a while, people will avoid looking at you because there's nothing new there. There's no novelty. At SCI Suburb asks, my question is, when you see the eye twitch of irritation, how do you use body language to help the other person feel more comfortable without directly addressing the fact that you saw them appear irritated? A lot of times we display discomfort through our eyes. We'll squint, we may look away, we may cover the eyes when something is bothering us. And the easiest way to make other people more comfortable without saying anything is to move slightly away and angle yourself. Humans tend to approach each other directly. What we don't realize is that this actually minimizes face time. The closer we get, the more intense the look. This can act as an irritant. One of the best things that we can do anytime is when we approach each other and we sense that there's some sort of irritation or psychological discomfort, is always to move back and then always angle yourself so that you're looking at each other at angles rather than directly. This, whether you're in business or in interpersonal relationships, this actually minimizes face time, where by angling, this increases face time because it contributes to psychological comfort. At Jessica Basic 2 asks, is duping delight then pretending to experience delight? Or is it like narcissistic smirk? So in 1986, Paul Ekman coined the term duping delight. And basically what that looks like is you have this little smirk on your face like you're getting away with something. I would say it's like showing off. You can take great pleasure in getting away with something, but when you exercise duping delight, it's sort of like telling the world, yeah, I got away with it. So here we have a question from @Artemis Moon God, and he asks, are there body language differences among different cultures? Do people of different countries display different body language cues? Yes. In other cultures, they say hello differently. We tend to wave our hands high and above. In other cultures, they may do it more subtly. We tend to say, oh, everything's okay, and yet in other cultures, that's considered a phallic symbol, so they don't do the okay sign. We like to shake hands, and we do so all over the United States, but interestingly enough, we have cultures within cultures. So in New York, you may have more of a strong grip, where in the Midwest, it might be just a quick touch of the hands and movement away. It's always good to consider the culture that you're in, because when we mirror these behaviors, it lets others know that we respect them and that we are in synchrony with them. And of course, as I've always said, synchrony is harmony. Here's a great question from @2believes_yes. Can body language be submitted as admissible evidence in court? Absolutely. In the famous 1967 case of Terry versus Ohio, the Supreme Court considered this, and they said if a police officer can articulate with particularity the body language that he or she observed, it can absolutely be used in court to justify the actions of a police officer.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, the other one I watched was a lot better than this one. Wait. Former cult expert, forensics expert, psychiatrist, video game director. Ooh.
Not a lot. Hi, I'm Glenn Schofield, artist and video game director, and I'm here to answer your questions from Twitter. This is Video Game Support.
Oh boy, this one's gonna be fun. Okay.
Dr. Bruce Wayne. Why do horror games scare me when horror movies don't? Laugh out loud. Because it's immersive. You are right there. That is you. That is great to hear. Because that's what we try to do. We try and, the more we immerse you and make you feel like you're the character, the more you're gonna get scared. Trust me, Rusky, bruh. Why don't startup studios just make their own game engine? Like, bro, stop being lazy. Wow. Okay, well, my teams have made plenty of engines, and they are hard. They take years and years, especially for nowadays. You need to take an old engine and rework it, but making an engine from scratch in today's market is going to take you years and millions of dollars, and
oh my God,
you'll still get it wrong. By the time I got to EA, you know, they had a lot of different engines around. We were starting to build one. We're for Lord of the Rings, and I don't know, they were about a year into it. I said, what are we doing? We're 2 years away. So we looked around and we got creative. Lord of the Rings is about large areas and then sort of a castle on the end, or something, a fortress. What's like that? Tiger Woods. Long areas, and at the end,
they took a golf
where you go
game.
get food where you're done. And so we took the Tiger Woods engine and turned that into the Lord of the Rings engine. You just have to be smart about what you do and what you use for an engine. Farrah Game Doinks. I'm
What?
sure I got that wrong. What steps do I need to take to be a video game director? Because I feel like I can be the video game Spielberg. Good for you. That's confidence. To be a video game director, you're gonna have to move up the ranks. You've got to learn the inside and outside of video games. So you just can't come in and do it. No way. You got to have a lot of knowledge. You can come up in many different ways. I came up through the art field. You know, I started as an artist in video games. I've seen people come up as from producers. You're going to need experience. You're going to need to know everything about the video game. I don't need to know the technology, but I need to understand it, and it's changing in every game. So you just can't jump in. I'm sorry. At Desemporium, do horror game creators get scared of their own creation sometimes?
No.
No. What happens really is that after a while, you've played the game so many times, you don't know if it's scary or not. If in the beginning, the first time that, you know, I say, hey, let's do this here, and if the first time I see it, I jump or I get scared, then I know it's good. Hold on, I've got something. So this is Two-Head from the Callisto Protocol. I'm sure that the first time you see him, you will be very scared. We went through a lot of iterations to get to this. He's morphed into two heads, and you can actually blow off either side, and one head will fall off, and he'll still be coming at you with half his body. So he's pretty scary, and he's really hard to kill. At Mama Leyoshi, why are video games $60? Why are they all $60? Who agreed on that? I don't know who agreed on all that. I surely didn't. I think that it's the console guys who come up with the cost, but there may be some of the publishers have something to do with it. But I gotta be honest with you. They've been like $50, $60 for, what, a decade? Something like that? In which time games have doubled or quadrupled in cost. And the price hasn't gone up. And you can see the difference between a PlayStation 2 game and a PlayStation 5 game, and you're almost paying the same price. Man, I don't want to put the cost on the fan. I don't. But they're expensive to make. They really are. At Spirit Destiny, how do you write a video game script? Well, it's pretty complex. I don't consider myself a writer. I consider myself a storyteller. So I'll write 20 pages or something on what this game was. And once I have a story and I've talked everybody sort of into it and through it and whatever, we bring on our writers. The next 2-3 years, the writers are working with me and they're writing the script. And they're adding the characters and things like that. So it is a long process because a video game is pretty long, 10, 12, 13 hours, something like that. So the scripts are big. They change a lot because this is about gameplay and something might not be fun. We leave a lot of room for change. At C. Cattell, who makes up these game ratings? Comic Mischief? Come on, really? I don't have a problem with the game ratings. It seems like most games that deserve an M get an M. I've never had a problem with a games rating. I think maybe in the early days we had a problem with one in Europe, and we worked on that in one of the European countries, but at the end of the day, we talked them into what it should be. I don't have a problem with it. Now, but the critic scores, oh boy, I could talk to you all day about that.
Oh my god.
Aika 95. I never knew that motion capture process also included with voice acting recording. Or do they record that separately and then a lip mimic on motion capture? There's another process called performance capture, or what we call PCAP. And that's actually where we capture the voice acting. On motion capture,
Oh yeah, that's
it's
Star
really
Rail,
just
right?
about the movements. The fidelity isn't the same as performance capture, which are big stages that we actually have to go down to Hollywood to do. There's only a couple down there, so we go down to the Sony one. And here's an example of us getting the motion of a kill scene.
Primo dodges, he strikes to the legs, which swipes him out. He comes up, cracks, splits the head open.
Right, okay. We don't really do the lips or the voice here on motion capture, but we'll get 75% of the moves for the game, at least, in the motion capture studio. At Tressa Amo Woo. Sorry, I'm not good at making scary things. How do horror games come up with the most unnerving stuff? Play a lot of scary games, watch a lot of movies. If you're passionate about anything, right, you're gonna get into it. You're gonna be studying it. You're gonna be absorbed in it for years. I've been like a sci-fi horror fan since I was really young. I'm constantly thinking about it, constantly have ideas in my head. So, I know I have some. But for us, I put it out to the team. We got 200 people. They're gonna come up with ideas. I'm always asking them for ideas because it's not about my ideas always getting in the game. It's about the best ideas getting in the game. I don't care where it comes from. So we're constantly asking the team and having brainstorming meetings and doing things like that. There's a second part to it. And how do the creators of them not scare the shit out of themselves when looking at their own assets? Sometimes I gotta tell you, like with the gore system that we have in our new game, the first time I saw some of that stuff, I was shocked. Not necessarily scared, but I was really psyched because I'm like, that's brand new, haven't seen that. That's gonna gross people out, especially on the latest platforms. Consoles. Man, this stuff looks amazing. At Tufu, why are video games important? Video games are, I think, incredibly important. They are an art form. It's entertainment. It's a social network. They're just, part of pop culture now. They are a part of our world. Video games are bigger than movies and music combined, doubled.
Oh my God.
That huge. I also think that they're the next medium, we're already doing it, to tell a great story. Look at video games and the difference between where they were 10 years ago and where they are today. Huge jump. We're always working on next technology. What's the next thing? Movies, which I love, 10 years ago to today, there's not a big leap, right? But video games are constantly changing. That's one of the hardest things about making them, but it's also one of the funnest things. At X24 Sonic, it's a long one. How the do you design levels? In a survival horror game building, how do you decide which rooms are locked or empty and what order the player will go through them? How do you come up with the layout progression? Because I don't know where to start. That could take me all day to answer, but we start out with a paper idea, a paper map. We have software now that we can lay it out pretty quickly. And we move things around and stuff like that. And this is done by the designers. So the designers are laying out the gameplay. When people look at it and go, hey, that looks pretty good. We don't know yet, but we think it looks good. We'll then go into our engine and we lay it out in blocks. We call it Block World. Very simple mesh. We put a character in and we run through it. If we like that, we then have the artists look at it, because designer is just looking at fun. So sometimes they'll have a hallway go into a bathroom, and the bathroom have a second door that goes into a bedroom. So we have to get it right. The artist will go in and make sure architecturally the building is correct, and tell them we have to rework it a bit. As far as which ones are locked and which ones are empty and everything, that comes with the gameplay. That's usually probably 50% is got on your paper map over the course of making a level. And making a level can take 2 years. Because
2 years?
Working on iterating, putting the
oh my God.
So it takes a long time. These things change. At Angelo's End, why are the simplest games always the best? I hear what you're saying, but I don't necessarily agree. Some of the simplest games are great. Like, it's easy to get in, easy to understand, and you don't have a lot of startup time, right, to get into it. You know, Rocket League and even Call of Duty to an extent is easy to get into these days. I mean, it's hard to play against a lot of people, but I like games that take not a long time to get into it, but they build up the mechanics a bit. Takes a little while, and you're learning the story and all. So I'm not always about the simplest game, but I understand what you're saying. At Jeff Whitmore 1, what is the scariest video game ever? Very good question, and I'm sure a lot of people have different answers, but mine has got to be one of the Silent Hills, probably Silent Hill 2.
Yep.
I mean, when that horn went off and I knew Pyramid Head was coming
Whoa,
at me.
wait. No, I haven't played it yet. I still need to play it. I still need to play it. I don't want to hear it.
Geiger counter goes
I
off,
still need to play it.
Just really frightening. So, great game. Scared the heck out of me. I wish they would make more. Portable G. Some great names here. What makes a good horror game? Well, obviously one that you keep wanting to go through it, right? Because you know you're going to get scared, but if you want to play the whole thing, that's a good horror game. But what makes it good? Well, I think story is important. I think story will pull you through.
What the
right?
fuck do I get a cloud bird?
Obviously, tension and sound and music will get you through. Not being frustrated. That is a fine line when we're making a game. You know, we can make something that kills you 10 times, but you'll just throw your controller and blame us. But if you die like 3 times, you're kind of blaming yourself, and you want to get through it again. So we are really careful about how hard you make it. We get analytics and watch people play and all sorts of things. So we don't want you too frustrated. Somebody said to me once, they're like, what I loved about Dead Space was that every level I knew you were gonna show me something new and exciting and different, whether it scared me or not, and I couldn't put it down. At Adele Pinot Music, how important is sound design for a video game?
Oh my God.
Wow, right up my alley. Especially for a horror game. Sound design and music, everything else is 50% of the game.
It's
right?
like,
50%
what?
of the horror. I consider music and audio in a horror game a feature. It's a mechanic. It's that important. And, you know, for all my other video games, I've been sitting in the booths with the audio directors for 20 years. It's that important to me. But in a horror game, it's a mechanic. Let's say you're doing a machine. Well, for a scary game, the machine should sound scary. And so we make sure that everything we kind of put in, even though it's relatable, it's gotta have a weird or an off-putting sound. And then we get the music in. And when I say music, it's not music as you know. I mean, it's scary. It's got weird instruments. Sometimes it gets a little abstract. And the whole idea here is to add that tension. And that's the key to a horror game, because then you can make your scares much better and much bigger because they're already sort of tense. And then at that point, when we do a scare, what we call a stinger. Here's an example of a stinger from the Callisto Protocol.
Oh my God.
It's gotta be on point. It's gotta be right there, right on the money, or it's not gonna be good. So we spent a lot of time getting the timing right. At 214DJ, YTF, is Elden Ring so hard, bruh? Well, I guess that's subjective, but yeah, from what I hear, I haven't played it, right? Pretty busy right now with this video game. From what I hear, yes, it's very hard. But that's sort of what's going on in the video game industry right now. And I've seen it go up and down over the years. Sometimes they get a little bit easier,
oh, there it is.
and then they get a little bit harder. We're going through that period right now. And matter of fact, we're gonna make ours pretty tough too. I just think it's sort of that point in video games, and just keep playing, you'll get through it. At TDSN19, how well does the finger mocap work? Well, I have one right here. It's awesome. We used to have to animate the fingers, and it was a lot of work. You know, you mocap the whole thing, then you got to go in because the hands got to look right. They got to grip the guns. They got to grip this. They got to punch. They've saved us a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of headaches. Well worth their money, and they work great. At Nick Gage 1, I always wonder, how long does motion capture usually take to finish? By having a motion capture stage here at Striking Distance Studios, we're able to capture motion every day. If we need to get a run we can do a run in the morning. By the afternoon, the run is in the game. Might need a little tweak here and there, or maybe you know, something to get it from one animation to the other. We do it in real time, and then we just take that motion and we put it in game. So it's really quick, and that's what makes quality for us. Being here in the studio gives us the ability to have quality because we can do something over and over and over again. And the key to video games is iteration. At All Things Horror, what is your favorite monster design in a video game? Is there any obscure ones you think deserve more praise? Wow, I have seen some great ones. I mentioned Pyramid Head before. Pyramid Head is just weird, right? And so I gotta hand it to them for that one. I like Nemesis from Resident Evil.
Oh, Nemesis is insane.
I mean, Resident Evil over the years just has some really good ones. But I think I'm gonna stick with those two for now. At Big Ass Luigi, how the hell do game physics work? Do you have to give the program the formula for gravity or what? I'm not an engineer, I'm an artist. But yes, we've been working with physics for, 20, 30 years now. So game physics, some of that is when the character falls, they hit the ground, right? That's gotta look good, and that's game physics in itself.
Sonic 06, holy shit.
Thing that we have in games, and it's very expensive. That's why sometimes when a character's dead on the ground, you go to kick them, they don't move in some games, because if they move, you're talking about just using up performance and things like that. So that's why you see that. The formula for gravity, we don't have to do that. Now, Zero G, which we had in one of my games, Dead Space, we had to stake it because you're floating around, and that took a lot of work. It was like when we have to do swimming and put them in water, it had to feel something like that. I'll tell you, one of the secrets of Dead Space was, when you're in Zero G, you're kind of moving differently. Well, we put it in what we thought was real Zero G timing. It started feeling sluggish. So what we did was we gave it the same amount of speed as the regular walk, but we made the animation look slower. And so we never got that sluggishness, and no one ever knew that it was the same size. Same speed. No one ever got back to us. At Hannah Marif, can someone explain to me why I get actual anxiety when I'm playing a video game? As if I might be shot in real life. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen, Hannah. The anxiety is, of course, you don't want to die. You don't want to, have to start over. Everybody, whatever you've accumulated, whether it's going through the level or, upgrades and stuff, you don't want to lose that. You've earned that. So I think that's part of it. In a horror game, the anxiety is what we want you to have all throughout it. Anxiety and tension, because then we can scare you more. So that is something that we try and manufacture. If a game isn't manufacturing it like on purpose, like we are, it just comes from not wanting to start over.
Musician!
Not wanting to get a checkpoint. Not wanting to die, I think.
All right, this one next.
Hi, I'm Andrew Bird. I'm a songwriter and composer, and I'm here today to answer your questions from the internet. Welcome to Violin Support.
Music! Okay.
First question, late Lord Chatham. Have just had my violin lesson. I cannot get vibrato. I actually cannot. What is the secret? Vibrato takes a long time. As with every little technique, you kind of get it, and then you're doing one little thing wrong, and then it all kind of falls apart. Vibrato
took me like fucking 2 years. It took me like 2 fucking years.
You can see my last knuckle is kind of flexing a little bit, and I'm moving the hand like this, not like this. And but just be patient. It's just muscle memory. It takes a long time. You'll get it. Okay, this is from Cowboy Klaus. How expensive are violins? Like I'm asking for a friend. Violins are quite expensive. Baffles me sometimes, like a vintage guitar that's super cool and sexy looking is still somewhat affordable. To get a violin that starts to be just playable and decent, not much under 8 grand or 10 grand. They just don't sound very good. I don't know why that is. It's an art. It's really tricky to shave down the wood. It's thin enough. There's a lot of nuance to making a good violin. The market is very high. M. Kent Wheel. I've never understood how to hold a violin bow properly. Another one that takes longer than almost anything to get with playing the violin. More than figuring out where your fingers go is the bow technique, because it's a bit abstract. When I used to teach, I would tell my students to pretend that they're lying in a canoe and they've got their arm draped over the side in the water and they're dragging their arm through the water. You got a very light touch on the bow. Any kind of like death grip on the bow makes it not work. So you got the bare minimum pressure on the bow, and your wrist is a hinge, and you're kind of leading this way, and everything's trailing behind like dragging through the wind. This one's from a werewolf. Is there a difference between a fiddle and a violin, or is it that one of the players is classically trained and the other has a recipe for possum? Well, you don't need to get into stereotypes here. Let's just say it's basically function of it. Violin is listening music, and fiddle is functional dance music. And the techniques, creating your own backbeat, that's fiddle playing. It tends to be a little rougher around the edges because the point of it is to drive social dance situations. So social music versus like listening music, violin versus fiddle. But otherwise, there's no difference in the instruments. So, and this one is Fishy Irfan. I should have attended a pre-concert explanation about the difference between Baroque violin and modern violin technique. The main difference is there's little to no vibrato in Baroque violin. And that means Mozart is really not supposed to be played vibrato if you want to be accurate, because it sounds a little more like fiddle music in a way. And it's very resonant, and early music is very... Like that's a sympathetic resonation. I'm playing a D on the G string, so I have an open D next to it, so it creates this extra resonance. Whereas if I play a C right below it, there is no sympathetic C string to that, so. It's a little more dry sounding, so it's like natural reverb. When you get that extra string vibrating next to it, because the sound waves go off of the string and hit the string next to it, and if it's the same note, it'll start vibrating sympathetically. This is from Peter Vermont. I must know the secrets of how to make the Stradivarius violin. Well, a lot of people have been trying to figure that out. It's a beautiful sound, but it's a very specific sound. It's not always what you want. The Stradivarius is an ancient instrument, and it is a more focused and goes into other senses. It's like a, succulent kind of sound, rich and dark, very dark. I mean, first of all, they were made in the 1600s generally, 17. It was
very
a family business, so it stretched over a period of time. Some say it's the particular wood that they sourced, or the way they treated it, or the way they varnished it. Scientists have taken this on as like a little project because they think, oh, there must be some quantifiable way to recreate the Stradivarius. And they've learned some interesting things, but no one's really been able to quite pull it off. Colin at 7619. The violin doesn't work because there's no rosin. WTF is rosin. The rosin is what makes the horsehair on the bow grip the string.
I've lost so many of these.
Resonate. You take this stuff.
I've lost so many of these. I have lost so many of these with my ADHD ass.
Comes off. And you don't need much. If you touch.
Don't touch
the bow with your hand.
Don't do that.
Grease or oils from your hand will cause it to slip and just go. It'll just be like it won't grip. This one is from Eileen. Would anyone please teach me how to use a loop pedal? Could be key for solo loops. I've been using this loop pedal for years. It's from the mid-90s. The chip in it is apparently ancient. And it has a loop function where you get either 26 seconds to make a phrase that once you click record again, it starts over that phrase and keeps recording. So you can layer on top of that. That's our loop. I usually start with pizzicato. So we're playing the violin like a guitar.
Did it work?
So I'll start a phrase like this. So I just sort of improvised something that's sort of polyrhythmic, has a groove to it. So I've got my rhythmic skeleton here, and then I might improvise something on top of that.
Well, that's cool.
So that just started out as like a novel way to expand this otherwise linear instrument into like a chordal instrument, and just to try out ideas. Sam, salty science. Anyone know how to properly tune a violin? Googling and tuning apps are only getting me so far. Usually you start with the A. The violin is in fifths. The interval is fifths. Guitars are fourths, so.
This shit used to take us
You
so
get used
long
to the
in
sound
school.
of what a fifth being in tune sounds like. You can actually hear this like sound of these the sine waves fighting against and being out of sync with each other. But when they get in sync, it all
There you go. No.
goes flat. And I'm turning the tuning peg up, bringing the D string up to the A string, and you hear it dissonant, undertones, doesn't sound right, and then suddenly, satisfaction. It's a perfect fit. Stay moments. How do violin players not go effing deaf with that shit near their ears? Since the advent of amplification, we've got worse things to worry about than acoustic instruments being somewhat close to your ears, but they do. Most violinists have hearing loss in their left ear from playing, right here. And that's just a fact. I'm sure I do. WLWKF. This is a genuine question for violin players, because I don't know if y'all just can't follow tempo for some reason. Why is it that every violinist I've ever seen speeds up any song they play? Any instrumentalist might have trouble speeding up, especially when you get in front of a bunch of people in a performance and adrenaline kicks in. The natural inclination is to speed up. All players have to develop a good sense of time. Playing with a drummer certainly helps. That's why a lot of live records, it feels great for everybody at the time, the audience and the players, but you listen to the recording, you're like, oh, this is not going to stand up on an album because it's too exciting. It doesn't stand up to repeated listens. But doesn't mean it's not right in the moment. I'm guilty of it sometimes, but it's usually when I'm playing a big show for thousands of people and like your adrenaline's way up. The whole band gets that feeling. All right, that looks like that's all the questions for today. Thanks so much. Carry on.
Okay, hi Q. Let's stop this just for a moment and play ZZZ because macaroons.
You know what? I was debating if I'm just gonna say like macaroon, or if I'm gonna like the whole video, like Parisian macaroon or something, or macaron.
No way.
Hi everyone, I'm Claire Saffitz. I'm so excited to be in the NYT Cooking Studio for another episode of Try This at Home. Today we are tackling one of the most finicky confections in all of baking, French macaron. Those little adorable, brightly colored sandwich cookies that you see in like fancy bakeries. This is how you make them at home. It's really fun, really particular. So I'm very excited to walk you through the entire process because I have now the perfect format for kind of demystifying and making it a little less intimidating for home bakers. The flavors for macaron are really endless. There's so many directions you could take it in, but we're keeping it really classic. We're starting with chocolate, which I think is a great first macaron to make at home if you've never made it before. And then we're gonna go pistachio and raspberry. So these are kind of like the standard trio that you'll find at a lot of places. But once you get a really good feel for the technique and what you're looking for in the whole process, there's so many other ones you can do. So lots to show you. Let's get started. I like to use a stand mixer for this. You can absolutely use a hand mixer. It's just a little more hands-on and like labor intensive. Then I have some rimless baking sheets. You can use a rimmed baking sheet, and for most of my testing I did use them, but eventually I started to flip them over. What can happen sometimes with the rim is that it can block a little bit of heat from circulating around those outer like shells, and that affects the feet that develop. So we're gonna talk all about feet, what are macaron feet, how do you get them? And I highly recommend baking on a silicone baking mat. If you're like a casual macaron maker, use parchment, that's fine. A silicone baking mat is preferred because it is going to give you the flattest, most even, most circular macaron. And here actually underneath I have my guides. I'm gonna use a food processor. It's not 100% necessary, but I do like to use it to kind of get all the dry ingredients together. A pastry bag fitted with a round pastry tip, a sieve for just sifting everything together. I highly, highly recommend using a scale when you're making macaron because certain proportions of ingredients are really kind of crucial to this recipe. Very straightforward though, some powdered sugar, granulated egg whites, which have been weighed out, cocoa powder, because as I said, we're making chocolate, some granulated sugar, and then importantly, I have here some almond flour. And this is super fine. The first thing I'm gonna do is combine my mix of dry ingredients. So that's gonna be my cocoa powder, my almond flour, and my powdered sugar. In baking, usually sugar is a wet ingredient, but in this case, it's just gonna go with everything else. But I like the food processor because it just tends to work through any lumps and any bigger particles really easily, and it combines everything. And I'm only pulsing until everything looks well combined and I have kind of a uniform color. And now I'm gonna sift everything. So sifting is important. The first thing I wanna do is remove any really large lumps and particles because that is going to just create texture that I don't want on the surface of my macaron. And I just want everything to be really, really evenly incorporated. It's important that you have a very, very uniform batter. And so I'm just working over a piece of parchment. So I have some of these big, more pebbly pieces left in the sieve, as you can see. That's just something you can press through. And go ahead and discard any larger bits. That's just generally like bigger pieces of almond flour. I'm done with the food processor for now, and now we're gonna go on to mixing up our macaron batter. So the first step is to make a meringue. For most macaron, you wanna whip a very, very firm meringue. So that is going to give the batter some structure to hold its shape, which it needs to do. I am making what's called a French meringue, which is just very simply adding some granulated sugar to egg whites as you whip them. Generally speaking, you wanna work with room temp egg whites because those are gonna whip more stably. This recipe uses 3 egg whites, but more important than the number of egg whites is the weight, so it's 90 grams. Then I'm gonna add a half a teaspoon of salt. So I'm gonna start to whip this. And when you're making meringue, this is why it's useful to have a stand mixer for this, is it's really best, and you'll get that sort of more stable meringue if you whip them relatively slowly. And at this stage, it's just to break up some of those egg whites. Now you might see some recipes that have you just add the sugar right at the beginning, and that's actually fine, but you don't want to wait too long to add the sugar either because you'll
thank
start
God,
to make
finally.
really big air bubbles, and big air bubbles are kind of like the enemy of macaron batter. So I'm gonna wait until I see it get a little bit white and frothy, which it's doing right now, and I'm gonna turn up the speed a little bit and then start to add my sugar. So we're doing this mix of granulated sugar and then powdered sugar. I like to add maybe a slightly higher proportion of granulated sugar than you might see in other recipes because, again, it's gonna help create that egg white stability. This is not done, but I want to show you what it looks like at this stage. This is like somewhere between soft and medium peaks. We still have a ways to go at this point, so we're probably about 2/3 of the way there. But keep it on that medium high. I'm looking for the meringue to hold very sharp marks from the whisk. It's gonna go from glossy to a little bit more matte in texture, and it is also going to start to gather inside the whisk. That's a really important part. If you also have a little bit of granulated sugar that got stuck around the side of the bowl, I would definitely pause, lift up the whisk, and scrape it around because you do want that sugar to dissolve. You can see that, somewhat firm. Now, if you're adding food coloring, which I am not because we're doing chocolate, so the cocoa is the coloring agent, you're gonna wanna add it now, so you have a chance to whip it in. So I would say I probably need 10 more seconds of whipping. You will know if it's over whipped if the egg whites start to look very, very dry, almost curdled looking, like there's some separation happening. That's over whipped. So this is a nice, super firm meringue. You can see it come off.
This shit is so hard to make.
It's sticking straight up. That's what you want. This is a good sign. Like, it's not going anywhere. It's totally stuck to the bowl. Okay, so now we are ready for macaronage. I have a large flexible spatula. I have my sifted dry ingredients. I'm going to start by adding about half of the dry ingredients to the bowl. I mix pretty vigorously. I really just want to get all of that incorporated. As I keep saying the term macaronage, which is the name of this step where you're mixing this batter, you want to achieve 2 things. You want to get everything evenly mixed, and you want to deflate the meringue. I'm working the mixture against the side of the bowl. And it's that kind of like mashing of the meringue against the bowl that's gonna help to deflate it and pop a lot of that air. So the rest of the dry ingredients are gonna go in. You'll find that the color at first will come off kind of faint, but as the dry ingredients hydrate, it will darken a little bit. How do you know you're done with macaronage? That is a crucial step of macaron making. The most common term that you see in macaron making and recipes is lava, a lava-like consistency. I don't really know how helpful that is because I don't know how many people have seen lava. What it really refers to is this tendency to ooze yet hold its shape. But another telltale sign is that the batter will fall off the end of your spatula in an unbroken ribbon. So it's like we're under at the moment because I'll see what happens as it kind of breaks and then falls. So I need to keep going. It's evenly mixed, so that's good, but I'm still kind of folding and scraping, and as I bring the mixture around, I'm kind of pressing it against the side of the bowl. But here's another test. Make sure you have a plate with you. You can take, about a teaspoon of the batter, and you'll get this kind of peak, and keep an eye on it. And in the next, 10 seconds or so, if that peak sort of settles onto the surface, then I know that I can move on to the next phase and that the macaronage is done. You can see how it holds its shape. It's not like it's just flattening down. It's not pancaking, but it is sort of settling onto the surface. So it's like, I think I'm a couple strokes away from being done with macaronage. I have my piping bag. Maybe this is like a 3/8 inch round tip. I folded the sides down. I like to actually flip the tip upwards like this, I don't know if you can see, and then put it into a tall, this is a quart-sized container, because the batter is fairly fluid. So if the tip were like upright, it would kind of start to ooze out. So I just do that to make a little bit of a stopper. So here I have my rim baking sheet and I have my silicone baking mat. Underneath of it, I have a piece of parchment though where I traced 1 1/4 inch circles with a permanent marker. Try not to form large air pockets as you do this, so that's why I took the time to kind of fold down the sides of the pastry bag. I have a kitchen towel right here, which I'll tell you why I have that. So I'm gonna put it underneath. And then I have some toothpick, which I'll explain why. Lift out the bag. I like to gather it right where the batter stops and start to twist. So twisting is gonna help force it up into the end of that tip. And now I'm gonna start piping. What you wanna do is you wanna pipe directly perpendicular and not at an angle. Piping at an angle can lead to some issues later on, like uneven baking. We'll talk about that.
Oh,
and
shit.
Squeeze gently until you've filled the whole circles. This is what it looks like. So even pressure till it's filled, and then I do like a little flick of the pastry bag to break the batter so I can move on to the next one. So again, piping straight downward. The batter will continue to settle and then spread a little bit in the oven. So the final macaron will be a little bit larger in diameter than the circles I have drawn. So you'll see that I get a little bit of a point when piping, but after 10 seconds or so, it starts to settle down. So that's what you're looking for. I have 3 rows of 5, and then in between the rows, 2 rows of 4. So I like that because it helps me stagger the circles, which I think leads to better air circulation around them and more even baking. All right, so that's the first sheet. Before I move on to pipe the second sheet, and just working quickly, you can see I put that towel down here. I'm going to use that as sort of a landing pad to tap my baking sheet firmly on the surface several times. This is going to do 2 things. It's going to help pop any large air bubbles near the surface and bring up any larger ones that are underneath. It's also going to help the circles to settle and even out. So I'm going to set this aside, and I'm going to come back to it and bring in the toothpicks. I'm going to slide that parchment stencil out from underneath the first one. Now what I then do is I take my toothpick, you can use a cake tester, anything that's like a little skewer, and I go in and I pop any really large bubbles that are underneath the surface. And you can see that there's the little hole in it. And then once they've already been drying for a little bit, sometimes they don't always fill back in, so I'll use the toothpick to like fill in that hole. And if there's any other little pock marks left by burst bubbles, I can fill those in as well. Obviously, I love this part. I think I was making the mistake early on in the testing of just like going crazy with it, popping air bubbles. There are air bubbles in here. That's kind of the whole point. You know, it's meringue. You just don't want anything that's really, really big that's going to expand too quickly in the oven and possibly crack the shells. What you don't want to do is spend so long popping bubbles that they start to set and you're creating like more surface texture than you're solving really by popping them. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop. This next step is particularly important. I want to emphasize this is letting them dry basically at room temp. So what we want to do is allow a skin to form. That surface of the meringue is going to dehydrate a little bit and form a skin. And then when they go into the oven, there's still moisture in there that needs to escape. They're going to stick to the baking mat. The surface is going to stay intact because it has already started to dehydrate, and the moisture is going to escape through like the bottom and form this ruffly like little foot, which is the telltale sign of a properly made macaron. If you were to sort of insufficiently dry them out, the moisture will end up escaping through the surface of the meringue rather than the bottom, and you get like a domed, cracked macaron that doesn't have a foot. Set these aside, preheat the oven. We'll come back in a little bit and do a test, a skin test. So after the better part of an hour resting, these are ready to go. I went ahead and touched that little test shell that I had on the plate. I had a nice thick skin where a little bit of pressure, it didn't yield. It was nice and firm around the edge. So these are gonna go into the oven, and I'm gonna show you after about 15 minutes of baking, I'm gonna do a little test to see if they're done. So there's this foot formation that happens in the oven, and you have this nice smooth shell and a little ruffled foot around the bottom. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grasp the shell, give it a little gentle wiggle, and if it moves around sort of independent of the foot, which remains in place, it needs to bake a little bit longer. When I wiggle it, it just kind of stays put and is like firmly anchored to that foot, then it's done. So while the chocolate shells are cooling, I'm going to make the filling. So I opted to do some pretty simple kind of like stir together ganache fillings for the macaron because so you've already been through the trials and tribulations of the shells. I don't really feel like making a buttercream. So ganache is just a really simple, rich, like easy, intensely flavored filling, perfect for chocolate macaron. So the process is very quick. I have 4 ounces of dark chocolate here. When you're making chocolate ganache, you really don't want to go above like 68% chocolate in terms of like cacao percentage. That percentage has a tendency to break or like separate when you're making the ganache and you get this kind of oily broken mixture, so you don't want that. So I like something in like the 60 to 64% range, and I'm not adding sugar to it because I want a fairly bitter ganache to help offset a little bit of the sweetness from the meringue shells. So 4 ounces. I'm going to finely chop it. It's just kind of broken up, and I'm just chopping it up so that it melts relatively quickly and evenly. So having all that extra surface area will help. So to this I'm going to add, this is an optional ingredient, it's just a half teaspoon of espresso powder. Coffee enhances chocolate flavor, and then a pinch of salt, and then just about a teaspoon of vanilla extract. So then 4 ounces or about a half cup of heavy cream is going to go into a small saucepan. Ganache, it's really simple. We're just going to take that hot cream and pour it over the chocolate. I don't want the cream to boil really vigorously, and I don't want it to be too hot when I pour it over. So I like to take it and I like to swirl it to kind of equalize the temperature everywhere. And it's going to instantly start to melt the chocolate. So I give it a brief stir to make sure the chocolate is submerged, and then I'm going to let this sit for like just about a minute or so the chocolate has a chance to gently melt, and then I'll stir it. And I love the transformation that happens with ganache. It goes from this kind of like liquidy, broken looking mess to this like incredibly lush, glossy, thick chocolate mixture. That is it. That is the filling. You want to just let this sit at room temperature and stir it occasionally, and it's going to kind of set up and like get to that point where the texture sort of holds its shape, and that's when we can start to pipe it and fill the macaron. I let the chocolate shells cool. What is really satisfying and a sign that they're properly baked is that I have this really smooth baked surface that peeled away really easily from the silicone baking mat. I matched them up. Even though I had those stencils, they do come out in different sizes. Often the ones along the edge of the baking sheet come out a little bit bigger and spread out more than the ones in the center just because of the way that they get tapped on the countertop. You certainly don't want to over-bake them, but over-baking is preferable to under-baking because they are going to hydrate. They're actually going to age or rest in the fridge for about 24 hours. And during that time, the shell kind of pulls hydration and moisture from the filling, and that's how you get that really chewy texture. Okay, so the chocolate macaron are all done, they're filled. I'm now going to make a raspberry and the pistachio, and then when they're all assembled and done, every single macaron goes into the fridge where they need to sort of rest and age overnight so that they can soften. And then I'm gonna show you what they look like when they're all done. I had a batch that I made.
I've been trying to explain myself, but it seems to have backfired. Don't be afraid. I don't eat raw meat.
What? So you're gonna cook me before you eat me? Stay away! You may be a Thyran, but don't think the laws of New Eridu will somehow spare you!
Like that. Could you convince him to calm down a bit, please? I met a new friend on the Applied Mathematics Forum, and we arranged to meet up here. It's so hard to make new friends. If he sees all this, he'll be frightened off for sure.
Leave it to me. I'll take care of it.
Get away from him! His paw is as big as your whole head!
It's totally fine.
I knew it! You're in on this with him? If I had believed you and got close, he would have swallowed me whole, right?
Please calm down. I don't eat just any old thing, you know.
What's wrong with me, then? Why wouldn't you eat me?
Seems like it's getting worse. I don't know what's wrong.
It's fine. I'm used to it. When seeing someone several times your size, it's only natural to be guarded and afraid, right? It's not their fault. But being unable to make friends just because of one's size, well, it's hard not to be disappointed. Luckily, I still have everyone from Bellabog. And you too. You all stick by me. Excuse me, sir. I apologize for the trouble. I'll just go wait for my friends somewhere else. So you don't have to worry.
Stop threatening me! I'm meeting my friend here real soon! He's 2 meters tall, a super cool guy with a heavy-duty jacket, and a gold chain as thick as your finger around his neck! If you mess with me, you mess with my big, powerful friend! Mess with my big, powerful friend, and you'll spend the rest of your life regretting it!
Ben, let's just get out of here. I don't want the rest of my life to be over before it even starts.
Wait, but that sounds like me. But also not? I told the friend I was meeting what I'd be wearing, but I wasn't that dramatic.
Hang on. 2 meters tall, cool hair, a heavy-duty jacket, and a thick necklace. No way. Don't tell me you're the random processor?
That must mean you're 10 times student of real analysis.
So he's that friend of yours. Looks like we won't have to spend the rest of our lives in regret.
Wow. I was so terrified just then, but now that I know you're a friend, I feel a real sense of security instead. If my boss knew I had a friend like you, he'd think twice about trying to force me into doing free overtime again.
Sense of security? Nobody's ever said that to me before.
Of course. You're strong and trustworthy, my bear friend.
How about that? I guess my appearance does have its benefits.
Yeah, it does.
Real inconvenience. People are always scared to approach me, so sometimes I wish I weren't like this. But the president says me being like this is full of power. I used to think that meant I looked reliable, that I could protect everyone.
You're the best bear Thyran in all of New Eridu.
Thank you for letting me believe it again.
Nice.
Last night of all 3 flavors, so we can take a look and taste. So now that you've seen the entire process start to finish, I'm gonna make a different flavor variation, this time doing a raspberry. The main difference is going to be that mix of dry ingredients and the oven temperature. You don't have cocoa powder, instead we are adding freeze-dried raspberries to that mix of dry, and I'm also gonna add some gel food coloring. And we're gonna bake at a lower temperature because batter with the freeze-dried fruit in it, that extra sugar tends to brown at a lower temp. We don't want to get any color on the shell, so we're going to bake at like 275. The process is really the same. I'm going to start by combining my dry. And this time, I'm using the food processor to pulverize the freeze-dried raspberries, and we're going to sift it to remove the seeds. So adding this freeze-dried raspberry powder will tint the shells a little bit, but I want to give it a little extra color so that I get like a nice sort of medium reddish pink. So adding freeze-dried fruit is a little bit controversial because it does tend to change the behavior of the batter. It can make it take longer to dry and form that skin after you pipe them. As I said, it can lead to browning at a lower temp, but I'm not adding that much. I'm adding just like a half an ounce, about a half cup. So any particles of raspberry, which are mostly going to be the seeds that are left in the sieve, you're going to discard. And now I'm going to turn to my stand mixer and start to whip my meringue. So because we are tinting the shells, I stopped the mixer shy of that like stiffly whipped firm peak stage. So gel food coloring is really important because you do not want to introduce too much moisture into your macaron batter. That can cause all sorts of problems during baking. So gel food coloring or even powdered food coloring is better. I did test it at home with regular food coloring to see if I could get away with it, and it did not work. I was having a good result from a drop of pink and a drop of red. The color kind of starts out really vibrant and will dull a little bit in the oven, so just keep that in mind. So now I'm making a raspberry white chocolate ganache as a filling for my raspberry macaron. I'm going to start with 6 ounces finely chopped white chocolate into a bowl, 3 ounces heavy cream, and to the heavy cream, I'm going to add some raspberry puree. Now to do that, I'm just going to take some fresh raspberries. I did want like fresh raspberry flavor in here, not just jam. You could absolutely substitute raspberry jam for the ganache and just do that, but this, to me, it's going to add too much sweetness. So I like having a little bit of fresh fruit in there. And I have like a little mesh strainer here. So all I'm going to do is press the fruit through the strainer using a flexible spatula to use the back of the spoon.
Stay calm.
It's cool seeing it like drop into the Go ahead and stir all that together. I'm going to get this coming up to a very, very gentle simmer on the stove top. And then to the white chocolate, I'm just going to add the same thing I did for the chocolate ganache. A little bit of vanilla extract and a pinch of salt. Now, as white chocolate melts, because so much of it is like cocoa butter, it tends to go a little translucent, and that plus the slight pink hue makes it a little grayish and even a little yellowish, but that will go away once it firms up. So don't fret about the color. And again, if you don't love it, add just a little bit of red food coloring. And then because there's such a high proportion of fat in here from the white chocolate, it actually is best to firm this up in the fridge. Otherwise, it can just take forever at room temp to kind of set up. So I'm going to pop it in the fridge, and then we can pipe it when it's cold.
They look so good. Oh, they're so delicate and pink and pretty.
Moving on to our third flavor of macaron. This is going to be pistachio. To flavor the shell, I'm just going to grind in some whole pistachios along with a little bit of almond flour and my powdered sugar. The main difference here is that I'm going to sift and then regrind the solids because I want as much of that pistachio to make it into the batter as possible. And like with the raspberry, I'm going to tint the shell because the ground pistachios only gives it a very, very faint green color. So I have some green gel food coloring here. To add a little bit of extra flavor, I'm gonna bump it up with just a 1/4 teaspoon of almond extract. So other than that, same process again. So here I have probably like 3 to 4 tablespoons of big particles that aren't gonna make it through the sieve. These go back in. So here's where you want to be careful not to over-process because I don't want the mixture to get oily. I'll do it like 1 or 2 more times where I sift and then regrind. So I have about a tablespoon left. That's okay. This is our dry mix. It's actually not a bad idea to like sift this 1 more time just because it's not super evenly mixed. So it's always a good idea, like the more evenly mixed it is before you add it to the batter, the more evenly mixed your batter will be. Another indicator for when you have completed that macaronage stage is what is often referred to as figure eights. And it's where you basically have enough batter falling off the spatula in a ribbon that you can make a figure eight inside the bowl, like drag the batter. Different recipes are going to take different amounts of mixing. The pistachio macaronage happens a lot faster than the raspberry because that fruit powder tends to thicken it a little bit. So just rely on those indicators as much as you can during the process. The final filling is a pistachio filling. So I'm not making a ganache, but I am making a pistachio cream. Again, giving you like all that richness and creaminess, but it has an intense pistachio flavor because I'm using pistachio paste, also called pistachio spread. Think of it as a sweetened nut butter. So I'm gonna get this into a bowl. You can see it's pretty liquid at room temp. And I'm going to combine this with just a little bit of heavy cream. It's funny that I'm adding cream to like lighten it up, but weirdly in baking that happens sometimes. So I'm just gonna whisk this together until it's super smooth.
All right. Love you, udon.
That's
Have a good night.
To mention here. I have 6 tablespoons of room temp butter, and to that I'm gonna add a pinch of salt. So I'm gonna beat this with a paddle until it's kind of light and creamy and smooth. So now basically what I wanna do is I'm gonna whip the pistachio cream mixture, the mixture like a tablespoon at a time. So the idea here is that I'm just trying to work some air into the mixture and lighten it and thicken it at the same time. If you're working in a warm kitchen, you might need to very briefly chill this mixture, but at room temp, it should be thick enough to pipe. If it seems a little bit liquid and it won't hold its shape, then you can just pop it in the fridge for like 5 minutes and then re-whip it. So here is my pistachio filling mixture. I'm going to get this into a piping bag just like I did for the other fillings. My shells are cooled and now it's time for the most fun part because all the hard work is done. We're gonna fill them.
This music.
I really wanted to be intentional about including some troubleshooting in this video. The first and most common problem you'll probably have is a domed and cracked shell. This is really, really common. The most common culprit is that you didn't let them dry long enough at room temp before baking. When you let it dry, it forms that skin. The weak spot is actually the perimeter around the base, and that's what forms the foot. But when you don't let it dry long enough, the surface has weak spots, and all the air that's trapped in the batter expands up and escapes through the shell and not out the bottom to make the foot. Another common problem is they browned a little bit. Okay, so let's look at the color difference. Here is a properly baked shell. Here is one that got pretty brown. If you've ever made meringue for anything, you'll know that it bakes at a really, really low temp. And that's because at higher temps, meringue will brown really easily. So this was just baked at too high a temp. So the next problem you might encounter is unevenness in the foot formation. So here's a good example. Here's one where I have no foot right here, but like a big overdeveloped foot on this side. So you can see that literal hole where the air escaped. So there can be a few culprits here. One is maybe you didn't pipe it evenly. I could tell as I was piping sometimes that the dough was sort of anchoring to a point on the parchment. Make sure you're piping straight down at a 90-degree angle perpendicular to the surface. Also make sure that you're tapping the baking sheets pretty evenly, that you're not like hitting one side on the counter, that the whole thing is kind of hitting the countertop flat. It could also be that the heat of your oven is uneven and that it's getting exposed to a lot more heat in the back of the oven versus the front or vice versa. This one was a curveball for me. You can see that this one has this kind of slightly wrinkled top. It's not perfectly smooth and it's lost a little bit of its dome. That's likely due to some over mixing. It could also be due to a problem with your meringue, like maybe you over whipped it a little bit or you under whipped it. It could also be under baking a little bit. These had pretty small feet. I got sort of like a flat foot separation instead of this sort of more ruffly, like parallel looking foot like I have here. This can be caused if your oven temp is...
How are you so intimately aware of how baking works? Like, she's so smart. How do you know? How do you know that? Just by looking at it. How many macaroons have you had to cook over and over again for you to just know that? Like, how do you just... What? That's how many times you make these? Like, how many Harvard.
Too low and vice versa. If you have a really, really prominent foot that's really tall, that could be from an oven temp that's a little bit too high. As you can see, there's like a lot of different issues that you can encounter, and there's a lot of reasons throughout the process of what may have gone wrong. I think those are the big ones. I know I'm missing all sorts of other issues, but it's a good place to start. I made all of these macarons last night and filled them, and they have been aging in the fridge. So I want to show you what they look like. You can see that I got a nice sort of similar sized foot on the raspberry, but both the pistachio and the chocolate, which I baked at like, same temperature, different oven, just had a slightly smaller feet. I think there's sort of like a range of what's acceptable as far as the feet, like everything from this to this. I feel like this is a successful macaron. So just know that there's always a little bit of variation. Whatever, let's just taste them. I know they're gonna taste delicious. I love the texture. So chewy, but not like stuck in your teeth chewy. It sort of also melts a little bit at the same time. Sweet, but not too sweet. With that little bit of almond extract, it just is so much more kind of pistachio-y. So good.
So good. So good. Where's it at?
So good. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
This is what I'm looking for. When you bite into it, you can't really tell where the shell ends and the filling begins. I like to see that kind of blending of the shell and the filling. This is, to me, like a really, really well-proportioned
Ooh.
Oh my God. The most satisfying texture. Very pronounced, kind of pure tasting raspberry flavor. Like it
So
really
good.
does taste like raspberry. I feel like if you've never had a macaron before and you taste it for the first time, you'll understand why people are so passionate about making them at home and why it's a project people would take on. And I also just want to say that let's say you have a batch where like the foot spreads out or you don't get a foot, they brown, or any number of things happen. Go ahead and still make the sandwiches, make the filling, put them together. They're still gonna taste really good. I think I've set you up for success. If you want to try them at home, I really think you should. They are uniquely delicious. So thank you so much for watching, and we're gonna bring you more episodes, so stay tuned.
I really think I fucking hate this game. I really fucking hate this game, you know that? If I don't get crit damage right now, I'm uninstalling. Okay, well. Alright. Alright. Alright, one more quick video while I do Genshin stuff, and... God, is there a quick Claire video? Holy fuck. Croissants! Okay, we're gonna watch a croissant video and stop it in the middle of it, okay? Sound good?
I want to get one thing out of the way before we start talking about croissants, which is that I'm going to refer to these as croissants for the rest of this video and not croissant.
I think like croissant.
Okay, because I can't for the rest of this
Croissant.
before we start talking about croissants, which is that I'm going to refer to these as croissants for the rest of this video and not croissant. Okay, because I can't do that every time. So excited. Hey everyone, I'm Claire Saffitz, and today I am showing you how to make croissants, like the highest achievement in all of pastrydom.
Oh my God.
I don't think I will ever get tired of eating these. So we're gonna make basic all butter croissants, ham and cheese, almond croissants, pain au chocolat. There's nothing better than a freshly baked croissant, but then like somehow it gets better when you add chocolate and ham and cheese. I really want to encourage people to try this at home because it's fascinating and fun and challenging, and like
Okay.
you might get obsessed like I did and just make them like 15 times in a row. For this recipe, I became like a woman possessed about making croissants. I made them at least a dozen times at home, and there is so much to learn. Now I'm very like attuned to the flaws in the recipes that I make, but even at my worst batch, they were still so delicious. You can get very, very good results at home. Like I've never had a bigger thrill than when I pulled out 8 beautiful, golden, like puffy, gorgeous, layered croissants from my oven. Croissants are in a category of pastry called viennoiserie, and generally speaking, these are pastries that are something called laminated. So laminated is kind of a technical, jargony pastry term for a layered pastry. Butter is rolled into dough, rolled out and folded and rolled out further, and this creates a series of sheets of butter separated by layers of pastry, and that is what creates this layered, crispy effect in things like puff pastry and danishes, and of course, croissants. There's just so much to talk about in this recipe. If I were editing this video, this would be like a 4-hour video. So in order to adjust the recipe so that you are able to have freshly baked croissants before noon, we do this over 2 days. So this is like perfect for a weekend
2 days?
where you'll do the majority of the work on a Saturday, and then Sunday morning you wake up, you form the croissants, let them rise, and bake them on day 2. The first step for making croissants is to make something called the de trempe, and that is the dough that we're using that's going to enclose the butter for our lamination. I'm going to say this at every single point in this recipe. This stuff is very important, and you need a strong dough to support all of those layers of butter and to not collapse when you bake it. In general, if you can find a flour between 11 and 13% protein, that's a good selection. Something in that range, that's what I recommend. Now I gotta talk about yeast. Again, so many things to talk about. I'm using active dry yeast because for people at home, that's by far the easiest kind to find. Almost every recipe that I've made with active dry yeast, I'll tell you to activate the yeast or proof it, which basically means dissolving it in a warm liquid. 99 times out of 100, your yeast is alive and it's fine. I'm pretty confident that you can just mix it right into the dough. I've never had a problem doing that at home. That's 12, 120 grams of whole milk. The first thing I want to do is hydrate everything and do an initial mix. So I'm going to start by just mixing this on low. So this is going to look dry and shaggy, but let the mixer go for a few minutes and it will come together. So here we have our initial mix of the dough. It looks kind of like a cauliflower. It's not smooth, doesn't really have any elasticity to it. You can see it just breaks, but that's okay. We want to now let it rest. I want to give time to the proteins in the flour to hydrate. This is going to help us to develop the right amount of gluten that we want. My butter pieces here are cold, which is important, and I'm going to add these to the mixer. This is the part where it's more helpful to have the mixer with a dough hook. By hand, it's really the step of adding the butter that's a little bit more challenging to do, so I'm happy to let the mixer take care of it. A nice slow mix, though, is one of the keys to the right texture of dough. The dough has transformed.
Did y'all see that?
What a different texture it is.
Oh my god.
It's completely absorbed the butter. It's much stretchier. It's a very, very smooth and supple dough, and that's what we want. It extends easily and seamlessly envelops the butter. And here's a great tip. So this is something that I picked up in culinary school. I'm going to cut a slash in one direction and then a slash in the other direction.
She just got fucking bonked.
Reoriented the gluten strand so that as it rises, this will expand, and then I'll have an easier time forming it into a rectangle, which is the shape that we need for the lamination. And I'm going to let this sit at room temperature until it's about 50% expanded in size, so 1.5 times. And then we're going to transfer to the fridge and let it chill and finish a nice, long, slow rise for a few hours. All right, butter. Now we're going to talk about butter. The flavor of croissants is butter. So that's where you want to go for the highest quality stuff you can find. The recipe calls for European or European style butter. That designation means that there's a higher percentage of butter fat. Butter should have some plasticity, which means the ability to bend without breaking or snapping. Kerrygold has that even when it's cold.
Oh,
So
I
as
love
we get
Kerrygold,
blended,
yeah.
and I'll explain why that's really important. I'm just going to sort of loosely fold up the parchment paper. And I have this kind of loose packet. And I'm gonna use my rolling pin to lightly beat the butter. I don't wanna in order to soften it without warming it up and make it pliable. I cannot imagine that my neighbors loved hearing this noise day in and day out, but then I would at least bring them croissants the next day. So this part's a little noisy. And now I want to focus on getting very clean straight sides, and I'm making a very level block of butter. Somewhere around an 8-inch square, a little bit bigger is fine. I would say there's a surprising number of recipes where I call for a ruler, and I'm not trying to bug you or the reason I'm calling for it in the recipe is because I think if you use it, it will make your life easier down the road. Like a present. You can see that I've folded the parchment into a square. The butter is smaller than the parchment, and I'm going to beat it again to fill in all of those spaces. And at a certain point, you'll be able just to roll without beating it. So I'm going to just move to a rolling motion and force the butter into any places within the square where there's an air gap. You can see that. Let this firm up in the fridge while the de trempe finishes its rise. I have a swap. It has finished its rise in the fridge and is now cold and is basically about doubled in size. So I'll show you what this looks like. You can see how the dough has expanded and those 4 points have become almost like corners now, so that's going to make it easier to form into a rectangular shape. And there's just a quick kind of intermediate step that I want to do before we move on to lamination, and that is actually getting this into the freezer. The stakes get higher when we incorporate the butter. We have to control fermentation of the dough, and that just means that it becomes very important to control temperature and to keep the dough very, very cold so that the yeast stay very sluggish and calm and they don't produce gases. That is going to make it a lot harder to roll out. If anyone has a great at-home replacement for plastic wrap for this purpose, let me know. I'm going to actually use a technique similar to the one I used for the butter. At this point, I'm not concerned about thickness or dimensions. I just want it to be even. I don't want to freeze it solid. That's not going to help me when I want to roll it out. I just want to get it super, super cold and firm. So about 20 minutes should be about right. All right. So the next stage is locking in the butter. So it is enveloping the butter in the dough, and then I'm going to roll it out and do the folds for the lamination. The important thing here is that my dough and my butter are a similar texture, and that is going to help the butter to roll out evenly inside the dough. And for them to be the same texture, I need the dough to be colder than the butter. So that's why we had it in the freezer. In general, I want to go through all of the steps of lamination without adding a whole lot of excess flour. So I'm going to roll out my dough or de trempe into a slab that is basically the same width as the butter block, but twice as long. You try to maintain at all times your square sides. I keep kind of running my hands under it just to make sure that it's not really sticking. You can also give it a flip. We're looking for butter that can bend but not snap. I'm going to place it in the center of my dough and close the butter in the dough by folding the longer sides down into the center of the butter. You can do any tugging that you need to in order to even out the thickness of the dough. You do not need them to overlap. You just need them to meet. So you can see I have an even thickness of dough all the way around, and now I'm going to pinch along the sides just to prevent the butter from peeking out. I've now locked the butter in, and I'm going to roll it out and do my first turn. I rotated the dough 90 degrees so that seam running down the middle of the butter block is now vertical. I'm going to beat the dough to begin to lengthen the slab and also thin out the butter. I found that beating it and paying extra attention to the sides will help keep straight parallel sides. So periodically lift it up, make sure nothing's sticking. Now I'm going to go in with my rolling pin and start to roll, and I'm going to make a very long, narrow slab, about 2 feet long. The length isn't as important as the thickness. I'm going to go for about between a 1/2 and 1/4 inch thick. I'm not pressing down. If you press down, you risk squeezing out the butter and fusing the dough together, then you won't have that definition of layers. So really, it's like a kind of pushing motion outward and toward yourself. So this is actually called a double turn. We're going to fold the dough in a way that quadruples the number of layers. Right now I have dough, butter, dough. But when we fold it, we multiply the layers of butter in between the dough, and that is what gives us the flakiness. Fold one end of the dough up toward the midline. Then take the other side of the dough and fold that down. And now I'm going to fold the entire thing in half crosswise. And this is now called the book. So you can see I have now a slab of dough that's 4 thicknesses. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've now quadrupled the number of layers in my slab. This is called the first turn. And each time we roll it out and fold, those layers get thinner and they multiply. At this stage, the butter is now warming and the dough is also getting warmer. And we've also worked the dough, so it's going to want to spring back when I go to roll it out. So we want to chill it before we do yet another turn. Maybe a little bit of a rolling out, because the thinner it is, the faster it will chill down. I reserve the plastic from before. You can see that it has firmed up quite a bit. So I'm going to roll it out, and we're going to do the next turn, the second and final, which is called a simple turn. So it's a slightly different orientation than the first. Beating with the rolling pin. It just kind of kickstarts that lengthening process. So you might find that you have little air bubbles. That's normal. That is partly because of the fermentation, partly just because you maybe had some air pockets between the dough and the butter. You can just go ahead and pop them. I dust it with flour and then I wipe the excess off. I'm talking a lot, but you also want to try to go faster than I'm going. This time we're doing what's called a simple turn, where I'm folding it in thirds like a letter. So this is just a slightly simpler method, just like that. You can see that my ends have rounded a little bit, which is a very, very common problem. Just tugging on the ends of the slab to try to square them off. So this is your second turn, a simple turn, and your final turn. Take advantage of the tension against the plastic wrap and use your rolling pin to force it into like a square tape again and to create sharper corners. The dough slab has been chilling, so it's rested. And now the last step on day 1 of the croissant process is to roll out the dough into a slab, kind of like a pre-shaping step. It's to get it ready for rolling and forming croissants tomorrow. You're going to want to spring back. Try rolling in the other direction, so roll perpendicular to the direction you were going, and it should extend that way. The dough is starting to resist me a little bit. This is a good time to wrap it up again, get it back in the fridge, and then tomorrow, when it's nice and rested, we can roll it out if needed to the right dimensions, and we're going to cut, roll, proof, and bake our croissants. I told you it was a process. I know it's a lot, but it's worth it. We've made the dough. We let it rise. We enclosed the butter. We rolled it out. We did the first turn, the second turn, and then we left it overnight. We're getting into the really exciting part where we're nearing the end of the process. So we want to create an ideal proofing environment for the croissants. This is a really important part of the process because this is what's going to determine how light and airy and flaky your croissants are. So we are going to use our oven to create an enclosed area for proofing. I have a skillet of water right here. I want to get this to an active simmer, and I'm going to place it in the oven, which is our proofing area. Then while we form the croissants, the water will cool off a little bit, and all that steam will make this ideal humid environment. I just get really nervous about this part. Nervous, excited. Let me go grab the dough. So I'm going to give this dough a bare dusting of flour. I mean the bare minimum. If you see any air bubbles, go ahead and just pop them. Be careful when you're moving the dough so that you're not puncturing any of the layers. I am ready to start cutting. So the first thing I want to do is straighten the shorter sides. Because I want even size croissants, I am measuring and then making little marks with my cutter. And now I'm just going to use my ruler and connect those marks on the 2 longer sides and slice this into 4 even rectangles. So these are gonna get sliced into 8 triangles, and each triangle is gonna be 1 crescent. What's the word for a right triangle? A right triangle? Is that what that's
it's just a
called?
right triangle, yeah.
Okay, so now I have right triangles. I want to make these into isosceles triangles. So anyone that thinks that trigonometry doesn't help you later in life, just think about making croissants. You're gonna kind of eyeball it. You end up slicing like a tiny, tiny little triangle off the base. You don't really have to do this, but I think it helps to form more even crescents. And also, it does expose some of the layers at the base, which I like the way that looks in the final crescent. I like to give it a gentle tug along the short side, also a little tug to lengthen, almost like a witch's hat, like a little bit of a wider base, a long tapered point. So you don't want large gaps by any means, but you also don't want to be stressing the dough and creating a lot of tension. So I let it rest on the point of the triangle, and I sometimes give it like a little bop, like that, because I want that point to stick, and it's going to rest on the point. Stick that right on the baking sheet. I'll put that guy right there. And then get 4 to a sheet. These are going to get really big.
What the fuck? Is there flour up here? Holy shit. Please don't say that. No way. Is there a fucking stupid Zhao flour up
So
here?
I want to go loose on the plastic because these are going to get extremely puffy as they rise, and I don't want them to encounter resistance against the plastic. I did test freezing these, but you could certainly do everything up to this step, put the baking sheets in the freezer. You can even put them all in one sheet, freeze them solid, take them out, put them in your proofing setup just like we did, and let them rise. When I tested it that way, they took 7 hours to proof, totally possible, and the ones that I froze were like one of the best batches I made. We're looking at around the 2 to 2.5 hour mark. So I'll check on these, see how they're doing, and then we'll talk about how do you know when your croissants are proofed. I'm smiling because I'm very excited. So these have been proofing for, what is it, like, it's been a while, right? 3 hours, 2.5 hours, okay. So 2.5 hours, so on the long end of the range, these are proofed. To me, they remind me of Michelin men. They look like they've been inflated a little bit. The tools that you have to determine if they're proofed enough, they're basically all visual because we do not want to touch these. They are super delicate. While the oven is preheating, I'm going to uncover these and actually stick the trays in the fridge. One, it's going to slow down the proofing so they don't overproof while the oven preheats. And second, they are going to firm up in the fridge. It's going to make it easier to apply an egg wash. Carefully uncover them because you don't want to disturb any of the layers. And as I uncover them, I can show you, see how there's a little bit of a wobble on these guys? When I gently shake the pan, that's an indication that there is lots of gas in these and they are proofed. We want a beautiful, shiny, burnished exterior. The best way to get that is to brush it with a mixture of egg yolk and heavy cream. Basically, a half eggshell is a tablespoon. This gives you both browning and shine. The oven is preheated. Now we're gonna apply the egg wash. You don't wanna poke the croissants at all. They are so puffy and light that they're also on the verge of collapse. I don't want to coat the exposed layers in egg because the egg could fuse them together and prevent this kind of separation from happening. So I'm only going to coat the smooth top surfaces of the croissant with the egg wash. I think of in Charlotte's Web, where like toward the end, where Wilbur is getting brought to the county fair and the farmer's wife bathes him in buttermilk. This is just what this makes me think of. I think as a child, like that image really stuck with me. Someone tell me to stop fussing.
This music? What is going on? This music? Huh?
Thank you. Sometimes I need to hear that. Okay, we're gonna think of in Charlotte's by the egg wash. You don't want to poke the croissants at all. They are so puffy and light that they're also on the verge of collapse. I don't want to coat the exposed layers in egg because the egg could fuse them together and prevent this kind of separation from happening. So I'm only going to coat the smooth top surfaces of the croissant with the egg wash. I think of in Charlotte's Web, where like toward the end, where Wilbur is getting brought to the county fair and the farmer's wife bathes him in buttermilk. This is just what this makes me think of. I think as a child, like that image really stuck with me. Someone tell me to stop fussing with them. Thank you, thank you. Sometimes I need to hear that. Okay, we're gonna go into the oven. Thank you. Okay, be gentle, be gentle. And now, don't touch them. Anyone else just wanna like sit in front of this the whole time?
I love her. Oh, I love Claire.
Oh my God, it smells so good. If they could pump this smell into like every open house of every house on the market ever, a huge spike in house sales. Isn't that thing, it's like they chocolate chip cookies when people try to buy your house or whatever? Oh, that's my timer. I'm gonna rotate each pan 180 degrees so that what's in the front of the oven is gonna go toward the back. I'm also going to switch racks. So what's on the top is gonna go on the bottom, bottom to the top. This is just all in service of having all the croissants brown evenly. Croissant troubleshooting. A lot of times you don't know when something has gone wrong in the process until you bake. So one thing that happens commonly is the butter leaks out of the croissants and pools on the baking sheet during baking. It could be that your croissants got too warm during proofing and the butter just kind of melts out. The other thing is your dough could just not be super well rested. That's another reason why I like leaving the slab overnight. Generally one that's flat but like wide, like a big footprint but flat means that you overproofed them. They just don't grow a whole lot. Then you certainly underproof them. You're not having this sort of webbed, even interior. That's a sign that your butter probably got too soft while you were laminating. There's a lot of stuff here. It's just so technical and sensitive throughout the process, but they're gonna taste great no matter what. So I prefer a well done or bien cuit croissant, which I think these are. None of this like pale, this is too high for me to pick this up, sorry.
I've never seen them that dark before.
All right, here they are. I'll let them cool on the baking sheets, and then we're definitely gonna cut into these and see. This one looks great. You can see the spiral. There aren't huge air gaps, which I'm happy about. And I do have somewhat of a honeycomb. So I'm really happy with this. I think this is a great result for people at home. There are a few baked goods that I can think of that hit as many textural notes as a croissant. And it is this miraculous combination of extremely rich and very light, plus this very toasty, shattering exterior. Like, to me, it's hard to think of a higher achievement of pastry than a croissant.
Oh my God.
So once you know the whole method and process for making the croissant dough, it opens you up to being able to make lots of different variations on the classic crescent. So I'm gonna show you how to do a ham and cheese version and a pain au chocolat or a chocolate croissant version.
A what?
We're using the exact same dough. The slab is rolled into slightly different dimensions. I'm gonna show you how to cut and form them, and then they proof the same way the croissants proof. So these are called bâtons or bâtonnets. These are designed especially for pain au chocolat. So I special ordered these. These are really not something you can typically find in any kind of grocery store or even a specialty food store. If you don't want to order them, you can go ahead and use bar chocolate that we can cut into similar sized bars. These bars broke when I was carrying them here, but that's okay. And I'm just gonna slice crosswise, and I think it actually is easier if you sort of score it. All right, so the scoring and breaking method, to me, you get less breakage that way because obviously chocolate is brittle and it's gonna wanna break up into different pieces. These are slightly smaller, so we're gonna cut 10 rather than 8. This is the dimensions that I want. So I'm gonna mark 3-inch widths. Okay, that was weirdly hard, but I got it. I'll lengthen it a little bit. Place it about between 1/2 and 1 inch in from one of the short ends. Then we are going to wrap the dough around the stick of chocolate. And then right where you have this seam, you're gonna nestle in another stick of chocolate and keep rolling. Make sure that chocolate is fully inside the dough. And then Look at how cute that is.
That's adorable.
I'm just gonna set up another slab, exact same way, and show you how to roll in the ham and cheese. You could really use any kind of thinly sliced ham from any grocery store in like the deli aisle, already packaged. That's totally fine. This is an Emmental. You could use Swiss cheese, you could use Gruyere, perfect. I wanna make sure that I'm using something around a ½ ounce. Wow, I'm kind of nailing it with these quantities. And then leave a little bit of a border along the short end.
Hey,
so
it's good to see you.
Get the spiral going, and then just fold. They're a little bit like chubbier than the pain au chocolat. There you go. So there's all sorts of things you can do with stale croissants to revive
Almond.
them and bring them back. And one of my favorite things to do is make almond croissants. It's like incredible. So they come together pretty fast. I'm gonna toast it. So usually a frangipane doesn't call for this step, but I think it adds a lot of flavor. You're not having to make it light and fluffy like you would if you were making a cake. That's just not necessary. We want it well blended. It gets that really intense almondy flavor from extract.
I don't know how you describe almond as a flavor. Like eating almonds is definitely different from almond extract, because almond extract has this like fruity, like it's hard to say, like it's fruity, nutty, like it's okay.
Almost I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I'm gonna make my rum simple syrup. Simple syrup is just equal parts water and sugar. Take it off the heat. I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of dark rum. And then I have 8 really old, I baked these a couple days ago, croissants. They're kind of sad. This batch I overproofed so you can see they're really flat. I'm cutting them in half like I was gonna make a sandwich. The first thing we're going to do is soak the cut sides of all the halves with the syrup. When products like this stale, they're losing a lot of the moisture, so we are replacing some of that moisture that has been lost. And I'm gonna take half of this mixture and divide it evenly among the 8 bottom halves of the croissants. Spread the frangipane across the entire surface all the way to the edges. The lids go back on top. So like that? Yeah. The second half of the frangipane goes across the tops. You can see this is why I didn't assemble on the baking sheets, because I have crazy crumbs and everything. And those crumbs would burn. Okay. Woo. Love these. I feel like a baking fairy godmother here to say that, like, you can do this at home. I've never made so many croissants in a 24-hour period as I have here. Feeling very good about all this. So here is my ham and cheese.
Ooh.
I don't know, I don't really use this word, but these are kind of transcendent, truly.
Transcendent.
I don't know, it's hard to even describe. Like, so good.
So good. So good.
So good. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Looks like it could come from a bakery. Shogi is, like, to me, the word that comes to mind. It's so good. And it looks
so good.
like kind of a meager amount of chocolate, but the chocolate is a very, very strong flavor, so I don't think that it actually ends up being too little chocolate. Maybe this one's my favorite now. I don't know. If there's anything that comes close to a freshly baked croissant, it's a twice baked croissant. It's amazing to take something which is already so delicious, the plain all butter croissant. And then to be able to transform it into pastries of this variety, where like one is more delicious than the next, is incredible. It's something you can do and try to perfect for the rest of your life. And along the way, you're gonna eat like a million delicious croissants. And that sounds like an awesome project. I just think I'm like, I don't know, I keep like looking down and getting a little lost in my thoughts because this is still overwhelming. This swirl is hypnotizing. I'm enthralled. Hopefully, if you try these at home, you're also enthralled by the process, which is, to me, nothing short of a miracle. Baking is a miracle. Oh, my God.
I love her. I've never seen one of these things do that. What the fuck? What? Okay, well, that was fun as fuck. All right, y'all. I'm gonna actually stream Kirby tomorrow. Holy shit. I need to get 11 more Star Conches for Yelan. 41 more gold books. 5 more Ashtaha. What the fuck are those? Scales? I mean, 2.6 million more, engage? Find some mods for me that are like good quality of life, good additions, and like let me know what you can find, and then yeah, because that's gonna be my big thing, is looking through all those mods and trying to decide what I actually want to do. So if you see anything like particularly interesting, because I was kind of thinking about the next playthrough using a bunch of shitty characters. Like the Etiers, the Alfreds, like not necessarily Boucheron, but like definitely Etier and Alfred. Abune. I don't think Yunaka is the greatest. What else? Definitely none of Tamara. Who else? Oh my gosh. Everyone except Mabier, because I'm not using Mabier. He fucking sucks. I don't like him. I'm sorry. Anyone else? Who else am I thinking of? Saline is kind of like not very favored amongst people, but I really want to use Saline. Gosh. Oh god, well, who am I not thinking of? Hortensio, let's see. Goldberry. I don't think Goldberry is really that good. Rosado? It's kind of okay, I guess, yeah. Oh, Diamant. Ugh. Okay, Diamant. Every time I use Diamant, I stop using him. Every time I've tried, I've just stopped. Like, I just get bored. But I guess Jade. Although that's gonna like, it's gonna step on Alfred's toes a little bit. Oh boy. Jean, definitely. It's not that great. Okay, I can definitely use him. Yeah, I can figure it out. Clan! That's the other one I'm not thinking of. Vander? Might be unusable, but we'll make it work. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna stop. So, I will... Have I used Louis before? I had a recent run where I used him as a main tank and then transitioned him over to Wyvern Knight. And he was very tanky, but not good to me. And I think the reason why Jade is better, to be frank, like I just think her res allows her to sort of function in her higher speed, function really well as a Wolf Knight, because I don't think generals are very good at all. Or at least I find generals to be rather lacking. And I feel like leaving him in that role is not only annoying because he has less movement, but also just kind of like bleh, because there are units that can kind of tank damage that don't have to have have to be an armor unit with 4 movement. And plus all of the engage bonuses that you get for armor just fucking suck. So I don't like general. So I tried Wyvern, and Wyvern wasn't too shabby. It's just that he was really slow, and I was just like, what's the fucking point? I feel like there are other units that hit harder and our other units that can be tanky, whether through evasion, or damage mitigation through Ike, or have higher speed, and therefore take less damage because they don't get doubled. So I can't really, I don't know what to do with him. So General Chloe, you know, I'll throw that in the middle of the mix. How's about that? I'll throw in a General Chloe and see how that works. God, her speed cap is probably gonna be duty dog shit, but we'll see what happens. All right, I am gonna go ahead and go, and y'all want to see a video of Sonic speaking English? Hold on. Hold on, let me show you this.
Wait! Uh-oh. Okay, Knuckles. Amy! Wait. Hey, hey, hey! Wow! Here we go! Shoot! Come on! Yo, Knuckles! Done it! What? Hey, guy! Hey, cat! Great! No way! No! Wait! Okay, let's move it! Yes! Yes! Yo, Tails! Okay, let's go! Thank you, Knuckles. Sonic Heroes だからさ. So, we are Sonic Heroes!
Yep.
Let's move on!
Yep.
Yo, Shadow! Come on! Alright. Thank you. Right? I'm here. Alright. Okay. Okay. Smile. Thanks, Annie. Smile. Thank you, Silver. Nice smile. Aries. Smile. Out. Okay. Here we go. Really? Okay. Gosh. Sorry. Time break. Okay. Hey, Knuckles. Okay. All right. What? Sorry. No. Okay. Whoa. Thank you. Okay. No reaction. Okay. Here we go. All right. Don't worry.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, Tails.
Okay. Yo, Eggman. Bingo. Excellent. Fantastic.
Hey.
Yay. Okay.
Yay.
Okay, buddy. Got it. Wait. Whoa. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Hey, Tails. Nice idea. All right. Really? That's right. No problem. Piece of cake. Hey. All right. Wait. Yes. Got it. Yes. I did it. All right. Here we go. Whoa. Wow.
Isn't he adorable? I love this.
Okay. Wow. Why, Tails? Don't worry. Okay. Come on. Thank you. Right on. Whoa. Hey. Okay. Wait. Tails. No. What? Wow. Go at me. Okay. Thanks. Hey. Okay. Hey. Okay. Hey, Shadow. Hey, Silver. That's right. Hey. Nice big. Hey, Eggman. Okay. Hey, guys. Really? All right. みんな準備はいいか？最高のレースを始めようぜ。
I actually love his voice. It's so good. What? And it's been the same Sonic all these years. He's so good. One of these days we need to watch like more Pariah videos because he's fucking really good. Like this video right here. Have I showed you guys the Sonic It's Fundamentally Japanese video? I don't think I have, but I want to watch that video sometime. Like whatever Sonic is the T again. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I will talk to you guys later tomorrow when I do Kirby. And then on Friday, I have to do the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. And at some point along the way, that means we also need to do fucking The Abyss and the summer event. That's 40 days long? Oh boy. What are the rewards that you get for this? Summer, Tide, Scales, rewards. La. Let's take a look. Total rewards. What do we got here? Kirara outfit. I mean, obviously you get Primo Gens, but how many do you get? Can nobody quantify it? Hello? Okay, hold on. Total rewards. Summary of rewards. Okay, let's see. Invite character. Okay, but they don't tell you how many. Okay, so nobody wants to tell me how many things you get. They just tell me that you're getting Primo Gems. Right. Exactly. Okay. Quest duration, fight against the storm, puzzles. Okay, lineup, recommended characters, video playthrough. Okay, gameplay rewards. 850 Primo Gems. It looks like 205,000 Mora. Equity, Justice, Order, Sanctifying Essence, Crown of Insight, Star Sail Coin, Equity, Hero's Wit, 62 Hero's Wit, wow. 42 Sanctifying Unctions, that's insane, what? 12 Guides to Justice, okay. I might use that for Farina, oh my gosh. I might actually crown her burst. Order, 12. Let's see. 37 Mystic Enhancement Ores. It looks like 1,650 experience points and Adventure EXP and then Adventurer's Experience 16. Okay, sounds good. Wait, so you get a lot of stuff for this. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. Alright, well that's worth doing. And this is all one thing, right? It's like one whole big thing, yeah? Like, it's not like a multi-day kind of event. You could just do it all in one go, right? Like, that's what I'm kind of hoping for. Because I don't want to do that thing where it stops you in the middle of it for no reason. I just want to do it.
Let the wind lead.
Is it multi-day? Oh.
Perhaps you could join me for a walk? I have taken what you said recently to heart and tried to make a few adjustments in my life. Of course, I still push myself to complete my work when performing my official duties.
Oh.
But when I'm with you, this is all... This whole time, companion to me, you're always so considerate of my circumstances.
I just wanted to see if you could actually skip text.
It would be shameful if I didn't at least recognize this much. So thank you. Truly. We should walk while we talk. I still have so much I want to say to you.
Oh, when did you arrive? I was completely lost in thought. I'd quite like to invite you to afternoon tea. I can offer you sunsettia or rosebud tea. And as for snacks, what kind of cake do you like? You guessed correctly. There is nothing I can't create if I put my mind to it. It's just that most of the time, I don't find these sort of things to be worth all the extra effort. But you are special to me. I don't think about energy spent if it's for you. Perhaps instead of asking for your preferences, I should let it be a surprise instead. Oh my. Remind me not to add too much sugar, because you, cutie, are sweet enough already.
Stop! You're so... Stop! Leave me alone! Stop that! You don't know what you're talking about. Stop! Stop! Jean looking at me.
Seriously though, I need to start getting prepared. We can't have you underestimating me.
Jean, why are you staring? Alright, who's talking to me? Hello?
They say say that people who have lost their sense of joy are like withered flowers. I, of course, must continue to blossom for as long as possible. So it falls to you to entertain me with a thrilling conversation. A chat, you say? A simple word, but a fascinating idea.
Oh.
Through the power of words, people who are worlds apart can come to understand one another's innermost thoughts. But conversations can come with a great risk as well. The deeper you let someone in, the more deeply they can wound you. That's why people are just as afraid of intimacy as they are of being alone. Hey! I just gave a very moving speech. Is that all you can say? Ahem. When one is blessed with both beauty and depth as I am, one naturally has many musings on the vicissitudes of life. All the best moments in opera are grounded in real-life observation. I didn't mean that. It popped into my head, that's all. People are just as afraid of intimacy as they are of being alone. And I thought, wow, that's a good line. Surely you've had that before too. You know, where you really want to say something profound that makes everyone go, wow, that was deep. Good. I appreciate your honesty. All it means is that you're well suited to stand under the spotlight. I've played so many solo performances in the past that I've gotten a bit bored of them. Why don't you join me? We can be a protagonist duo and expand our repertoire. Let me think for a second. What shows are popular right now that have a good role for you?
Breaking Bad.
Oh, I know! I saw a pretty decent opera the other day. Why don't we practice a few scenes together? Come on, I'll do your makeup. We'll make it a dress rehearsal.
Oh. Oh, I love this character. Ah! Okay. All right, I'm gonna go now. I will see you guys later on tomorrow, okay? Thanks for joining me tonight, and I hope you...
Hello. This place sure is interesting.
I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, okay? All right. Night, y'all.